Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter Reborned, Fallen, and Married Bellastrix? Part 1. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Harry awoke on a surface significantly harder and significantly more wet than he was accustomed to. He had plenty of past experience with Quidditch-related accidents resulting in him waking in uncomfortable positions, or else with debilitating injuries. These experiences didn't come without a bit of wisdom. He slowly and carefully checked his body for injuries, one body part at a time. He closed both hands in a fists, wiggled his toes, and from there worked his way inward. He tested the ability of each limb and digit to twist, bend, and turn without unnatural crunching sounds of shooting pain. He kept his eyes closed throughout the entire process, paying close attention to every sensation. It wasn't until he risked moving his neck that the first sign of injury reared its ugly head. "Oh, wow!" he moaned as his skull swam, and the sound of his heartbeat filled his ears. He tried to remember what he did the night before. As far as he could recall, all he did was fly the usual obstacle course and practice the Wronski feint a few times before turning in for the night. He saw no reason to wake up in a grassy field covered in fresh, sticky, morning dew with his head feeling like he'd arrived for practice flat-out drunk and suffered an accident involving the aforementioned Wronski feint. He considered the possibility that he may have actually crashed into the ground during a death-defying dive and dreamed about returning home and snuggling into bed, only now regaining consciousness. It sure would teach him not to practice alone ever again. This idea was dashed when he realized that it wasn't the grass of the Falmouth Falcons' Quidditch pitch currently tickling his neck and ears. The lack of stadium stands or quaffle hoops was the first hint. The cows staring down at him were the second. "Oh, hello there." He greeted the especially obese bull pawing at the earth next to him. Harry wondered if the horned beast could even see him through the mange of fur covering its face. He further wondered if Highland cows were originally a pack of golden retrievers or Irish setters that some xenophobic witch or wizard transfigured into cattle. He liked that idea. He'd have to write Xenophilius with that theory. It would make for a great Quibbler article. He ignored the bull's warning snort as he got to his feet with another groan. Taking a deep breath, he expanded his senses and tried to ignore the splitting headache. He couldn't feel any magic in his surroundings, not even the echoes of a portkey or recently cast spell of any kind. In fact, aside from the bull's internal debate about the merits of trampling him, he could sense no danger, and all seemed right with the world. Deciding there was no benefit to tangling with the beast next to him, he operated away, and immediately regretted this decision as a fit of dizziness and nausea joined his migraine in a conspiracy to ruin his day. He steadied himself against the entrance to Diagon Alley as he caught his breath again. The brick wall was already opened into the familiar archway, which was strange enough, but the intense scrutiny from the red-robed figures on either side of the entrance was fast, making this his fourth worst visit to Diagon Alley. Ah, the follies of youth. I miss the days when I could risk drinking on Sunday nights and jog the hangover off before work Monday morning, said the older Auror with a sigh that was both nostalgic and mocking. "I'm 27. Thank you very much," Harry retorted, picking himself up. It was a lie, of course he was really 28, but with the average seeker career rarely lasting past 30, Harry had recently become as self-conscious about his age as Minerva. "I can jog it off just fine. I just don't feel like it." With his indignation expressed, Harry walked past the two guards into the nearly vacant street, intent on visiting Florian Fortescue. Food would do him a lot of good right now. Sugar was great for headaches, especially in the morning. He patted himself down in an effort to dredge up some loose change from his robes and soon held up a fistful of sickles in triumph. The small sense of accomplishment vanished at the sight of a boarded-up ice cream parlor. A sign in front of it explained that, due to safety concerns, all Fortescue dairy products could be mail-ordered from Fortescue and Fortescue Inc. The sparse crowd he originally attributed to the early hour took on a more sinister vibe. Small groups of shoppers skirted nervously between what few stores were open with nary a conversation or hint of laughter. As he watched, he noticed that those around him didn't bother to greet him or each other as they passed. It all reminded him of Voldemort's return over a decade ago. It was still only his third worst experience visiting Diagon Alley. Deciding to catch up on what he missed during his impromptu nap, he made his way back to the Diagon Alley entrance and, ignoring the heckling Aurors, entered the leaky cauldron. Tom was upon Harry before his bum even hit the chair. "Anything I can get you?" The normally friendly hunchback grunted. "Sir," he added as an afterthought. "Beer," Harry demanded simply. The bald man raised a judgmental eyebrow at this. It was rather early after all. "Hair of the dog that bit me and all that," Harry explained. "And a plate of bacon, sausage, and eggs. Extra bacon and sausage, please." Harry placed the loose change from his pocket on the table, and Tom was off to the kitchen with a scoff. Since when was Tom so rude? Had Harry done something to offend the man? Was he mad that Harry hadn't eaten there in, 3 months now? That didn't seem like him. Tom returned with a glass mug of beer, and Harry took it with a smile. He motioned for Tom to stay as he practically inhaled the liquid in long, slow gulps. The landlord/innkeeper/barman looked visibly impressed when Harry handed the mug back to him. "More, please?" Harry asked with his winning smile. Tom finally showed off his missing teeth with that grin Harry was used to and returned to the kitchens. He had that ability with people, the power to make them stop moping, no matter what triggered the depression. 'Twas a useful superpower. "And a newspaper, please," Harry called after him. "Anything other than the Prophet." Tom waved in acknowledgement as he disappeared behind the counter and through the doors beyond, returning moments later with another mug of beer in one hand, the plate of food Harry ordered in the other, and a newspaper under his arm. Harry thanked Tom again as the man placed everything on the table. "How much do I owe you?" 3 galleons. Harry stared at the man, careful to keep his face blank. He didn't seem to be joking. 3 galleons? For breakfast, a couple of beers, and a newspaper? It wasn't the most expensive meal he'd ever had, having eaten at fancy restaurants charging 10 times as much. But still, the last time he'd been here, he paid 4 sickles for dinner. A dinner with much more food and much, much more beer. "Here you go, sir," Harry said, handing the barkeep a whole fourth of the money on him. "And how much for a room for the night?" 1 galleon. Harry gave him that too and dug into his food. Now he knew what it felt like to be married, a euphemism he himself popularized, meaning ripped off. Alternatively meaning date raped, which he came uncomfortably close to experiencing by the hand of love potion slinging groupies on more than one occasion. If that shakedown didn't make this the second worst visit to Diagon Alley in his life, the date on the newspaper certainly did. He had difficulty reading the headline, what with the front page being soaked in the beer and spittle he'd just sprayed it with in surprise. Either Tom had handed him a 12-year-old newspaper, or his life of traveling with groupies as a Quidditch rock star had come to an abrupt end. And judging by the condition of the newspaper ignoring the damage he himself had caused it, he doubted it was the former case. Assassination of Amelia Bones averted. Harry rifled through the pages, only bothering to read the headlines of the various articles. Phrases and terms like "many dead" and "Death Eaters" and "who must not be named" jumped out at him, but none as strongly as "Child of Prophecy." "That's a new one," he muttered to himself. Harry thought he'd heard them all. "Boy Who Lived," "Chosen One," "Man Who Conquered." These were the titles he knew. Perhaps the article would enlighten him on why they were calling him by the new moniker. Scenes of terror at the Ministry of Magic as a large group of Death Eaters attacked the press conference held by our savior, Neville Longbottom, colloquially known as the Child of Prophecy. Thanks to the valiant efforts of his Auror Guard who gave their lives during the attack, Mr. Longbottom survived the ordeal unscathed. Harry had to put the paper down as his migraine returned with a vengeance. Okay, he could rule out time travel. Thinking things over, he probably could have ruled it out from the Amelia Bones article. In his timeline, which probably wasn't the correct term, Voldemort and his Death Eaters had succeeded in murdering Madame Bones to death by this point. So, what did that leave him with? He rubbed his temples as he considered his situation, leaving any planning by the wayside as he brainstormed. Time travel was definitely a part of what was going on here. He was, after all, stuck in the year 1996, instead of hurtling fast toward 2009. But it wasn't his past. How did that make any sense at all? Maybe somebody else played around with time travel and made some changes further back in time, and he was stuck in this new timeline? That made more sense. After all, if Neville was the chosen one foot in this timeline, then the odds were Harry wasn't around. Or at least he hoped he wasn't. He'd prefer to be parentless than have to visit his parents in St. Mungo's like Neville did. The mere idea of growing up in Neville's shoes made him yearn for the days when he slept under a staircase. He tried to invent a scenario where time travel would have resulted in his current predicament. His history of increasingly unlikely and nonsensical events had gifted him with an active imagination when it came to such things. Maybe somebody stunned him in his sleep, kidnapped him for a trip to the past hoping to make him watch his own death as a baby. Knowing his luck, he probably fell out of the time machine a third of the way into the trip and wound up 12 years into the past instead of 27. The hypothetical culprit would have finished the trip and killed him or his parents before he was born. The problem with this theory was the premise that anybody, could sneak up on him in his sleep after all he'd been through was laughable. A more likely scenario was that the culprit went back in time without him, performed the dark deed, and the fates decided to transport him to the new timeline instead of letting him be obliterated with the rest of his original timeline. That sounded like something the fates would do. They sure did enjoy screwing with him. He went over the wording of the prophecy for what must have been the 10,000th time. Either must die at the hand of the other could preclude time travel mischief from killing him. Even if somebody successfully prevented him from being born, he'd just jump timelines. This possibility brought up a whole host of questions. Did the prophecy make him completely immune to the consequences of meddling with time? The marauder in him was coming up with so many dangerous and immoral, not to mention highly illegal, schemes involving a time turner. He had always wondered what kind of terror would be unleashed if he'd used one to give himself a high five. Best not to tempt fate, especially since he couldn't be sure it even was time travel that landed him here. Odds were he was missing something. He went back and properly read the articles in the newspaper as he finished his meal and ordered a third beer. Apparently, Voldemort never fell from power like he did in Harry's original timeline. If the line, as if to commemorate his 32nd year of terror, was anything to go by. His reign of terror had continued non-stop, and England was hurting because of it, especially economically. The import market was one of his favorite targets, which explained the high price of his meal. If memory served, 1996 saw Great Britain in the grips of a severe drought, which led to the four countries in one having to import a lot of food feed for animals especially. The lack of feed for cows meant meat was worth its weight in gold here. Egg and chicken prices seemed steady though. Nice to know ahead of time what he'd be ordering for dinner. Could he get away with going back and stealing that bowl from earlier? Probably wasn't worth the risk. He'd hate to be the first person lynched for cattle theft since the Wild West calmed down. A lot of the information about this timeline didn't line up, and when he returned to the article on Neville, the mystery of why Harry was brought here became clear. Oh, blast it all! He groaned as he banged his head on the table. Neville had no scar on his forehead or any mark of any kind for that matter. He was very obviously not the child of prophecy. This new detail explained everything. This wasn't time travel mischief, and it wasn't a fever hallucination. This was an alternate universe, one without a child of prophecy. Whatever powers that were controlling these things decided to reach across the void and steal one from another universe. Magic knows no boundaries except those we believe in, he quoted as he banged his head on the table some more. Just when he thought he'd finally settled into his new life and left the suffering caused by Voldemort and Dumbledore and the Ministry behind him, he'd have to do it all over again. This was officially his worst visit to Diagon Alley ever. The hellacious experience of breaking into and out of Gringotts and the bareback dragon ride afterward didn't come close. He hoped he was wrong. He hoped that this universe, or timeline, had a differently worded prophecy that would only require him to take a minor role. Maybe help train Neville as his replacement? Knowing his luck, though, he wouldn't come close to returning to his own world until after he fulfilled the prophecy. Again, deciding to leave worrying about what he needed to do for tomorrow, he flagged Tom back over to his table. "I'm going to need more beer," he said. "A lot more beer. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. Nonsensical Rants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 2. A Much Better Day. Chapter 2. A Much Better Day. Harry woke up experiencing 2 of the 3 best feelings in the world. Going to sleep with a headache or cold, and waking up without one was the first. Going to bed drunk and waking up, not with a hangover, but instead a slight buzz was the second. Sadly, he had no job and was well rested enough to attack the day, so he couldn't experience the joy of going right back to sleep with the knowledge that he still had hours left before work. The 3rd best feeling in the world. If he had to pick a 4th, it would be putting on a pair of underwear and socks fresh out of the dryer. But he didn't have one of these. What he did have was a long list of things to do if he wanted to have a place to sleep in 2 days, and so with a wistful sigh, he stretched and dressed himself. A few waves of his hand later, and the clothes he wore the day before flattened themselves as if freshly ironed, and the specks of dirt and dust vanished. Another wave of his hand, and the slight stubble on his jaw vanished. He waited until he scarfed down the complimentary loaf of bread before casting a cleaning charm on his teeth and tongue, then exited his room. He barely remembered to grab his wands before doing so. He had taken stock of his possessions the night before and counted his blessings. Not only did he have both of his wands, enough money to last him a few days, and his prescription glasses, but he was also fortunate enough to have brought along his handy-dandy notebook, which he kept snugly tucked away in his breast pocket, plus his 4-color retractable ballpoint pen, of course. Those were a pain in the butt to find sometimes, so he hated losing one, especially now that he didn't have Bill or Fleur around to enchant them with never-ending ink and never-wearing nibs. Diagon Alley was much more crowded today, but was still a far cry from how it should be. This was especially true considering Hogwarts letters should have gone out yesterday, and what shoppers he did see were clearly new and returning students. Mostly new students. He dodged and weaved between the crowds of parents, muggle and wizard alike, as if their children were a horde of bewitched knife keys trying to rip him to shreds. He didn't hate children and honestly didn't know how anybody could. He just didn't dare risk an encounter with any of his former classmates or their parents. If his math was right, he figured most were only now turning 15. That 13-year difference in age felt like 13 decades. And yet he knew he wouldn't be able to keep a cool exterior if he were to meet anyone he witnessed die. He was almost upon the Gringotts Bank doors when he realized he couldn't enter. Well, he could, but he wouldn't live for very long. Goblins weren't very open-minded nor forgiving creatures, and if he walked in with his bank key, which in all likelihood had an identical twin in this world, the wards would detect the forgery instantly, and an army of serrated knife-wielding warriors would descend upon him. They'd probably then feed whatever quivering ribbons of flesh remained of the counterfeiter to the army of Kappa they kept hidden in the waterier areas of their subterranean caverns. He probably wouldn't have even made it to the first teller. What did that leave him? He had no money beyond the loose change he carried. His vault key was a liability, one he intended to throw away at the first opportunity. He had no friends, family, or co-workers to loan him money. To top it all off, he was too upstanding of a citizen to break into places he knew would be easy targets, Malfoy Manor, and steal everything not bolted to the ground. He needed to make a friend. Harry needed to find somebody that he could not only convince of his nature as a visitor from another world, but who would furthermore be willing to help him without share his secret, or worse prove to be a danger to him upon learning it. The list of potential allies was thin indeed. Jonathan, don't wave that thing around. A woman, obviously muggle, chastised her son. You don't know what it might do. The boy, Jonathan, was a soon-to-be first year and had been playing with his newly purchased wand. His mother was right to stop him. Waving a wand, even without intent or incantations, was a one-way ticket to the hospital. He watched as a group of 3 families and their collective litter of 4 11-year-olds entered the same shop that Johnny and his sensible mother just exited. He considered the gold lettering above the door and tried his hardest to think of a more trustworthy person in the world who he could convince of a situation. He realized there wasn't one, except maybe Aberforth. That guy's tongue was the polar opposite of loose. Trying to get directions to the bathroom from him required an entire vial of Veritaserum and Cruciatus massage, let alone his patron's secrets. If this didn't work, he'd go to the Hog's head. Ollivander was on top of his game today and had already situated the first child, a particularly short blonde boy with a 16-inch wand that he would hopefully grow into. Waving around a wand that's almost a third as long as you are tall looked ridiculous. There you have it, Mr. Zeller. And if your sister would come on up here, Ollivander said kindly. Harry looked and recognized the young Rose Zeller. He vaguely remembered her as a Hufflepuff who had helped Hermione evacuate the House Elves during the Battle of Hogwarts. She was also one of only 3 students who Hermione managed to kowtow into joining. Spew. Rose hopped up to the counter where Ollivander's floating measuring tape got to work as he wrote down the results. As he did this, Harry stretched out his senses again and felt as his magic flooded into his surroundings. He could feel every piece of soft fabric on the bodies around him, every hard edge of furniture and deep groove of engraved metal, as if they were all his own skin. This was his greatest power, one he had developed unknowingly and by pure accident during his hunt for Horcruxes and later evolved into something altogether new. His ability to sense Voldemort's magic grew into the ability to sense magic itself, and then the physical properties of things in general. He could even recall recent event in an area or which an object he held had experienced. Parvati thought it was psychometry. Lavender argued it was clairvoyance. Hermione had a stranger theory still, but Harry knew it wasn't a psychic ability. Per se, it was just a magical technique like occlumency or legilimency, the latter of which is what he was trying to learn when he invented the new art. He still had no name for it, but it was damned useful all the same. What he did know about it was that magic was alive, magic was beautiful, and magic did little other that begged to be heard. With his ability, he had ears with which to hear and the inquisitive mind necessary to listen. He tuned out the breathing and heartbeats of those around him, which was always so loud in his ears when he used the technique, and lightly touched the piles upon piles of wands behind the counter with his magic. Wands felt hot to his senses, like the active coals of a grill, but he kept on in search of one that suited Rose the most. The funny thing about wands is that the magic internal to them tends to point towards the magic internal to those around them, as if reaching out to touch their soulmate. Sadly, this only happens if their master was in close enough proximity, or else finding missing people for Ron's Auror team would be much easier for him. More than 24 wands were doing this pointing now, and not just towards Rose, but towards her brother, her father, and the other children. Every magical and non-magical person in the room. Wands are funny like that. They can bond with or want to bond with muggles, even though said muggles could never use them. Love like that didn't have to make sense. Not when the wand's most sincere desire was to bond with somebody based on character, which they were superb at judging. Several of them matched Rose's signature to varying degrees. But the strongest reaction to her came from a short wand with the fiery magic of a phoenix tail feather 3 aisles back. I think we should try something with cedar wood to start for you, Ollivander said to the girl as he pulled a wand from the stack directly beneath the counter. Harry knew the wands beneath the counter were created for the sole purpose of being test wands. He used them to narrow down what type of wand a customer was most suited to before hunting down the proper wand from the back. The test wands could be used as a regular wand, theoretically, but they didn't tend to last long. I can save you the trouble, Harry offered, gaining the eyes of everyone in the room. 4 inches. Alder wood. Phoenix feather core. 3 rows back. Few people have experienced the full force of Garrick Ollivander's glare. Harry was one of those few, and even he had difficulty not buckling beneath it despite having earned it 8 going on 9 times before. I'm going to have to ask you to wait outside of my shop while I fit my customers, Ollivander said coolly before growling a vindictive. Sir. Harry smiled confidently, no, arrogantly, but did as he was told. Call me back in when I'm proven right, he said offhandedly as he exited the shop and stood to the side. He didn't have to wait long. Exactly 80 seconds later, the Zeller family exited the shop. He couldn't help noticing that Rose carried the exact wand he described. The smiling girl even went so far as to show it off to him by wiggling it. "Hey now, be careful with that thing. It's dangerous," Harry told Rose, returning her smile. She pocketed the wand with a giggle as her father approached him. "He wants you back in there, but he's not happy." Harry thanked the Zeller father and prepared to re-enter the shop. He mentally went through his checklist before turning the handle. Chin up, shoulders back, chest out, Aeon strut. Based on the 10th glare he'd ever received from the wand maker, Harry would call his efforts in annoying him a raging success. The two remaining children and their parents stifled their laughter as he entered, adding fuel to the fire behind the old man's eyes. "How'd you do that?" Ollivander demanded. Harry shrugged. "I tend to just—" Harry paused dramatically to tap his forehead. "No things." Harry noted the familiar vein popping out of his old friend's jaw as he clenched his teeth. Maybe it was time to reel in his attempts at instigating his senior. "I can try to do it for these two if you like," Harry offered, correcting his posture into one a bit more deferential. Ollivander motioned towards the two children, and Harry repeated his earlier action of searching the rows of wands with his mind. 30 seconds later, two groups of satisfied customers exited the store, leaving Harry alone with the shop owner. Harry waited for his gracious host to break the silence, and he didn't disappoint. "Well, did you just come in here to embarrass me, or did you want something?" Garrick demanded. In answer, Harry withdrew a wand from his robes, one of the two he carried at all times. He offered it to Ollivander handle first. He took it in the manner of a smith taking a sword for examination. "Holly," Ollivander observed, carefully listing the wand's properties. 11 inches and a core of phoenix. He locked eyes with Harry, who had to fight the smirk threatening to erupt on his face. It wouldn't do for Ollivander to think him a thief. Harry nodded his head towards the stacks of wands in the direction he knew an identical wand to his own sat. Ollivander left the original on the counter and disappeared to where Harry indicated. He returned with a box that he handled with shaking hands. Harry hadn't seen the man so nervous since the time he showed him the Elder Wand. Good thing he hadn't pulled that one out by accident. Harry sat down on the bench as he waited for the wand maker to compare them. This took a lot longer than it should have. After comparing them visually and by touch, he went through a list of pretty much every spell Hogwarts taught. One by one, he compared how both wands performed each spell. When he was finally satisfied in the knowledge that the wands were indeed identical, he turned to Harry and stared for some time. "How?" he asked. Harry stood up and took a deep breath. He knew that nothing but the truth would suffice, but he still didn't look forward to it. "Tell me, Garrick, what do you know about multiverse theory?" Ollivander, with a speed that belied his age, drew the recently unboxed wand and with Devril waves layered no fewer than 6 locking spells, 5 privacy spells, 3 wards onto the front door. Harry took this time to close the blinds. "Explain," he demanded. "My name is Harry James Potter. I'm the son of James Potter and Lily Potter née Evans from an alternate universe. I don't even know if they or I exist in this one." Harry explained succinctly. "They do. But to my knowledge, you don't, Garrick." "Good. Voldemort murdered my parents when I was a baby and tried, but failed to kill me, in the process marking me as his equal and making me the child of prophecy." No taboo triggered. "Interesting. A qualification Mr. Longbottom lacks," Garrick pointed out. "Indeed. And until 1994, we lived in a mostly Voldemort and Death Eater-free world. He was still around, but without a body. Long story. That didn't stop him and others from making my first 4 years at Hogwarts hell. He returned and slowly began to rebuild his forces. I witnessed his rebirth and tried to blow the whistle. Unfortunately, our Minister of Magic at the time was one Cornelius Fudge." "Oh no," Garrick said with a facepalm. "Oh yes. And for the next year, most of the Ministry and the Daily Prophet ran a massive smear campaign against me. Dumbledore the headmaster, not the barkeep, and anybody who took our side. I'm skipping a lot here, but he conquered the Ministry, my friends, and I had to go into hiding but continued the good fight until I finally killed him. We rebuilt. I became a Quidditch star, woke up in this universe yesterday. It was 2008 in the universe I left." They returned to their staring contest. It took less than a minute to share his story. even with Ollivander's excellent commentary. He did always make for a good audience to the skilled storyteller. If it were not for this wand, I would never have believed a word you said, he admitted, indicating the significantly more worn stick of holly and the scars from where it had been broken and repaired. I know, Harry said smugly. The image of handing Dumbledore a duplicate Elder Wand and watching him try to figure out how the hell that was possible amused Harry for a few moments. Ollivander returned the more pristine wand to its box with a sigh, clearly still digesting the unlikely information Harry just unloaded on him. Stranger things have happened. Ollivander finally admitted in acceptance. But why did you come to me instead of somebody more substantial? Harry waited for Ollivander to return this universe's version of his wand back to the shelf and explained his reasoning when he returned with a bottle of fire whiskey and 2 shot glasses. Aside from the fact I knew I could convince you, Harry said, having worked with you in the past, I knew you don't share secrets. Nor would you incorporate anything I tell you into schemes or machinations like the one other person I am positive I could convince of my origins. Dumbledore? Dumbledore. The two of them knocked the glasses back and grunted at the magical and chemical burn as the drink slid down their throats. Why couldn't you have just been a wand-crafting prodigy who discovered how to magically duplicate wands? Ollivander bemoaned. Harry laughed so hard at that one he almost dropped the bottle of whiskey he was trying to use to refill their glasses. Is that what you thought was going on? Harry asked incredulously. That I just broke in here, duplicated this wand, memorized your stock, and did it all without your knowing? Ollivander could only shrug as he accepted the second glass. That or time travel. Either would have made my life a whole lot easier. He admitted before drinking the second shot. What did we work on together? Experiments involving the twin cores of mine and Voldemort's wands, Harry explained. Garrick was notably nonplussed by his use of the name, and the Elder Wand, which is currently in my possession. That got him moving. Before Harry's very eyes, a safe appeared in the wall. After performing a complicated set of wand movements, putting in a combination code, and most strangely pressing his thumb into a fingerprint scanner that surely couldn't have been electronic, Garrick withdrew a large sack of what could only be magical coinage. This is my entire life savings. Name your price for the memories of our experiments in your timeline. It's all yours. Garrick told him. That was exactly how Harry expected this interaction to go. Minus the fingerprint scanner. I'll do you one better. I'll give you all of those memories and help you with some new experiments. He indicated his wand on the counter with one hand and pointed in the direction of its counterpart. We have the opportunity to investigate an otherwise impossible scenario where two completely identical wands interact and are loyal to the same person. A monozygotic set of twin wands instead of dizygotic. Ollivander made a waving motion for him to get onto that. In addition to that, I also want to live and work her for the remainder of the summer as my base of operations while I set down roots. Minimum wage for those whores, since I'll be spending them researching and prepping for all manner of ministry licenses and testing that I'll need. As far as the price for everything else, I'll leave it for you to decide as you go through the memories and experiments. Sickney, you're better equipped to determine the financial value of them. Ollivander offered a hand to shake. You have yourself a deal. Harry shook his hand gladly. Now I'm going to need a 1-week advance for working the counter, so I can go to Gringotts and open up a vault. But I need you to hold on to this in the meantime. Harry handed Ollivander his vault key. That is the key to the Potter family vault. Ollivander examined it closely. Why would you want me to hold on to? Wait. Never mind. Stupid question. Garrick stopped himself. Harry could only laugh at his friend as he reopened the safe and hid the key inside. Harry had broken off from asking stupid questions of his own often enough to relate. His laughter died as Ollivander dropped a signet ring on the counter in place of his key. What's this? Harry asked. That is my signature stamp. The wand maker answered. Unless you're planning to contact James and convince him to adopt you, you can't go around using your own name. Until such time as you come up with a new one, you can sign any important documents or purchases with this and claim to be doing errands for me. Harry nodded as he secured the ring on his pinky. They send the documents to me to get a proper signature afterwards, so don't go doing anything stupid or illegal with it. The old man warned. Harry had the decency to at least act offended at the insinuation. Harry exited Ollivander's weighed down with nearly 8,000 galleons. Even with the enchantments on goblin money to make it nearly weightless, and the undetectable expansion charm on the bag, his belt could barely tolerate the weight of the small sack to replace the weight lost from emptying his brain into Garrick's pensive. Pulling out that many memories all at once would leave anybody woozy, and Harry struggled with the mental arts at the best of times. He had more than enough money to purchase the blood testing he needed a dozen times over again, assuming the price of Gringotts services hadn't inflated along with everything else. That wasn't an assumption Harry was willing to make. At least he had something to put in his new vault if the test didn't come up with anything, and this nest egg would go a long way to getting his new life established. As he walked towards the massive marble bank, he finally took stock of the shops that weren't boarded up, making a mental list of the things he'd need to purchase from them. Flourish and Blots was doing good business, but Gamble and Japes was absolutely booming with activity. After all, dark times called for good humor. He passed the same group of first-year children from before coming out of the magical menagerie with matching toads and identical smiles. He waved at them as he passed, and the Zeller twins positively bounced as they waved back. Harry froze at Elop's Owl Emporium. He must have stared at that door for 5 whole minutes at the epiphany that struck him dumb. It was a crazy idea, and the odds were almost impossible, but he simply had to know. He entered the empty shop, and the same manager as his timeline looked up from whatever he was reading. "Welcome, sir. What can I do for you?" The manager greeted Harry, nodded in way of a hello, and hesitated to ask his question. "I'm looking for an owl," he said. The manager beamed at him. "Business must be slow. You're in luck. We happen to sell owls here," he said in all good humor. "If you come on into the back, we can find the right one for you." "Actually," Harry interrupted with a staying wave of his hand, "I'm looking for a very specific owl." The manager looked him up and down before indicating he should continue. "I'm looking for a female snow owl. She would be around 5 years old, maybe a bit older. She has bright amber eyes and is rather irritable." The manager stared at him some more. Somehow, Harry doubted the old man had ever heard such a detailed description from a new customer. That was very specific. The manager verified. "And until very recently, I had exactly the owl you just described." Harry's heart sank at the news. "Well, thank you anyways. I don't suppose you'd be willing to write a letter to the customer you sold it to on my behalf, would you?" The manager shook his head, and Harry's heart sank even further. If the day became any more of a disappointment, he'd have to dig it out of the ground. "I didn't sell her," the manager said. "I tried it for years, but nobody would take her. Last year I found out she was mixed with something magical and handed her off to Sarah at the magical menagerie, hoping she'd have better luck." Harry barely managed to utter a proper thank you before running as fast as he could through the exit, entering the much noisier shop moments later. He waited for the saleswoman, a young witch with short, curly auburn hair, to finish with another customer. Harry didn't need to expand his senses to feel the heat rising to her cheeks or increase in her heart rate as he approached. He only now realized his face was plastered with a smile of pure joy. He needed to be more careful about showing off his teeth like that. He didn't want to cause accidents with it. Not to sound like Lockhart, but it had happened before. Excuse me," Harry said, trying to put on a more professional air. "I'm looking for a magical snowy owl I'm told you have in stock." "Oh, are you sure?" The saleswoman, Nicole according to her name tag, backtracked. "She's a bit temperamental." "That's the one," Harry confirmed, his smile returning. Nicole mimicked the manager from Elop's in skeptically glancing him up and down before relenting. She led him through the towering stacks of cages for several minutes in silence, or as close to silence as things could get in this particular store. Harry had never been this deep into the warehouse-sized menagerie and would have otherwise been ignorant to how gargantuan it was. "Here we are," Nicole announced as they entered a more open area. The large stacks of cages parted around a desk on which a single golden cage sat. Harry fought back the tears at the sight of what sat inside the cage. It wasn't the tears of joy he expected to shed at seeing her. For how could he be happy to see his magnificent friend hunched over, eyes staring at the ground instead of skyward where she belonged? If there were such a thing as a hunchbacked owl, Hedwig looked rather close to being one, and the lack of exercise over the years had plumped her up into an unhealthy shape. That shape being round. Oh no. What have they done to you, Hedwig? He whispered as he approached the desk and kneeled beside her cage. She didn't even look up at him as he approached, but nor did she shuffle away on her perch. It made sense that she wouldn't recognize the name, as did her sequestering away from the other animals. The owl had never gotten along well with other animals, feathered or not. And as Harry listened to the screeching, squeaking, and squawking of the veritable zoo around them, the reason for Hedwig's deep depression became rather obvious. How much? Harry asked without looking up at the young saleswoman. Are you sure you want her? Nicole asked. How much? He repeated pointedly, still examining Hedwig's plumage, which was blessedly healthy and clean. Oh, I think we charge 18 galleons for Jobberknolls, and she's only a quarter, so she'd come out to 12 galleons. He reached into the heavy sack on his waist and handed the witch the money. Harry opened the wretched cage as soon as she started counting the coinage. Only then did Hedwig look up at him. Come on, girl, he said, putting his forearm out near the cage door for her to jump onto. I'm busting you out of this joint. Hedwig blinked at him in confusion. Her head flicked down to his arm and back to his face several times as she considered him with obvious confusion. He knew her to be suspicious and uncooperative at the best of times, and this was decidedly not the best of times. Eventually, she did hop along her cage and onto his outstretched arm. It went a long way to helping him overcome his disappointment at her lack of recognition. Oh, you're heavy, he grumbled as he lifted the owl up to his face. Yeah, Nicole said. We tried to put her on a diet several times, but it always ended in disaster. Harry could only snort at that. Yeah, Hedwig didn't do diets. When she'd gotten unhealthily large in his 4th year from all the bacon he'd been feeding her, he had to start helping her exercise. He even managed to train her in several flying formations on the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch with the book on hawk training he dug up in the library. He doubted that same routine would work on her this time. Could she even fly anymore? His good humor vanished as Hedwig returned to her earlier posture of staring blankly at the ground. He buried his face in her plumage, like he used to do on particularly rough days. She reacted by standing at full height, holding her head away from him. It was a posture that showed clear discomfort, and Harry imagined any one of his other friends would react in a similar way if he came right up to them and gave them such an emotional embrace. He didn't care, even if it was just for a second. He needed to breathe in the familiar smell of her feathers and convince himself this was real. If you would kindly follow me so we can fill out the bill of sale and transfer ownership to you, Nicole told him. I would like that, Harry said, removing his face from the part Jobberknoll's chest. They were nearly upon the front desk and register when he paused and glanced around the shop. Against all odds, he had found his favorite animal in the world, one he had seen die in his. The likelihood that his second favorite animal yet lived was much more favorable. Crookshanks? He called out more questioningly than demandingly. He turned to look at the sound of padded feet on wood and saw the familiar bottlebrush tail descend from a stack of crates near the front door. The Partneasel walked up to him as if they were already acquainted. The feline didn't act like most cats and followed instruction from a completely different set of instincts. Its instincts, instead of demanding rudeness at every opportunity like a normal cat, commanded it to obey instruction from those who were trustworthy, which Crookshanks must sense Harry was. I'll be taking him too, Harry ordered. Ollivander's signature stamp was a godsend, as no amount of galleons would have earned him ownership of the 2 animals without naming the new owner. It broke Harry's heart to give somebody else temporary ownership of the 2 animals, but he'd transfer the deeds to himself at the first opportunity. Will you need a cage or kennel for them? Nicole offered. Nope, Harry rejected. 21 galleons lighter, Harry made to exit the store. Come on, you two. I'm taking you home, Harry commanded them. You've been kept waiting long enough. Crookshanks followed him with ease, and neither made a single complaint or sign of wanting to run off on their own as they walked down Diagon Alley. Harry took them straight back to the Leaky Cauldron, intent on spending the rest of the day with them. His business with Gringotts could wait. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish. Materials. Prices subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. Harry spent the rest of that day playing with his animal companions. His attempts at exercising Hedwig boiled down to playing fetch with a foam ball he bought for the occasion. He'd never seen an owl run after a ball before. It was oddly adorable, especially with their comically long legs. The experiment certainly answered his question on whether or not she could fly anymore. He later cast a weight reduction charm on her, but that only served to spook her and make his forearms resemble the wallpaper of the Shrieking Shack. Neither were particularly fond of cuddling, and so they slept apart. In time, he knew Crookshanks would come around to sleeping on his feet, but like any other cat, he was nervous in new environments. Sadly, he had to leave early the next morning as per his agreement with Garrick. "All right, I left you both enough food to last several days, so I expect to come home tonight to 2 fully alive animals," he told them. That means no eating each other. They both stared at him stupidly. Despite being rather brilliant animals, they were still just animals. "Okay, goodbye," Harry said. He closed the door and made to lock it, but thinking better of it, he opened the door again and interrupted a glaring contest the two started in his absence. A few charms later, and their claws and teeth/beak were left as dull as a troll. They could settle there. Differences all they wanted now, and Harry could be confident that when he next saw them, their worst injuries will be a couple bruises. He spent his 3rd day in this new world manning the counter to Ollivander's shop. He agreed to take over until such time as Garrick finished studying his memories, which Harry knew would take several weeks of full-time effort on the old man's part. On the positive side of things, sorting wands to new students was both fun and easy. Most of these children waited a day or two after getting their letters before coming to Diagon Alley, especially the Muggleborns whose parents justifiably worried they were being pranked. Harry spotted several Hogwarts professors escorting families towards Gringotts after a short tour of the alley before vanishing to pick up another family and repeat the process. He chiefly observed from afar Hagrid, Minerva, Dumbledore himself, shockingly enough, Filius, Pomona, and Severus. But there were a good dozen other faces he didn't recognize amongst the Muggleborn escorts, one of whom he thought could have been Remus, but he looked far too youthful and put together to be his favorite defense against the dark arts teacher and quasi-uncle. He supposed they only took the families that far, so they could exchange the currency and work through buying the list of supplies on their own. He imagined it would be one incredible experience making your way through the wizarding market with your parents, like a rite of passage. All of you discovering the wizarding world together at the same time sounded, well, magical. He didn't harass the students or their muggle parents to ask them about it. He knew they'd be getting those same questions from other shopkeepers, and he didn't want to be a nuisance. Oddly enough, he got more returning students than new ones. Some came in to use a self-service wand waxer that Harry somehow never noticed sitting in the corner. Others came to check if there was a better match for them in the new stock of wands, something Harry would never have dreamed of checking for himself, and others still came in for replacements or spares. None bothered to ask him who he was or why Ollivander wasn't manning the counter. Harry figured that they all made their own assumptions regarding his identity and relationship to Garrick. He was happy to remain ignorant of their inner thoughts. The only real shock he received was when Bellatrix Lestrange walked right through the front door. He was rather proud of his success at hiding his expression when his eyes nearly popped out of his head at the sight of her. At first, he almost thought it was Andromeda, having mistaken the eldest black sister for Bellatrix. When they first met, this world's Bellatrix looked even more like her sister. Her clothes were clean, her hair was combed, and she looked perfectly sane. "Good morning," she greeted noncommittally before tossing her wand on the counter without a care. "Good morning. How may I help you today, miss?" Harry waved for her to introduce herself. "Miss will do just fine," she said, "and I was hoping you could repair my wand." Harry picked up and eyed the wand more like a club in appearance. But there was no physical indication of damage. "And what is wrong with it?" Harry asked. "Lately it has been—" She paused to think. "Disobedient. Don't imagine her in a dominatrix outfit. Don't imagine her in a dominatrix outfit. Must not imagine her in a dominatrix outfit." "What's a dominatrix outfit?" Bellatrix asked. "Oh no. Is she in my head?" Legilimens. "Young man, you are speaking out loud. Well, that cinches it. She knows too much. She must die. Bring it on. You scrawny little ponce. Wandless and Starkers, I can take you on any day of the week." "Well then, now that the joke is past, let me take a closer look at this disobedient wand of yours and see if I can find your problem." He sidestepped, liking this version of Bellatrix more and more. She played along with his semi-sane sense of humor, which always earned somebody a few points in his book. It took all of 2 milliseconds to find the issue once he stretched his magical senses. But he used this opportunity to examine the woman across from him as well. No dark mark. That was interesting. She still had a decidedly dark aura, though, but so do many law-abiding witches and wizards who just favor darker magic. She was still very much a fighter and probably a killer. Her wand testified to such. He could feel the litany of curses to have passed through the wand in recent days. He also found himself surprised by her physique. H wouldn't have imagined her to be fit enough to sport a six-pack underneath that thick Victorian dress. Professional dueler training and good diet will do that, to a witch he supposed. "Well, I found the issue," he told her as he gingerly placed her wand back on the counter. "It's good you brought it in when you did. I recommend getting a permanent replacement." "Why? What's wrong with it?" Bellatrix asked. "Do you know what a wand blockage is?" Ari asked. She shook her head. "Imagine a pipe." Harry began. "Okay," Bellatrix said. "The kind that carries water." Harry elaborated. "Got it," Bellatrix said. "Now imagine the pipe bulging at a spot because of too much pressure. That's kind of what's happening inside of your wand. There's a buildup of magic inside of it. Whenever you cast a spell, the blockage absorbs some or all of it, and sometimes counters it completely." Bellatrix nodded inquisitively. "That explains why my spells have been weaker as of late. Is there a way to clear the blockage?" Harry winced at the question. "Yes, but it's dangerous. I've seen it happen twice. One time I saw a wand clear the blockage by explosively casting golden flames. It was like a superpowered spell and was pretty amazing," he explained, leaving out the fact that it was his wand that did this along with his wand acting of its own will, as some phoenix feather wands tend to do. "Another time, I saw a wand clear the blockage by explosively backfiring a killing curse on the caster. It was very awesome, just not for the caster. The difference with that situation was that the Elder Wand is supposed to have magical blockage along its length. It was one of the defining principles of how the wand worked. It had 5 such blockages. 1 for transfiguration, 1 for curses, 1 for charms, 1 for healing spells, and 1 for counterspells or defensive magic. There were actual knots in the thestral hair running along its length tied around splinters of different types of wood. A fir splinter for the transfiguration knot, an elm splitter for charms, yew for curses, willow for healing spells, and rowan for protective magic and counterspells. Whoever designed the Elder Wand was a genius. Each knot would charge when a spell of another knot's type was cast, and only expel the buildup when a spell of its type was cast. Harry came to call it the Gambler's Wand, because in order to get the best results, you'd have to cycle through the spell types in the same order each time and hope your opponent didn't pick up on this trend. If they did, they could just wait for a harmless healing spell to mount a proper offensive. Dumbledore was good at using spells that always looked like offensive spells, and in creatively using the transfiguration or healing slot and predicting the right time to use a counter. To design a wand to use what most would consider a dangerous flaw, and not just design around it, but incorporate that flaw as a core feature was the epitome of brilliance. And this was just one of the features unique to the Elder Wand. Of course, if you kept using the same type of spell, or the same exact spell in Voldemort's case, over and over again, you'd overload the particular knot and probably die. That was the main reason Harry survived that battle with Voldemort. The fact that he was the Elder Wand's true master made backfiring even more likely when it was used against him, which seemed like something Dumbledore would have planned for. And I'm guessing it's more likely to just backfire on me? Bellatrix broke him out of his reverie. Oh right, other people. Those exist. You better deal with this one. Most likely, yes. It's possible to remove the blockage by casting a powerful enough spell of a different type. For example, some kid tries to cast a Patronus and it causes a blockage. In order to cancel it out, he would have to cast a dark curse of equal power. Harry explained, and even then, it takes a lot of attempts to get right, and it can be deadly. The Immaculate Woman nodded thoughtfully as she stared at her wand. Okay, I'll need a replacement, but I want to try and repair it anyways. She concluded. Harry made a show of raising an objecting eyebrow at her, but stretched his senses to find a match for her all the same. I understand if you're attached to it and don't want to let it go, but it really is liable to kill you, or worse me. Harry warned. She answered by way of shrugging. It's not like that. Not exactly. I'm just curious to see what will happen. She confessed. It was a very endearing answer to give a madman like Harry. Harry closed up shop for the day, soon after getting her a new, hopefully spare, wand and rushing her out. Ollivanders closed well before dark on most days, earlier than most shops and long before Gringotts' his next destination. He tried to tell Garrick he was leaving, but the old man probably didn't hear him, what with his head shoulders deep in a pensive. Somehow, he'd already come to terms with the fact that most people in this world wouldn't necessarily be like they were in his. In the case of Bellatrix, he was pleasantly surprised to discover what he thought was an adrenaline junkie with a proper Leda-like veneer. He handled it rather well, or so he thought. Right now, his greatest fear was that he might encounter somebody in this world who was reprehensibly evil but failed to act because of how much he loved them in his world, or because he worried that he might be misjudging them based on his prior experiences with their counterpart. When he found himself chained to an uncomfortable chair across Director Ragnarok with 5 guards pointing an assortment of spears, swords, and maces at him, he thanked his lucky stars that at least goblins were the same across dimensions. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 4 Banking Troubles. Chapter 4. Banking Troubles. Harry watched Ragnarok sift through the documents in his hands as he consulted whatever information they held. He paused only to compare what he read to the devices on his desk. It was a rather nice desk. Mahogany, polished to a metallic sheen, and most beautifully of all providing a vast barrier between the righteously angry midget and Harry, though sadly not the armed guard keeping him in the chain chair. His ability to stretch his senses and examine the devices, or the chains which bound him, was severely hampered by the amazing ward schema of this world's Gringotts. Entering through the front door had been like walking through several layers of molasses, vinegar, and olive oil. It was a thing of beauty, so intricately weaved that Harry couldn't discern where one ward ended and another began. He'd been so enthralled by the overpowering sensation of the goblin magic that he failed to react in time as an army of guards descended upon him like a rugby team. A rugby team composed of especially tiny and especially ugly players, even by the beauty standards set by the average athlete specializing in the sport. Resorting to using his eyes, of all things, to examine the devices, he easily deduced what some of them were. Some indicated vault numbers, others loan eligibility, but when he couldn't make heads or tails of kept beeping and displaying a red light. What does the beeping one do? Harry dared to ask when he gave up on figuring it out himself. Ragnarok didn't look up from his papers. It's an alarm to indicate when a person who has stolen from Gringotts has entered the premises. He said simply, "What?" But Harry hadn't stolen from Gringotts before, or at least not this one. So how would the wards here have recognized him? Either the records of his theft transcended dimensions, or the wards mark a person as a thief, and that mark stays on the person, not in a magical record kept here. Harry concluded out loud. This time the old goblin really did look up. Impressive reasoning skills, he said as he placed the documents aside. He motioned for Harry to continue. I'm guessing whatever stain was placed on my magical signature cannot be removed? Ragnock nodded. But the wards in the bank proper can be taught to ignore it, or the stain modified if the transgression was forgiven or justified. The latter, Ragnock said simply. That certainly explained why Harry never had trouble with his own bank in his own world. There's just one problem, the branch director added. The identification markers in your stain also indicates the vault number and the processing ID of the object stolen. Harry nodded. He could see where this was going. The processing ID is for an object that does not exist, let alone in the vault indicated by your mark. Or so says the auditors I sent down to check. Ragnock told him, and there was no questioning the veracity of a claim made by goblin auditors. A malfunctioning ward, then? Harry offered with a grin that clearly showed even he didn't believe such a possibility. My thoughts exactly, even though such a thing has never happened before. If it were only one ward malfunctioning, we would have contracted you to help fix the flaw. Problem is, multiple wards are all saying impossible things, leading us to believe that they are not malfunctioning. Harry noted the goblin's use of the word contracted to describe what would have been a much uglier form of employment. Tell me, Mr. Potter, what is it that you saw fit to steal from the Lestrange vault in the future? A loud ringing sound filled Harry's ears, a ringing sound that had nothing to do with the noisy contraptions in front of him and everything to do with his brain stuttering like a fax machine in his panic. He racked his mind for some possible explanation for how they could know his name or lineage. They hadn't taken blood from him for an inheritance test. Of that he was sure. They certainly hadn't breached the tungsten missile silo vault door he called an acclimacy barrier. As he eliminated possibility after possibility, he was left with one incredibly improbable solution to this riddle. Eliminate the impossible, and what you're left with, no matter how improbable, is the truth. He surprised everyone in the room with his uproarious laughter. You brilliant bastards, he said between fits. The blood tests and keys are all a sham. Your wards identify a person and their blood relations the moment they walk through that door. That was the only explanation. Their wards recognized him as the son of James Potter and likely Lily Evans, assuming she hadn't married in this world. That alone could be explained as him being their lost bastard son, or hidden child. But combined with the non-existent theft, reconciliation, and whatever else they had detected, they must have figured out the truth. Just like he had through a process of elimination. Ragnock returned his smile with rows of needle-like teeth, and Harry knew his friendship with the old goblin transcended dimensions. I assure you, Mr. Potter, that they are not a sham. Our wards can only detect immediate blood relations. Providing keys and tests both give a sense of security to our customers and the funds raised from. Issuing them goes towards maintenance, allowing us to forego usurious practices through fees, rampant stock market speculation, or interest rates on credit. Harry nodded. God, but did he ever love goblins? Formalities hold power over those who believe in them. Harry repeated the ancient goblin saying. Or so you once told me, sir. Ragnock leaned back and waved for the guards holding an array of weapons to his throat to stop doing so. The chains remained tightly fastened to his limbs. I see. So we were rather close in your world, he said more than asked. Harry shrugged. We weren't exactly friends, but I did reconcile with your nation after the theft in question. It was done for purposes of making war, not for personal gain. With much concession, we worked past our differences. Harry explained. Ragnock nodded, his hands folded in front of his mouth thoughtfully. Am I right to feel confident in the belief that you had a good reason for stealing what you had, Mr. Potter? He asked. Harry hesitated before answering. It did save a lot of lives, he admitted, but it was still a crime and a sin, only offset by the fact that the item was itself stolen in the first place. Harry explained. Ragnock nodded. Harry knew the answer he wanted to hear and provided it. All he needed to know was if Harry was a theft risk in the future as well. He didn't exactly have any legal claim on him, not even under goblin law. No crime had actually been committed, nor was it at risk of being committed. As such, The chains keeping him to the chair vanished. Very well then. What services can I provide you with today, Mr. Potter? Ragnock offered. Seeing as I interrupted your day, I shall assist you personally. Do not become accustomed to such favoritism. That was top-notch service indeed. Ragnock rarely did any frontline work himself unless it was for a particularly wealthy customer or to correct mistakes or harm caused by Gringotts itself. This was clearly the latter. Open a bank account, deposit my paycheck, and buy a matrilineal inheritance test. If you were willing to waive the testing fee, I would consider this entire debacle forgiven. Harry told the goblin. Then waived it shall be. Send for ingots. Ragnock ordered. A few minutes later, the head of inheritance, an even more elderly and ornately dressed goblin than Ragnock, joined them in the office and made preparations for the inheritance ritual. Harry recognized the expense and fashionability of the goblin's clothes not as a pompous display, but as a means of honoring the more senior workers within Gringotts. It wasn't a matter of expense or even duck-waving, though goblins were as guilty of that as humans in positions of management, but instead recognition of his service. The process was rather mundane. Harry merely had to write his name on a heavily enchanted and potion-soaked piece of parchment with a specialized quill. The writing implement was metallic and wrote in his blood. It took exactly 7 drops of the life-giving liquid to write out all of the information he needed. The use of the writer's blood was the sole reason the process was legally regarded as a ritual. Harry had already done this ritual before in his own world, and it was just as mind-numbingly boring the second time. The only difference this time was his request to only check and access his maternal inheritance. It would not do for his father to get a bank notice telling him of Harry's existence. He knew his mother's line descended from a series of squibs who escaped into the Muggle world in search of a life worth living. As such, the squiggly diagram of a family tree the parchment displayed held no surprises. Centuries of either Muggle or female descendants up until this point prevented any claimants to the long and used vaults of certain wizarding families. Lack of male heirs was a huge problem for goblin-run banks. If you had a few hours to spare, you could easily broach the topic with a bar-hopping goblin, and they will wax on about stagnant wealth going unused and the good in the world gone undone from lack of investment and business loans as a consequence. It especially enraged goblins because they, like Hebrews and Naxos, determined inheritance and lineage on the maternal side. Why the sadistic race universally despised Talmudic Judaism, as you could also discover by broaching the topic over a bar table, was beyond him. The only group goblins hated more was the Jesuits, for similar reasons. Weirdly, they had nothing negative to say about Naxos, even though Hermione tried to coax one to at a bar once. Instead, all she got was anti-Semitic ranting. The ritual eventually concluded and displayed 2 inheritances. Morgan Estate, designated by Lord Nathaniel Grier Morgan of the noble house of Morgan, 1897. Wentworth family, designated by Eloise Harriet Wentworth, 1980. Harry couldn't decide whether to frown or smirk. There had been more names in his world, to be sure, but one of these was new. He didn't even recognize Wentworth as a vague memory, but surmised it was yet another line wiped out by this Voldemort's pointless war. That is unfortunate. Ink got aloud with a sigh. Frown. Definitely frown. Why is that? Harry demanded. Both of the older goblins groaned as they clearly searched for a diplomatic way to share the news. All liquid assets and properties of the Morgan and Wentworth lines were seized by the Ministry in order to provide. Ragnock paused to think of a word. Remunerations for victims of DMLE investigations that failed to lead to convictions. Harry allowed the growl to escape his throat unimpeded. He knew openly fuming at the Ministry's tendency to take that which belonged to others was only outstripped by the similar proclivities of Muggle governments. Hiding his rage at this turn of events would only offend his hosts, who appreciated honest displays of justified wrath. Knowing that the money and property stolen from him was siphoned off to Death Eaters to recoup their losses from bribing their way out of prison nearly made him lose control of his magic. A knock on the door interrupted his angsting. And now for the good news. Only it said, as a surly-looking goblin youth handed him a stack of folders. Both estates did have investments in companies and stocks whose dividends have, up until now, been siphoned away by the Ministry. Inkgot explained. Harry let a smile grace his face. Wait, this Ministry of Magic had wealth taxes on stocks and options? Or was this also just a condition of remuneration for Death Eaters? And now that I can claim ownership, all future dividends go to me? Harry asked. The older goblins nodded. If you'd like, we can sell the stocks and bonds and open a vault to store the liquidated assets. Ragnarok offered. Harry looked at his friend in confusion. Now, why would we want to do that? From what Harry knew about them, goblins despised hoarders, as they were called. They believed that people with money should use that money to better the world, not by giving it away to worthless charities that rarely achieve their goals and more often than not achieve the exact opposite of their mission statements. Aimless and ineffective philanthropy is a sin. Fuck all that. Want to change the world? Go loan money to create businesses that will hire people and drag them kicking and screaming out of poverty. Go fund the research and development of new technology that will raise the standard of living to the point that the poor of today live better lives than the kings of yesterday. Fund projects and ambitions to rival the 7 wonders of the ancient world and succeed or fail. At least you can say you were part of something cool. That's how goblins roll. They believe in a form of philanthropic commerce. So why was a Gringotts branch manager suggesting he abandon such efforts? Well, Mr. Potter, Morgan, Harry corrected. He needed an alias, and it would serve him well to take the name he knew would entitle him to a seat on the Wisingamat and Hogwarts Board of Governors. He needed to get on top of finding somebody for that. Well, Mr. Morgan, Ragnarok amended. Most of your inherited investments have lost value due to recent market forces. We are required to recommend, for your financial benefit, that you abandon these investments. Ah, so that was it. Director, we humans have a term for describing people who abandon bear markets for the safety of mattress stuffing. A term you might like. Harry said. Ragnarok considered Harry for a moment. And what do you call them, Mr. Morgan? He asked. Pussies, Harry said pointedly. Harry soon found himself practicing his new signature on a mountain of documents. Hadrian Edward Morgan had officially entered the arena. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 5. Dueling Preliminaries. Chapter 5. Dueling Preliminaries. Harry stared at the eagle owl perched on his windowsill. He knew this eagle owl, and for the life of him, he couldn't fathom a reason why Draco Malfoy would be writing him directly. He must have spent an entire minute glaring at it suspiciously while it glared back. Wanting to get on with his day, Harry relented and approached the bird, noting sourly that Hedwig seemed completely nonplussed by the foreign owl, something his Hedwig would not be okay with. He took the letter and balked at the name on the envelope. Oh, that explains why you're here, Swash, Harry said to Draco's owl. Somehow he'd completely forgotten that Bellatrix was Draco's aunt. With her sane in this world, surely they were closer as well. Close enough for him to lend her his owl, at least. He deduced from this that she either lived with the Malfoys or visited them semi-regularly. He filed that information away for later as Swash flew away. Well, now the sum total of my packing includes you two in a letter, Harry said to Hedwig and Crookshanks. Man, I sure do love not having a lot of crap to pack. With the sun freshly risen, his time at the Leaky Cauldron was at an end. Garrick had already agreed to let him move into his apprentice room above the store, and it was a godsend in terms of saving money. Living somewhere rent-free is always a great boon. Pocketing the unopened letter, he picked up Hedwig and left his hotel room for the last time. Crookshanks followed in his wake as he passed through the Leaky Cauldron and meandered down Diagon Alley. Using the signet ring Garrick had given him to open the front door, he entered the shop and made a beeline upstairs to the apprentice bedroom as quietly as he could. The room was as Spartan as he remembered, but the lack of a second bed was decidedly odd to him. In his time studying there back in 2000, the only reason Garrick had two beds in there was because Luna and him had to share the room. Of course, the spare bed went completely unused, with Luna preferring to share his during their 3 months together. What a wonderful 3 months it had been. The longest relationship he'd ever had up until that point. Then he had to go and ruin it by calling it a relationship. Where are we going? What do we call what we have? These were the questions he had asked Luna. She had answered them by laughing in his face. Feeling sufficiently heartbroken and used, he had quit his failed apprenticeship with Ollivander. Mostly because he just didn't have Luna's knack for wand lore, and it showed in his lack of progress. But also because they had hit a roadblock in their research into the Eldar wand and Twin Phoenix core wands. Plus, he needed to get away from the woman who had turned him into a fuckboy, only to then deny him the relationship he wanted. It had taken a lot of time and a lot of flings to get over the heartbreak from that one. By the time Hermione intervened by telling him to stop being such a man whore, he was already over it and was dating Daphne exclusively, which led to a whole host of new concerns by his best friend. In time, Daphne would prove all of those concerns wrong, even if they didn't stay together either. It had been a rather terse conversation. He never thought he'd hear the sentence, "You can't get rid of heartache by drowning it with booze or burying it in every vagina in the nation," come out of Hermione Granger's mouth, and yet he had. And he would wind up repeating them to her whenever she got on his case after that. It was an instant classic in terms of Granger wisdom. With Hedwig and Crookshanks comfortably situated in his new room, Harry finally went downstairs to begin the day. Standing behind the counter and watching the alley fill with morning light had been a great start to his days back when he worked here in his time. Nobody came in this early, but an early, relaxing start to the day was the best start to a day. "Welp, let's see what crazy McCrazaface wants," Harry said to himself as he withdrew the letter from his breast pocket. He ripped it open, and out fell 2 Quidditch tickets and a letter. Disregarding the tickets, he opened the letter to give it a read. To Garrick Ollivander's apprentice. "We did not exchange names during my visit to your shop, and that was mostly due to my rudeness. Allow me to remedy this mistake by finally introducing myself. My name is Bellatrix Black, and it was a pleasure meeting you. I am writing this letter to you with an apology gift to show my sincerest gratitude. You showed incredible patience in both tolerating my sunny disposition and in situating me with a new wand so quickly. I hope to meet you again soon. Should you accept and use this gift, I believe I shall. I am still hoping you will arrange a time and day to help me repair my first wand. Yours sincerely, Bellatrix Black. P.S. I asked my niece what a dominatrix was. I usually do not appreciate such crude humor, but I must admit the mental image of somebody chaining their disobedient wand to a bedpost and whipping it with a leather cat of 9 tails is rather humorous indeed. Niece? Was Draco Malfoy born female in this universe? That was a frightening thought, unless of course Bellatrix was referring to Nymphadora, who seemed more likely to know what a dominatrix was. But the fact that the letter was sent with Draco's eagle owl instead of the Tonks family owl suggested the former. The idea of Bellatrix being on good terms with both the Malfoys and the Tonks seemed unlikely. Then again, he had no idea of Andromeda even. Married Ted and produced that wonderful metamorph and mother to his godson. Now he was thinking of little Teddy again. Why was the slightest thought of his godson the thing that always brought down his mood? "I never took you for a dueling buff," Ollivander said offhandedly as he walked past to unlock the front door. "Figured you were more into Quidditch. When did you have the time to get tickets for the preliminaries?" Harry looked back down at the tickets, and, sure enough, the symbol for the Dueling League was plastered onto both. It consisted of 2 wands crossed in combat over 2 swords crossed in combat. You had me pegged correctly. Never been to watch a dueling tournament before in my life, Harry admitted. These tickets came with a thank you note. "From whom?" Garrick asked, his curiosity now obviously piqued. "A nice lady who came in yesterday with a blockage in her wand. I got her a new spare and promised to set up an appointment to help her try and clear it," Harry explained, feigning ignorance as to her name. "Letter is signed Bellatrix Black. Oh, she's won a few championships. One of the best duelists in the women's league here in sunny England." Garrick explained, walking over. Harry had zero difficulty believing that Bellatrix was a dueling champion. It was the idea that she wasn't fighting and killing in the war that boggled his mind. "When is the match?" Garrick asked. Harry turned the tickets back around to read the details. "Today," Harry said before looking at his watch and comparing it to the time listed on the tickets. "In 30 minutes. Garrick grabbed his coat from the hanger beside the counter. "Well, let's head on out then," Garrick insisted. "Business is slow on Wednesdays anyways, especially this early." Harry shrugged and followed him out the front door, locking it behind him. With a wave of his wand, he conjured a small sign on the over the window with his chicken scratched, declaring they were away. Intricate conjurations like this were better done with wands. He could never get the texture and lettering right wandlessly. Busy watching hot babes beat the piss out of each other. "Come back later." Harry followed Garrick down the alley towards the nosy pair of judgmental aurors. Operating or flowing directly into or out of Diagon Alley was forbidden, so they'd flow from the leaky cauldron. "Where are we going?" Garrick asked as he reached for the pot of flu powder. Harry checked the tickets again. "Cork Quidditch Stadium," Harry said. The Cork Warlocks are sponsoring the preliminaries this year." "Are they?" "Well, I know who I'm cheering on this season," Garrick told him as he grabbed a fistful of flu. "The corkscrew." Ollivander called out, only to vanish in a flash of green flames. Harry recognized it as the name of the popular wizarding pub in Cork and followed suit. He landed on Irish soil seconds later, untangling himself from the heap on the ground he had become. "Wow, not a fan of flu travel, are you?" Garrick said. He helped Harry up. "Not a fan of any kind of magical travel. Save broomstick," Harry admitted as he brushed himself off. "Long walk to the stadium?" "Nope. Right up the street. 30-minute walk tops." "Garrick, just side along me," Harry insisted. Garrick obliged, and a few seconds later, they were standing on the pier of an island halfway between Roche's Point and Weaver's Point. Roche's Point Lighthouse was on clear display and was almost in throwing distance. The only part of the island visible to Muggles was known as Harbor Rock on the north side. The rest of the island was a Quidditch pitch with no stands save the grassy hills surrounding it. All open air, picnic seating. Harry had played here twice during his Quidditch career, both on sunny, breezy days. Thankfully, the European Quidditch League played from late spring to early autumn, so they didn't have to deal with the frigid rain or snowstorms Cork Bay sometimes got. And apparently so did the British and Irish dueling leagues. Nobody liked dueling or flying with 50-km/h sleet and hail flying into their face. "Well, let's go find our seats," Garrick said. They walked up to the small gazebo that served as a gate, which seemed rather pointless seeing as there were no fences or wards preventing people from just walking past them, save the two conductors and wide-open view of the entire island that would have any freeloader spotted and promptly booted in half a second. "Tickets, please," the blonde conductor asked in a voice far deeper than his frail appearance would indicate. Harry presented them to the conductors, who promptly ripped both in half, handing the pair their stubs. "Seats A5 and A6. Follow the white markings on the grass. Should be just to the right of the entrance," the blonde man said boredly. Harry and Garrick walked through the gazebo and onto the grassy field. The rings of the Quidditch pitch were far to the right and far to the left, with the stands surrounding it all the way to the lapping shore. Most of the free ground space was already taken up by people and their blankets. Many had even brought along picnic baskets. Harry was certain they were magically expanded to be larger on the inside than the outside, and were probably full of food and booze. "Here we are," Garrick announced when they reached a spot of grass with white lettering declaring them A5 and A6. Harry conjured a thick wool blanket over the two spots and got comfortable. The stands were sloped, like perfect hills surrounding the pitch, so they could all see over each other's heads towards the action. Harry had never seen a Quidditch pitch cordoned off into squares like this, although he supposed it wasn't that shocking of a change to be made to a Quidditch pitch compared to a magic hedge grove. Each squared-off section had folding chairs surrounding it and a judge's desk where absolutely ancient witches and wizards sat, talking. The regular folding chairs seated the many ladies intent on participating in the preliminaries here. Harry spotted the mess of curly black hair he attributed to Voldemort's right hand in the square directly in front of them. Clearly, Bellatrix had picked these seats out specifically for them. That, or she was entitled as a participant to invite two people to watch her, and everybody else had blown her off. Harry could recognize a gift of last resort. Their seats had them right behind two large men. They had the kind of body type of men who worked hard labor but didn't eat well or control their drink. The kind of muscular fat that made women swoon. Buff fat. They were buff fat. So, what exactly is the purpose of these preliminary matches? Harry asked Garrick once they were both comfortable. Partly as tryout matches to judge who should be allowed into proper matches at all, but mostly for sportsmanship and strategy forming. Garrick explained, these preliminary duels have none of the pressure or rewards of real duels, so the participants can have a more relaxed spar to better gauge each other to come up with training regimens and strategies for their real duels. Oh, so it's like a preseason game? Has no bearing on later matchups or rankings, just good fun and warm-up for the real deal. Harry clarified, exactamuno. Garrick said, also, keep an ear to the ground. Literally. The markings on the grass are speakers connected to our nearest dueling square, specifically the announcer. No sooner did the words leave Garrick's mouth than did the announcer pipe up from the ground. Good morning, loyalists and special guests of participants alike. In Ring A today, we have some fan favorites returning and some fresh bloke vying for a chance to compete. On the docket today for contestants new to the scene includes recent Hogwarts graduate Alicia Spinnet. Harry blinked at the name and did a double take as the dark-skinned girl stood up from her folding chair in the pitch below. He hadn't recognized her, but he hadn't been looking for her either. She hadn't been a duelist in his world. Recent migrant from South Africa, Bathory Hendricks, no relation. Also trying her hand at dueling for the first time is Hogwarts professor and survivalist expert Elvira de Santiago. The announcer went on. Harry sat up straighter to get a look at the women in question as they were announced. Each stood up to bow to each other and the judges as they were called. Miss Hendricks was an even darker and seemingly even younger woman than Alicia. She kept a clean-shaven head and a bright orange scarf. Of course, he was more interested in this Hogwarts professor, whom he assumed was the latest person Abelus has suckered into the cursed defense position. She looked nothing like the mistress of darkness. For one, she was a golden-brown Hispanic woman instead of the pale, white horror hostess. For another, she was all muscle and lacked the cartoonishly over-exaggerated cleavage that Cassandra Peterson boasted. Still, she was a handsome woman and was in no way ugly. Classic tomboy look. Kind of reminded him of a dark-skinned, more rugged Tonks. All this combined with her short, cropped hair, and she looked like Elvira on opposite day. Needless to say, Harry already liked her. Couldn't wait to see how she fought. For returning duelists, we have two-time dueling champion Bellatrix Black. And while she may never have won a championship, we also have head of the DMLE Amelia Bones. Harry blinked again as the older redhead, whom he was thankful had not been assassinated in the last month as in his timeline, stood up and bowed. He guessed with her being the head of the DMLE, she didn't see field work very often and had to keep her combat skills sharpened somehow. Dueling for sport seemed as good a way for her to do that as any. It was the final of the 6 names in Pit A that made Harry blink the hardest. Finally, we have one-time champion Ariana Fig returning for her 5th season. Notes: many of you have complained that the rewrite/hyperedit so far hasn't been that much different, save for the things I removed. You are all absolutely correct, and I have felt terribly embarrassed about all of this. I really am sorry. But as you can see, we are finally to the point where things are being added. This entire chapter is brand new from whole cloth, and I am very happy with it. The same is true for the new Chapter 6, which I'm already as proud of as I am this one. I say that knowing full well that the next 5 chapters after that will be almost completely unchanged save for things being removed and small scenes being added. Particularly the following things. Things being added or taken away. There will be much more time with Bellatrix and Harry dating. A lot more time with these two. Starting with this chapter, actually. More time with Dumbledore being confused. Specifically confused. Somehow his brilliant mind coming with ingenious but incorrect explanations for the enigma that is Hadrian Morgan is a huge hit, and I'm going to stuff the story full of it because pretty much all of my patrons demanded it. I don't bash Dumbledore, ever, but picking on him is funny. More time with Lily and the Marauders. And now the grandparents' generation as well. Once I figure out which pair of names to use for Harry's grandparents. None of you reviewers seem to agree on that one. I also need to figure out which members of their generation are still alive. Walburga, Cygnus, Abraxas, etc. I am removing and have removed the friendship with the Goblin Nation. I am removing the entire religious artifacts plotline. I am removing the flashbacks to Harry's world. Even those with the Department of Mysteries, even though it is very important for later chapters. Except maybe the one with Draco and Dudley. I am keeping the Voldemort/Tom Riddle POV chapters. Was going to split them into a separate story, but they're just too good. If Net simply had an insert new chapter between 4 and 5 and renumber the ones after that, I wouldn't have deleted a single chapter under 13, which is where the big changes start. Sadly, this isn't Excel spreadsheets. Anyways, I plan to churn out the less than stellar C, relatively unchanged chapters as quickly as possible, so you all don't have to suffer through them too much. Thank you all again for your patience. Even those of you who were justifiably impatient with all of this. 6-1 Malfunctions. Chapter 6, Dueling Styles and Wand Malfunctions. Harry blinked in surprise. He was doing a lot of that today. Any relation to Ariana Dumbledore and Arabella Figg? Harry asked Garrick. Never heard of the former, daughter of the latter. Garrick answered boredly. For a second there he thought he might have found the major branching point in this timeline, or at least one of them. And to the people here, the significance of her surviving to old age would seem as inconsequential as anybody else doing so. Now he was feeling somewhat eager to actually research the history of this world and its people, or at least the people he knew. Our first matchup will be Professor Santiago against Madame Bones. The announcer declared. Oh wow, they just get right into it, huh? Harry asked. No warm-up dries? No plaisanteries? Meh. They'll shake hands before they start slinging curses. Garrick told him with a shrug. And indeed, as soon as the other participants sat back down, Elvira and Amelia walked up to each other and shook hands. While they did this, what looked like 4 security guards began setting up pillars of bone around the arena and conjuring a screen of glass to connect them. The bone was probably either from dragons or other magically resistant creature. Their body parts made for good ward stones. Anchors for magic sapping wards that would redirect any magic directly into the ground like the grounding wire of a house. It was taking them an oddly long time to conjure the glass around it, though. Why would they have trouble with something so simple? It's diamond, Garrick whispered to Harry when his confusion showed on his face. Oh! Enchanted dragon bone sapper wards with diamond shielding connecting them? Yeah, that would block pretty much any legal charm, jinx, or curse. Certainly any tournament legal ones, whatever those were. Now that he knew it was diamond, he was suddenly impressed by the speed at which the 4 conjurers were working. Each managed to create 5 whole meters of the wall by themselves in about a minute. And that was probably their entire job. Harry couldn't do that. Well, with a lot of practice, he could get that good at it, but that would be an entire career path in and of itself. When these security workers gave the all-clear, Elvira and Amelia walked to opposite sides of their little arena and gave a customary bow before pointing their wands at one another. They remained like that for a few moments as they waited for the judge to instruct them to begin. Begin! The judge's voice came up from the ground. Elvira's wand danced in her hand as she conjured a fast-moving length of rope, followed by a rubber ball and a small spear of ice. Madame Bones had started to cast a regular shielding charm, but abandoned it in favor of dodging the physical projectiles. She must have planned to gauge her opponent's casting power by the feel of her jinxes and curses against her shield, but such standard shields weren't any good against physical objects. Now she was flat-foot and casting the usual array of aura charms. Harry recognized it as the STX information, the stunner spell, followed by a disarming charm followed by a binding curse. The wand movements of each flowed smoothly into the next and allowed the spell chain to be cast faster than most random spell combinations. It was a favorite light spell chain when you're trying not to hurt a suspect. Didn't take her for a heap user. A woman behind them murmured to explain unhelpfully. Heap user? Harry asked Garrick much more quietly than the woman behind them. The technique Elvira is using was actually originally developed to counter unforgivables or other curses that can't be blocked by shield charms. Ollivander informed him. But in dueling pits, it's called the heap method. The conjured objects, if not vanished quickly, form a heap around the arena. Harry said. Most people don't know this, but one of the best spells for blocking a killing curse is Avis. And if you're feeling cheeky, Orchideos. A would-be murderer is always surprised to have their spell foiled by a flock of hummingbirds or a large bouquet of roses. Harry added. The two blue-collar gentlemen in front of them both turned around with raised eyebrows at Harry's commentary, and he was shocked to realize how old they were. Surely they were in their 60s or older. He was even more shocked to recognize one as Crabbe Sr. No, not Vincent's father, Vincent's grandfather. The two men turned around in whispered conversation before Harry could try for a conversation. He turned back to watch the duel to see Amelia had switched to alternating from the usual stunner or otherwise incapacitating charms to vanishing charms to erase the projectiles. Wait a minute, Elvira has already won, Harry exclaimed. Indeed, and I think Amelia knows it. Garrick hummed. A heap of conjured objects in a dueling arena made prime material for transfigurations. One of the first things transfiguration students learned at the Newt level was that conjured objects are about 10 times easier to transfigure than real objects. It takes 1/10 the time and 1/10 the effort compared to real objects. But for the person who conjured it in the first place, it was 100 times easier, which meant that with every rubber ball, length of rope, metal chain, or other conjuration Elvira hurled became potential fuel for a massive non-living to living transfiguration later. She was clearly setting up a trap for the Auror who, experienced in fighting though she may be, it was clear that the dueling pit was as new to her as it was to Harry. He had the benefit of looking in from the outside and being able to see her mistakes, and he hadn't even noticed it before she had based on the change of tactics. Whoa, Harry said quietly when the pile of rubbish around Amelia's feet rose and formed a hulking, furry mass. That was a polar bear. Polar bears are fucking terrifying. So was Amelia now that she had revealed her propensity for using organ-exploding curses on conjured animals. He was certain the organ-expelling curse was tournament illegal, but maybe using it on conjured beasts was allowed. Regardless, that was a whole lot of intestines snaking out of the very dead polar bear. Literally. Had Amelia managed to cast an organ-expelling curse on the bear and then transfigure said organs into a swarm of snaked in one swift motion? How does she even do that? His question was answered when a moment later the army of cobras, pythons, anacondas, and black mambas wrapped around Amelia and turned her into a little sushi roll, unable to move. She hadn't done the transfiguration. Elvira had. Madame Bones is unable to continue the duel. Professor G. Santiago is the victor, the announcer's voice declared from beneath their blanket. Harry clapped along with the rest of the viewers in Section A as the duel came to a close. The smattering of cheers continued as Elvira canceled her transfigurations and conjurations, releasing Amelia. The warders took down the diamond barrier as the pair shook hands before returning to their seats stoically. Neither boasted, neither complained. It was all great sportsmanship. When the next two participants walked up to take their places, Harry sat up a bit straighter. The second duel of the day will be Bellatrix Black versus Ariane Fig, the announcer said. The two ladies shook hands before walking to their opposite sides of the arena. As they did, so the warders checked the dragon bone pillars and conjured a new barrier of diamond. When they gave the all-clear, Bellatrix and Ariana bowed in the customary duelist manner and took up a battle-ready position. You may begin. The judge's voice came up from the ground. The two were casting as soon as the final syllable left his lips. Ariana, like Amelia, favored charms, but instead of the usual aura ensemble, she went for a more elemental approach. The stream of white, liquid flames coming out of her wand was slow-moving, but it filled the entire thin arena between her and Bellatrix, cutting off the latter's line of sight. Harry didn't even recognize the spell, but he did recognize Bellatrix's. A whip of equally white light erupted from her wand and cracked as she slashed it at the ground. She twirled her wand, and it danced like ribbon. Where it collided with the liquid white flames, said flames subsided, absorbed into the rope awful eyed. A capacitance whip? That's really advanced. Garrett commented boredly. Really advanced didn't come close to describing the level of difficulty that the capacitance whip was. It was what's known as a flesh abstraction spell, which sounds a lot nastier than it was. Master-level spells came in many varieties. One of the hardest was abstract component-based spells. A wand movement and incantation just didn't cut it for these. You also had to have one or both of two other things: knowledge of a skill and the muscle memory of practicing said skill. The watercolor photograph spell was the most quintessential of these. It allowed the caster to create a watercolor painting of whatever they were currently looking at, like taking a photo. In order to cast said spell, you had to actually be a watercolor painter. You had to spend years learning color theory and all the rest that goes into being a painter, and also physically painting, training up the muscle memory and motor skills of putting brush to paper. Ironically, most people capable of casting said spell rarely did, because they'd rather just sit down for a couple hours and paint the lovely sunset they were appreciating. There were such spells for every art and craft, and each required lifelong dedication to said art or craft. The single most powerful binding charm known to wizard kind was one such spell and required the user master the lasso. No, really, you had to practice wrangling bulls with a real-life lasso in order to cast it. It was one of the reasons farm-raised American aurors were so good at their jobs. Half of the Makusa could cast it by the age of 12. Really made his Patronus at 13 feet seem unimpressive in comparison. The capacitance whip was significantly easier than any of these. It just required the muscle memory of training with a whip. In fact, Phileas had taught Harry the spell by having him work out with battle ropes, which was one hell of a workout. He could cast it, but there was a difference between knowing how to cast a spell and knowing how to use a spell, and Bellatrix could actually use it. She weaved her wand like the handle of a whip and coaxed the length of the spell to dance in a defensive manner. It caught and consumed nearly half of Ariana's barrage of chained elemental spells. He'd never seen somebody try to use the capacitance whip defensively by capturing charms, but he'd also never seen a lightning vine, ice shuriken, and infernal raven spell chain before. All three of those were transfigured charms, elemental charms transfigured into the likeness and behavior of objects or animals. Very advanced. And yet that little spell chain was sliced into pieces, literally, with a single flick of Bellatrix's wrist. She's using it wrong, though. Harry pointed out, it's normally meant to be hurled at or wrapped around a shield or ward to sap it, and then explode when it inevitably overloads the whip with the resulting feedback and amplification. Using it to catch spells is a surefire way to have it blow up in your own face. The two men in front of them turned around again with looks that were both inquisitive and impressed. That is some rather esoteric charms knowledge you have there, young man, said the man on the left. I don't think we've been introduced. Garrick, who is your friend? Ah, Mr. Goyle. This is my apprentice, Harry. Well, Hadrian. Ollivander introduced. Gregory's grandfather. He had died in Voldemort's first war in his timeline. He and Crabbe Super Senior, the man next to him, were the reasons both families were wealthy enough to hang out with the likes of Lucius Malfoy's. These men had built their family wealth with their own hands. Literally. Grandpa Goyle had lived beside Muggles with his first wife, a Muggle herself, as a Mason. He lived without magic for years, and when he became a widower, he returned to pure blood society to inherit his late father's estate. As the sole heir, he used it was to build the best magical construction company in the Isles. He also still operated on the Muggle side of things. Grandpappy Crabbe had worked on developing the first methods for safely harvesting dragon blood after Dumbledore's work with Nicholas on their 12 uses. He had left the British Isles during Voldemort's first rise to get away from all of the nonsense. Charlie had actually apprenticed directly under him, and the old man had quit dragon handling to take over care of magical creatures after Hagrid transferred to Bexbaden's to teach care of magical creatures there, and to pump Olymp full of babies. Good God! And they'd all thought Molly was a baby-making machine. Does Hadrian have a last name? Crabbe asked, offering a hand. Morgan, Harry said, taking the hand and shaking it firmly. Morgan? Any relation to? Goyle began, but broke off. Last heir, Harry said cheekily. Found out recently with the Gringotts blood test. I'm still not fully read up on all the inheritance entails. Crabbe looked at him suspiciously. What do you mean by that? The dragon handler asked. Well, I mean I still haven't learned all of the basic pureblood etiquette, let alone what my duties and powers as a head of a noble house are. A lot of my apprenticeship with Garrick will inevitably be learning to be part of this culture that feels somewhat thrusted upon me. It's all a bit overwhelming. Harry lied through his teeth. Hook, line, sinker. He had them now. He could practically hear the astonished questions in their mind. A non-pureblood actually learning the etiquette, responsibilities, and culture of the society he was entering? An immigrant actually trying to integrate and give back to the society that was welcoming him to be a part of it instead of trying to abuse this newfound power and wealth to try and change it towards his foreign sensibilities? What alien creature was this? You are not a pureblood, I take it? Goyle asked, reaching into his basket and pulling out 2 beers. Harry and Garrick both accepted them. Half. Mother was Muggle-born. Ironically, it was from her I apparently inherited the estate, what minuscule amount of it remains. Probably descended from a squib on the Morgan line, but we can't trace directly to the individual. Only that I am of the Morgan line. Harry explained. Now they knew he wasn't a Muggle-born intent on trying to make magical Britain look like the postmodernist hellscape that was Muggle Britain. Which honestly, if most Muggle-borns even pretended to think this way, there would be no followers of Voldemort. Or of Voldemort, for that matter. Well, I hope Garrick is doing a good of teaching you by front-loading the responsibilities instead of the privileges. Crabbe said, eyeing Ollivander. Humph, Garrick said, probably amused at the charade Harry had forced him into. I've barely had time to teach him anything, but I do hope to scare him off. I've learned most of the important stuff. Harry said, I'm most worried about participating in the Board of Governors for Hogwarts and voting on Wisingamat issues, but I don't know the first thing about either. I'll probably have to find trustworthy proxies for both and shadow them for the next. How many 100 years will it take me? Grandpa's Crabbe and Goyle both laughed piteously at the joke and humility. Harry did his best to smile bashfully as he finally took a drink of the beer. He felt a bit manipulative in playing to the pure-blood hopes and concerns for Muggle-borns and their participation in society. The fact he meant what he sighed in spirit, if not reality, helped ease the guilt though. He absolutely did want to do a good job of performing his roles as the head of a noble house. He had his Lord Potter and his Lord Black, and will do so now as Lord Morgan. And he did love wizarding culture, faults and all, and didn't want to poison it with Muggle culture. What changes he did plan to make would be by example and goodwill. You seem pretty secretive of your maiden name, Goyle said with a snicker at his own joke. So, I won't pry into who you were before you took the mantle of Morgan. But I do want to know where in the world you got that knowledge of higher charms. Oh, charms was always my best subject, after defense, which I always treated as applied charms class. What? With every spell I ever learned being a charm. Harry explained. My other subjects suffered for it, but I would always spend time I was supposed to be using on potions and history essays reading up on charm theory. Still trying to remedy my dearth of history knowledge, especially now that I'm entering a world where such knowledge actually matters. They both nodded at his words. So far as an adult, I've sort of just wandered, trying every profession imaginable, searching every place imaginable for where I belonged, only for the place I belonged to fall into my lap, and now I need to set roots. My 20s have kind of been a bust so far, but I have picked up a lot, especially about magic. I've really just focused on what I am good at, charms, but I've never bothered pursuing a master's. Few true masters do. Goyle hummed. Mastery often comes from passion, not dull academics. There are masters hidden in plain sight all over the world who just never pursued their craft academically. I've met grocers who could out-transfigure McGonagall and fishermen who could out-charm Flitwick. Oh, Harry needed to write that down. That does seem to be how it goes. Garrick hummed. What are your best and worst charms? I want to get a feel for you. Crabbe asked. Best? Patronus by a mile. Worst? Cheering charm. I can still barely pull it off after all these years. Harry explained. I think I just have a revulsion towards trying to influence other people's feelings. Same reason I'm so pants and the mind arts. He probably shouldn't have shared that last bit. If word gets out that he is terrible at the mind arts, people might opt to try and use them against him. But it was a good red herring because he didn't say which mind arts he was awful at. Legitimacy? Terrible. Acclimacy? Excellent. Let them come. We all have that one spell or area that we can never get the hang of from first and second year. Crab consoled. For me, it was the flame freezing charm. I still can't pull it off. Harry stared at Grandpa Crab. One of the most experienced dragon handlers on the planet can't use the flame freezing charm? Harry refused to believe that. Surely he was joking, right? Kaboom! And that would be Bellatrix's broken wand backfiring while channeling an overcharged capacitance whip. Harry said cheekily. They all turned back to the nearest dueling square to see the damage done, and it was honestly underwhelming. Just a gash in the earth in the middle of the square and two duelists flat on their asses. Both were slowly picking themselves back up, but Harry could tell Bellatrix had been knocked out of the ring and lost as a result. Arabella's daughter was still inside of it. Well, at least neither of them died from that bit of stupidity. Garrick sighed in relief. Then Harry's words registered. Wait, did you say broken wand? Yes, sir. Harry said. She has a blockage in it. She brought it in yesterday, and I got her a spare. I warned her against using it, and yet here she is using it in a duel. Now all I need to do is find a way to get down there and kick her ass without anybody seeing. Harry said only half-jokingly. Using an advanced charm you don't understand. With a wand, I specifically warned her not to use warrants and ass-whooping. I didn't take you for the type of man to hit a lady, Grandpa Crab said with a raised eyebrow. He was half-joking, but Harry knew full well how purebloods viewed a man who would raise his hand to a woman. I'm not, but she at least needs to be yelled at for a solid 5 minutes, even if I'm not willing to actually put my hands on her. Harry said, Don't worry. Cygnus has no issues giving her the thrashing even with her no longer being a child. Crab said, and when I tell him what his daughter got up to today, he will be putting his belt to good use. Of that you can be sure. Cygnus Black III was still alive. For a world ravaged by an extra decade and a half of war with Voldemort, it sure was lacking in dead people. Ah, children. They seem to believe that once they leave the house, they are exempt from corporal punishment. I only had to remind my eldest son of the taste of my belt once. It is a rather humbling experience for a 35-year-old. Goyle reminisced before finishing his beer. Corporal punishment was one of those things Harry would be trying to change. But he did have more important things to worry about now. He'd already exposed himself to the pureblood world as an open-minded and respectful interloper. And that was a good start to opening avenues of peaceful resolutions to the conflicts that ailed Wizarding Britain. And that, above all else, was what he wanted. Notes, as you probably could tell, the completely new chapters will be titled with the keyword new at the beginning, and the mostly old ones with old. This way, returning readers, who are rightly pissed at me, know where to start and what to skip. Though the ones titled old will still have some changes, even additions, they will mostly be having things removed that just didn't work. My fanfictions now serve as my portfolio, and it needs to be cleaned up. I'm sorry. As for this chapter, I really want to focus on the themes of how interconnected Wizarding society is, along with how deep and unifying magic in the Harry Potter universe is. Everybody knows everybody. Friendships, rivalries, and romances spanning generations are remembered and carved into all of their beings. There's a lot of love and respect between the people of the Wizarding world, even between the sides of the war and bitter enemies. I'm already in love with Grandpappy Crab and Grandpappy Goyle, and I just made them up for this chapter. It opens so many avenues for focusing on the major themes of this story that I kind of lost track of in the original version. But I've also put into polite words the real conflict of Voldemort's wars. It is an age-old conflict. A foreign population being welcomed into a nation and refusing to integrate, trying to change the host society to suit them as if they were invaders instead of guests. Believe me, I'm Jewish. I know this story very well and how badly it can end. It won't end like that in this story. This story will have a happy ending and beautiful journey towards it. A journey of concessions, and showing empathy to people you disagree with, instead of calling them Nazis and fascist, completely different things despite not knowing what either even is. These are concepts and ideals I think plenty of people these days need to try and internalize if humanity wants to continue, existing. 7. An impromptu lesson. Chapter 7. An impromptu lesson. Ollivander's shop had a self-enclosed garden similar to a courtyard. Many of the things you could expect in a normal London garden made appearances there. Tea bushes, blackberries, mint patches, and leafy greens covered most available ground. But the real stars of the courtyard were the many trees, keeping these foodstuffs shaded from the harsh summer sun. The ancient English oak towered at the very center of the garden with the smaller trees fir, elm, yew, ash, and maple among them hugged the walls tightly, leaving barely enough room for the windows. Ollivander also kept trees that weren't so native to the Isles but kept them as pygmy trees, made eternally small through the use of a bonsai potion, and each kept in a plastic container to serve as a miniature greenhouse. The witch or wizard with a good eye would notice that every single tree in the garden and on every windowsill was of a type used for wand crafting. What they might not know is that these specimens weren't particularly well suited for use as wands and weren't used for the wands Garrick himself made. No, the old man kept them for his own personal study and served to help the wand maker gain a sense of immersion to his craft. For meditative purposes, Harry was out here for a similar purpose at the moment. He was meditating, stretching his senses to feel the fine grain of bark, soft fabric of leaves, and deep vining roots. Trees, above and beyond all other things, are magical. Trees feel, trees think, trees are well and truly alive. Even muggles are capable of experiencing the magic of trees. All you have to do is give one a great, big hug, and you will feel it. Odd that calling somebody a tree hugger is considered an insult to some. Harry's ability to stretch out his senses into his surrounding came from his studying and meditating beside these very trees. Experiments with wandless magic in conjunction with his study and attempted reverse engineering of the Elder Wand led to him gaining the ability to grow his magical core to encompass the world around him and practically incorporate it into his being, just as these trees do. When he discovered how to feel his core, his very magical essence, he discovered that magic is alive. Magic is sentient. Magic remembers. Trees also remember. To hold even the remains of a tree, as would carve into furniture or a wand, opens the door to gain knowledge from them, to tap into their memories. It is one of the most useful functions of his sixth sense. It took a lot of practice, but speaking to what some Eastern philosophies call kami, of an object or place can yield incredible knowledge. With enough time, he can see every person to have ever sat in a particular chair or slept in a particular bed. It was practically post-cognitive in its application and was his best method for comparing the history of this world to that of his own world. These trees talked freely, as if they recognized him, and shared freely. Every difference he tried to glean seemed so minor that it didn't lead to many answers. He would strive to search the histories of more important objects and places to find where their histories diverged, but thoroughly hoped they didn't diverge too greatly. His list of objects and places whose kami he craved to speak with grew exponentially from including the desk in the Oval Office and her sister, to the entirety of everything he had already spoken to in his own world. Am I interrupting something? Harry opened his eyes and turned to look at her, even though he didn't really need his eyes to see. Bellatrix Black was as immaculate as the first time he saw her in this universe. Hair? Perfect. Dress robes? Perfect. Nails and makeup? You get the picture. Just meditating. This garden is good for that, Harry told her. And for testing wands, hopefully clearing blockages comes just as easily. With that declaration, one meant to announce his intention to keep the encounter brief and professional. Harry rose to his feet. Before we get into that, mind explaining to me where you get off using your defective wand in a dueling tournament despite my warnings? He demanded in his best McGonagall impression. She sighed. Tournament rules. I have to register my wand ahead of time, and there wasn't enough time between my wand developing a blockage and the preliminaries. She said, there may be enough time before the official tournament begins to register my new wand, but the time they say it takes to finish the paperwork on their end and the time it actually takes are entirely different in practice. Ah, bureaucracy, putting people's lives at risk as always. First law of economics and civics. All regulations and government intervention cause more harm than they solve, assuming they do not achieve the exact opposite of their intended result. Surely the answer is more. Laws and regulations, as always. He could see why she was so adamant on restoring her original wand then. As if mere sentiment weren't good reason enough. Very well, let us begin. Clearing a wand blockage is a simple but dangerous affair. All you need to do is determine which spell caused the blockage and cast a spell of equal power but opposite. Wavelength. Harry explained. Are you familiar with the wavelength of spells and their reactions with each other as described by the arithmetist John Van Dyel? Remind me, Bellastrix said. It was the kind of phrase one used when they didn't want to admit they did not know a thing. A small part of Harry, the part that couldn't separate this woman from the one who murdered his godfather, goaded him into teasing her for it. But no, there is a time to tease a woman and a time to be respectful. Well, simply put, all spells can be imagined to exist on a hexagon. Harry said. Hexagon? Bellatrix asked. Hexagon, with each vertex, or point, representing one of the 6 types of spells. Charms, transfiguration, hexes, jinxes, curses, and healing magic. Harry simplified. Counterspells are really not a branch of magic, so much as a reverse-engineered and wavelength-swapped version of a particular spell. Some have surprising uses as spells in their own rights, but that is neither here nor there. Bellatrix nodded in understanding. So, if you cast a powerful transfiguration spell at somebody, could they annihilate in mid-flight by simply casting its opposite? She asked, kind of like a wand-stream connection mid-duel, but without the struggle over dominance? Harry had never thought of that. Thinking back to the duel in the graveyard, he knew that in a normal scenario where 2 spells intercepted, thereby connecting the wands, then the more powerful spell would simply rip through the other. Twin core interaction notwithstanding, what would happen if equally powerful, oppositely tuned spells intercepted? I suppose they would pretty much cancel each other out. Not necessarily annihilate like matter and antimatter, if that's what you were imagining. She actually blushed at that. Clearly, that's exactly what she was imagining. Could you imagine the energy released by 2 spells if they could actually undergo annihilation? Harry could. The conversion rate between magical energy and matter was close to infinite. Hence conjuration, the art of creating matter from nothing. It would be like annihilating an entire chair or couch worth of atoms. Goodbye, Europe. And all life on Earth, really. But it's a moot point. In order to properly counter a spell so perfectly, you'd have to be able to identify the spell being cast. Know its perfect opposite. Cast that opposite and do so with the exact same amount of force as your opponent. Harry said. Bellatrix had a faraway look to her the more Harry explained. Was she actually considering this as a possible tactic? He knew she was a professional dueler, so identifying her opponent's spell as they cast it and casting one of her own was child's play. It was knowing how much force her opponent had put into it that she had no hope of knowing or countering. But he could. With that dangerous thought, Harry came to mirror her glazed expression. He could, with a little okay, a lot of training as a duelist, and even more experimentation, he could easily obliterate a spell mid-flight with its opposite. Hell, if the spell was weak enough, he could do it wandlessly, morphing the magic around him into a perfect, specialized shield against specific hexes and jinxes. With enough experimentation, he could use this method to craft a counter to the killing cur. No, bad thoughts. It's a law of arithmetic every spellcrafter knows. Don't try to create counters to the unforgivables. Too many people have wasted too many years of their lives trying. I think we're getting off track. All I need to know is what type of spell you used and, if we're lucky, it has a perfectly opposite spell you can cast to clear it. She returned to reality, but adopted a more demure and hesitant posture. Harry found this thoroughly disturbing. It was a curse. She confessed. Good. That means you'll have to cast a charm to clear it, and charms are the most numerous of any branch of spells. So, we are more likely to find a match. She didn't offer any more specifics. And what? Which spell was it? I don't really wish to disclose that. Do you perchance have a hexagonal graph depicting every spell and its opposite? Yeah, in my head by way of arithmetic deduction. Well, pull it out of your head and put it in a pensieve. I'll figure it out myself. And so, their shouting match continued. This was turning out to be terribly unproductive and unprofessional. Look, Harry stopped the argument, taking a deep breath. If you're worried I may judge you or report you if you tell me the specific spell, know that I have cast 2 of the unforgivables before. He explained. She seemed unimpressed. On people, he clarified. She gasped. That was an incredibly stupid thing to confess to somebody. Life in Azkaban and all that. Truly, yes. And one of them was on you, you child-torturing, godfather-killing, cruciatus-slinging horror. Deep breaths, Harry. Deep breaths. This isn't her. So, if it was an unforgivable, I swear to you I will hold your confession sacred. Harry promised. He gave her his most sympathetic smile, and she positively melted. This had more to do with him attempting to influence her emotions through wandless manipulation of her aura than any inherent charm. The one thing Riddle hadn't seen fit to transfer to him, but it was still incredibly effective. Imperious, she said all but at a whisper. Excellent, Harry clapped. Because the other 2 don't have a counter. All you have to do to clear your wand is cast a Patronus. Harry told her. A Patronus? She clarified. A Patronus. Harry confirmed. The Patronus charm is the opposite of the Imperious? She asked, sounding unconvinced. One protects the mind from dark influences of emotions. The other influences the mind through dark influenced and emotions. Harry told her. Most people didn't know that. The Imperious isn't a mind control spell. It's an emotion controlling spell. A thing it had in common with the Patronus and the other unforgivables was that it's an enthused spell, a spell that works on emotion and plain old will to cast. No need for complicated wand motions. Just point and shoot. But what if I can't cast the Patronus? She asked with a glare that seemed to be daring him to criticize her for her lack of ability. Then somebody else who the wand recognizes as its master could do it. Has anybody ever bested you in a duel? He asked. Perhaps this fig girl? She glared at him. Once or twice. It's part of being in a competitive sport. She said. Then if you can't cast it, invite one of them to do so. He invited. No. She refused. Didn't think you'd go for that. In that case, I'll just have to teach you the Patronus. Harry decided. She scowled at him. That could take weeks. She complained. For most people, it takes months. Harry correct. I'm not most people. She boasted. The cool, deep voice she said it in, beyond being wexy as all hell, left no doubt in Harry's mind that she wasn't overstating her ability. Plus, I also started learning it already, but stopped. She confessed. HM, why did you stop? He asked. She didn't answer right away. I experienced a barrier to casting it that I couldn't overcome. She admitted. She didn't need to explain further. Harry had a similar experience. It's hard to cast a spell that requires a happy memory, when you have so few to choose from and none powerful enough. Fortunately, he had the workaround. I find that it doesn't need to be a real memory to work. He explained slowly. It could be a fantasy, a delusion, but it has to be a powerful one. Imaging a lost loved one alive and just doing the normal daily routine with you is the one I see works most often. She considered him thoughtfully. Like what? Household chores and mealtime talk. She asked. That's exactly right. He told her. When we lose the people we love, the things we miss the most is just the comfort of their presence during the most mundane moments. By imagining that again, we can cultivate the most brilliant light of happiness in our hearts. As he explained it, his mind turned to George, as it always did when he gave this speech. It was through this exact method that he'd helped the man who lost his other half regain the ability to cast the Patronus. It was a spell he couldn't sleep without casting before bed after the war, a nightlight many of the survivors resorted to. Harry included. Expecto Patronum. Bellatrix whispered. Nothing came out of her wand. Not even the fizzle that could be expected if she had put too little or too much force into it to counter the blockage. Say it like you mean it, he said. Expecto Patronum, she said more forcefully. There it was, a spatter of white and transparent sparks. Good. Do it again, he instructed. She did, and more sparks followed. You'll need to put more power behind it, he course corrected. She did, and an outright fountain of magic sparks erupted. Good. From here, you need to adjust how much to put into it. Right now, you're putting a bit too much behind it, he told her. And so began the tedious task of trying to incrementally decrease how much power she was putting into the spell to match that of the blockage. It helped that Harry could sense exactly how much it needed. It didn't help that it was impossible to convey that through words, and so all he could do was instruct her to increase or decrease how much strength she was putting into it. Her training as a duelist was a huge blessing to the endeavor. Most people can't judge how much magical power they were putting into their spells. Duelists were very good at it, mostly because they ran endless drills where they varied the force behind their piercing, bludgeoning, and cutting hexes at targets to create larger or more precise damage, along with dodging, ducking, running, aiming, sidestepping, countercursing, blocking, quick casting, and spell identification drills, to name a few of the micro skills they had to master. You're really close, Harry began, but his warning fell on deaf ears. Expecto Patronum, she roared. A glorious white falcon erupted from the tip of her wand and rocketed across the courtyard with a loud bang. Harry reeled from the sensation it had on his sixth sense, and it was only his experience fighting off the imperious curse that prevented him from falling under it then and there. He was much more sensitive to some spells like the Imperious and Cruciatus, when he had his magical senses stretched out. If she had waited for his warning, she would have known that the end result would have been an unnatural fusion of the original spell and the new one, and he could have braced himself. All the same, Harry had never seen a Patronus so large or vibrant, but then again, he had never seen one cast through a wand blockage either. His own Patronus, when cast with the Elder Wand, came close, but the sight of her falcon made Harry wish he'd have reserved the Azkaban courtyard, because if any spell could kill a Dementors, it was this one. The cool, calming euphoria of the Imperious curse mixed with the heart-lightening effects of the Patronus like a phoenix song. YEA Wow! Bellatrix, who had worked up a real sweat in the quarter hour of excursion, fell to her knees. Harry momentarily marveled at her ability to collapse into such a ladylike and poised position before the 8-foot-tall falcon faded into a shower of sparks. If only he'd had the presence of mind to bring a Gordian bottle to this meeting. He could have captured it for later experiments involving a caged lethifold. Takes a lot more out of you when you cast it successfully, huh? He asked as he offered the knotted Death Eater his arm. He turned away from her as she wiped her face clean of tears. After all, she was a warrior, and warriors demanded dignity. With that finish, she grasped his elbow gently and allowed him to lift her up. She patted out the wrinkles in her dress robes and bowed slightly, exactly as a noble lady of the ancient House of Black would have been raised to do. "Thank you, Mr. Morgan, for your services," she said graciously. "Don't thank me yet. You haven't tested to see if the blockage is fully removed," he warned her. "I am confident that it is," she said. "You have earned such confidence." She was right, of course. He had stretched his senses back out the moment the Imperious faded, and the blockage was indeed gone. "Please send an invoice with the price by owl to the Tonks estate, and I will ensure you receive proper compensation for your help," she told him. Harry, jolted by the address given, didn't recall his manners until she already reached the door back into Ollivander's shop. He had a job to catch up with her in order to do the gentlemanly thing and open it for her before leading her through the shop. "Thank you for your patronage, and never shy away from coming to Ollivander or myself for help in the future," he said by way of goodbye as he held the front door open for her to leave. She curtsied politely before exiting. He closed the door intending to get a good look at her behind, only to spot a young man with perfectly coiffed, platinum blonde hair approaching Bellatrix. Harry could recognize Draco Malfoy in any dimension. God, he completely forgot that they had once been kids, and such awful ones at that, both of them, unable to resist. He held his hand to the glass panel of the door and altered his perception to instead feel the vibrations of the air outside. It took an immense amount of concentration, but with practice he had discovered how to hear conversations with his sixth sense too. It was still more of an art than a science. Thank you for your patience, Draco. Have you gathered all of your school things? Bellatrix greeted her nephew. Yes, Annie. Have you finished your platonic date with Ollivander's catamite? Draco countered. Aeon Harry was done eavesdropping for today. You'd think he would be used to the wonderful and bizarre rumors that sprouted up in his wake by now, but Harry had hoped such things were behind him in another universe. Rumors of his batting for the other team were easily ignored when it arose due to his constant rejection of fangirls, but what stung about this one was how reasonable it was. After all, what was everyone supposed to assume when a reclusive, elderly, never-married man suddenly had a handsome, slightly feminine young man working in his shop? Harry cringed at the visuals. He'd have to make an effort to avoid any Hogwarts-aged girls with fantasies about his homophilic tendencies in the future. What was YEA I again? And why were teenage girls in Tay 2000 so obsessed with it? With a sigh, he locked the front door and plopped down on the seat behind the counter. The notepad, pen, and pile of newspapers were all as he left them, and so he got back to work circling ads that interested him and writing down the pertinent information as he went. What in the blazes are you doing, boy? Garrick demanded. Harry turned to Garrick with a glare. The old man had really let his hygiene slip in last week. Spending 14 hours in a pensive each day and sleeping for the rest left little time for the man to shower and shave. Or eat. By the look of him, he'd have to intervene soon enough for the wandmaker's own good. I'm looking for a job. What the hell does it look like? Harry snapped. It looks like a damn waste of time, is what it looks like. Garrick snapped back. And why is that? Harry asked. Because who in their right mind is stupid enough to hire a man with no owl or newt scores, let alone history of any kind? Garrick countered. Let alone a job better than the one I gave you. Harry smirked as that question hung in the air. Soon enough, the insinuated answer to that question dawned on his mentor. Oh, you can kiss my ass. And after all I've done for you since you got stranded here. Garrick bemoaned as he threw his hands up in exasperation. Harry chucked at the old man's expense, but relented. I know. I'm kind of up a creek without a paddle in that regard, but I have to try. You can't have expected me to apprentice under you and take over the shop when you eventually keel over. Ollivander paused and made the oddest simpering sound as he motioned around the shop. Oh! Apparently, he had expected Harry to do just that. Oh, damn. I'm sorry, old man. Harry said sincerely, getting up from his seat to put a comforting hand on Garrick's shoulder. He would have hugged him if it weren't for the smell. I didn't mean to mislead you or anything, but wand crafting really isn't in my blood. You'll find a proper apprentice soon. I've seen it. And he had. Being trapped in the Malfoy dungeon with a loony girl had gained the Ollivander of his universe a brilliant, if odd, apprentice to impart his knowledge onto. An apprentice that Harry had enjoyed learning beside, even if it had ended in such brutal heartache. Back to the present, Harry. Come on. You're not going to tell me who? Garrick pleaded in a sad whisper. Harry grinned like a Cheshire cat. No, but I'm going to make damn sure she finds her way to you. He promised. Garrick snarled at that. Great. As if the rumors going around with you as my apprentice weren't bad enough. How bad are they going to be with a young woman down here? He bemoaned aloud. Harry hadn't thought of that. In his universe, nobody would have dared make such a suggestion about the two after what they'd gone through together. After the bravery they'd shown in the fight against Voldemort. He suspected the people here wouldn't be nearly as understanding. A bridge will cross when we come to it. Now, is there any chance you can help me get a job to make some proper coin? He asked. Quidditch tryouts are long since over, or else I'd be demolishing the European League right now. Garrick wiped the self-pitying expression from his face and picked up the notepad of candidates. I can write an outstanding letter of recommendation, but good lord, is this a terrible job selection. Why are you picking such low-skill jobs? Garrick asked as he flipped through the notebook. Because I have no documentation or newt scores with which to apply for good jobs? Harry asked pointedly, as you just kindly reminded me of not 30 seconds ago. Garrick turned from the notes and stared at him. It was that way of staring that always made Harry feel like he was being x-rayed, examined like a product. I assume you are aware of recent and old attacks on the Ministry of Magic? Garrick started. Yees. Harry confirmed hesitantly. Well, As you would expect when a building containing all of magical Britain's records is attacked, some people's records have gone missing or were destroyed. He explained, and then it clicked. So naturally, it is our responsibility as citizens to inquire if our records were retained or if we need to go in and help replace them, Harry concluded, and retake exams if necessary. Garrick beamed at him. Quite right. And if they ask why you waited so long to come in since the last attack, just give them a spiel about how you wanted to avoid the chaos of other people immediately following the attempt on Longbottom's life. Sometimes things in life really do fall into your lap. Despite how good this prospect looked, Harry still had to consider the downsides. I'm not so sure I want to retake my exams, he confessed. Those examiners are good at gauging your abilities, no matter how hard you try to hide your skill. Garrick looked at him inquisitively. And you don't want people thinking you're as exceptional as you are because... Garrick asked mockingly. Because certain actors may take an unhealthy interest in my abilities. Harry explained. Dumbledore? Dumbledore. In the end, Harry decided to walk down to the Ollery and mail an inquiry to the status of his non-existent documents all the same. When the negative response inevitably came back, it would be no time at all before he was called in to retake his exams. It was time to hit the books. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 8. Written Exam. Chapter 8. Written Exams. The Ministry had finally responded to his request to retake his nude exam by the following weekend, which was a miracle considering he'd never sat for his nude exam in the first place, neither in his home universe, nor this one. But with the Ministry of Magic being constantly under attack by Death Eaters and other parties opposing Voldemort and not affiliated with Dumbledore, who presented a whole host of problems to consider later, was it any wonder educational records tended to be casualties of war? Not if you considered the fact that deliberate targeting of financial and personal records by all of these parties was a regular occurrence, as the need to hide paper trails leading to dark business dealings and erasing the history of people they disappeared outstripped the need for criminals to know the qualifications of his latest recruit. The written response signed by a Mrs. Tufty specified the day and time of the appointment, and Harry Ahem Hadrian made haste to prepare for it. A few dozen galleons at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions netted him a lovely set of black and green dress robes to match his hair and eyes. It was a little too Slytherin for his tastes, but he'd long come to accept that Salazar's choice of house colors looked damned Wexy on him. His only remaining stop for the day was to the bookstore to pick up a study guide, hopefully one with a practice test in the back. He wasn't worried about failing the test, but it paid to take a quick refresher and put in a few hours of cramming the day before any exam. It was good enough to get him through Hogwarts, so it ought to be good enough for this, right? Unfortunately, fate decided to sour his morning with a kerfuffle in front of the bookstore he'd set his eyes on. Jeroff me, a young man, no older than 17, exclaimed as he was bodily thrown out of the bookstore. One of the two larger men who had done the throwing spat on the ground separating them. You know our store policy, mutt? Same as everywhere else. If you've been needing a product, then you all order it. The spitter warned. Harry took a moment to assess the situation. By the state of the young man's tattered clothes, scarred body, and the use of mutt as a slur, the conclusion he came to was an ugly one. He'd have to ask Ollivander about the state of werewolf relations when he got back to the shop. Or maybe after his test the next day. Maybe check in on Dolores while he was at it? Might be taking too many cues from his old universe. But his umbrage had earned enough bad karma for every counterpart of hers across all dimensions. At least enough for him to drop by this one's house like he had the originals after the war ended. But how am I to know what I want to order without taking a look-see? What's wrong with browsing? The boy simpered deferentially. He had the air of the bookish type too. came across as the kind of person who loved the smell of ancient and slightly molded paper, wood polish of shelves, and dust-covered bindings. There were worse character flaws, to be sure, but that alone was enough to earn him the kind of treatment he was getting at the moment. But instead, these bozos were bullying him over a slight case of magical rabies. He simply had to step in. It was the principle of the thing. "Come here," Harry snarled as he snatched the kid up off the cobblestone street and dragged him away from the shop. When he was out of earshot, but still in view of the bouncers, which every store seemed to have these days, he lightly slammed him against a wooden pillar. "You gotta be careful and choose your fights, kid," Harry said gently, still holding him roughly by the scruff, but relaxing his facial features to show he was a friend. Kid caught on to what was happening quick and gave him a seemingly frightened nod, betrayed only by the gleam in his eye. "What book are you looking for, and where should I be sending it to?" Harry demanded, showing off his teeth in a fake snarl. "Study guide for a proctored nude exam," the young werewolf answered. Small world. And the name's Romulus. I'm the only person in the country whose dad was stupid enough to give him such a name, so you don't need my address. Any office owl can find me." "Fair enough. And how much does the book cost?" Harry asked. "2 galleons." Romulus answered simply. A moment later, Harry felt a slight weight in his robe pocket and knew the young man had slipped the coins in with a sleight of hand. Damn, but was this kid trying to make Harry like him, or what? "The name is Hadrian Morgan. Keep an eye out for a delivery owl," he conspired, before grabbing him by the scruff yet again. "And don't let me catch you in civilized company again." He shoved Romulus down the street, and he scampered off. He nailed the kid with a stinging hex to the ass, just for extra show. And because he was sure the kid had done something troublesome enough to deserve it recently. Had that marauder air about him. He turned around and shoved his way past the bouncers, ordered 2 copies of the same book, and made the trip back to Ollivander's. On the downside, it was a much thicker and heavier volume than he expected to have to sift through. On the upside, it looked like Hedwig's fat ass was getting a workout today. On the please side, Romulus had added a few sickles on top of the cost of the book, probably as thanks for the service, so he had a nice cuppa to go with his studying. Having his fingerprints taken upon entering the Ministry of Magic was a first for Harry. The aura scanners and wand inspection, on the other hand, were par for the course. The pat-down and metal detector scans were just dreary and too big of a reminder of the Orwellian, not to mention wholly unnecessary and ineffectual TSA that the Muggle government across the pond had implemented after the Saudis decided to fly a plane into the Twin Towers. God, what shit show. The ridiculous measures that the entire world went through to try and cover up the magical involvement in that incident, ranging from Sears shorting plane company stocks the day before, to the terrorists having actual enchanted objects like indestructible passports. There was the obedience ward that forced the pilot and military-trained passengers to surrender to some hicks with box cutters. Not to mention the 2 planes enchanted to be invisible to avoid detection for 7 hours, but failed to decloak before hitting Building 7 and the Pentagon, respectively. And that was just the fuck-ups on the wizarding side, that intelligence agencies from Mossad to the alphabet agencies in America all had forewarning but failed to act was an even bigger fiasco, to say nothing of the racist dancing Israelis and Muslims who were celebrating the attack as it happened. There were also quite a few wizards involved in the incident, throwing around quite a few imperious and confundus curses. Yeah, when 2001 rolled back around, he'd be sure to prevent that entire fiasco. Partly to prevent the pointless loss of life. Mostly, so he'd never have to be felled up at an airport ever again. He had liked plane travel up until then. Only way he could travel internationally, white out, craving death. Now if only he could go further back in time and prevent the magical terrorist attack on Chernobyl. Some wizard supremacists saw Muggles developing a method of safe, reliable, and unlimited energy and managed to turn a nuclear reactor into a weapon of mass destruction. It was an incident that was truly impossible to repeat with any other nuclear reactors. This was partly because of communist mismanagement of the facility and willful negligence combined with magical interference. Then again, that Muggles were stupid enough to be tricked into throwing away the perfect energy source over an incident that killed maybe a few dozen people and stick with coal, which directly kills millions every year, really gave credence to the wizard supremacist point of view. But if Muggles ever found out about the existence of wizarding society, an inevitability in the long term, then they would be rather angry to discover that the answer to most mysteries or conspiracies amount to a wizard did it. Chernobyl and September 11th? Wizard terrorists. JFK? It really was a magic bullet. The Philadelphia experiment? Wizard/Muggle scientist collaboration gone bad. The list goes on, but it does raise the question of why so many wizard terrorists kept committing acts, likely to expose the wizarding world and instigate the genocide of everyone they loved. Wizard supremacists weren't great at long-term planning. The Aurors manning the checkpoint near the floor entrance, and the telephone booth Harry opted to use instead, issued him a set of thoroughly unhelpful directions for reaching the exam room. Go to the elevator, he understood. Taking the elevator down to floor 3C1, he did not. Fortunately, a balding, tiny old gentleman in the lift helped him with that. 2 levels down, 2 levels right, 1 level forward. However, this lift system managed to move in all 3 vectors was beyond him, but interesting. "Thank you, sir," Harry said to the elderly gentleman as they exited the lift. "It's what I do," he said with a chuckle. "If the 3-dimensional lift system tripped you up, might you also need help checking into the correct booth?" It was only then that Harry properly took in the examination room and blanched. The place was a cubicle farm that would make the most soulless corporation shudder at the artificial and soul-crushing nature of making human beings work in such environments. If you could take the room of hidden things and fill every inch of it, including rising vertically along the walls and covering the ceiling with wooden office cubicles, this is what would result. "I think I would appreciate that very much, sir," Harry confided in the helpful ministry worker before offering his hand to shake. "I'm Hayden Morgan, by the way. My appointment is with an examiner named Alastair Marchbanks. I'm Examiner Alastair Marchbanks. I happen to have an appointment with an examinee named Hadrian Morgan." Marchbanks greeted cheekily as he took Harry's hand and shook. Again, small world. Examiner Marchbanks led him down the aisles of cubicles, and Harry couldn't stop himself from looking up to see if people were walking, sitting, and working on the ceiling above. Indeed, they were, and he was overcome with a sense of vertigo at the strange type of space-optimizing magic employed here. Fortunately, Marchbanks' cubicle was safely on the ground, so they didn't wind up having to walk up the walls, literally or figuratively. His was as tidy as could be expected, and the neat, evenly spaced stacks of examination tests laid out looked to be pre-prepared for Harry in particular. "Today you will be doing a written exam in the disciplines you specified," Marchbanks preempted before pointing at every stack of exams in turn and listing off the subject. "Charms, defense against the dark arts, potions, transfiguration, Muggle studies, ancient, runes, care of magical creatures, arithmancy, astronomy, and of course divination. Is that correct?" "Yes, sir," Harry confirmed politely. Harry had studied ancient runes while he was helping with the creation of a new spore back in 2003, and he felt reasonably confident in that and arithmancy, which it turned out was mostly mathematics through calculus mixed with numerology and runes for spell and potion engineering. Muggle studies would be a doddle. That seems to be nearly every subject offered at Hogwarts, save for one. What about history of magic? What about history of magic? Harry retorted derisively. "Fair enough, I suppose. Now, before we go on, I do need to ask one very important question." Marchbanks continued, "Are you Muggle-born?" It was only his experience dealing with this bullshit in his home dimension that allowed Harry to answer without showing any shock or offense at the question. Best to stick with the truth. "No, sir. But my mother was, and I was raised by her extended family." Harry said, "I'm Muggle-raised? Excellent. That means we can get through the Muggle Studies test much more quickly." Marchbanks cheerily exclaimed, surprising Harry to reveal the question was asked not out of discriminatory purposes, but for making his job easier. "All you have to do is perform 2 distinctly advanced Muggle tasks that no wizard-raised person could ever accomplish." And with that ominous declaration, Marchbanks began weaving his wand like a symphony conductor and produced one of the most impressive displays of transfiguration Harry had ever beheld. Piece by piece, he conjured different types of metal alloy and shaped them into mechanical contraptions that on their own were wholly alien to Harry, but taken together formed the recognizable shape of a Ford Model T. one small enough to fit on top of the desk and seat a toddler. I realize it's not in fashion to be driving such a vehicle today, but I find the electric razors on wheels seen on roads recently to be abominations and insulting to the beauty and style automobiles once exhibited. Said Marchbanks. Still, a car is a car, and a wheel is a wheel, and a spark plug is a spark plug. All you must do is change the tire, and by that I mean switch one tire with another since there is no spare, and change the spark plugs or change the oil or change the fuses. Without magic, save for conjuring materials you will need, obviously. Harry was sufficiently impressed. He would have to make inquiries at Hogwarts to find out if the head of Gryffindor House wasn't a spinster carrying her maiden name of McGonagall, but a married woman carrying the name Mrs. Marchbanks. Okay, but what if I can do all of those things? Harry asked. Can you do all of those things? Marchbanks asked with interest. Verily he could. In fact, Harry went so far as to conjure up his own fuses, which he then had to shrink to fit, and a duplicate of the spark plug the machine had. He knew full well that conjured and transfigured materials don't take on the chemical or electrical properties of the material intended. As such, the Model T would never be able to run or start for that matter. But it was still beautiful work in his opinion. He conjured an aluminum pans to drain the oil, and then just poured it back in, as the point was to show he could do it. Bravo! Bravo! I think you've earned an outstanding on your Muggle studies. And if you can write on the theory behind conjuring and transfiguring materials as well as your wand work would suggest, I expect another O on your transfiguration nude as well. Said Marchbanks. He was right. 7 hours later, Harry finished his last written test with a bad case of carpal tunnel and an impressive set of grades. He expected to get at least an exceeds expectation or higher on everything except arithmancy and astronomy. So that would make 7 passing grades. Some would argue that an acceptable was a passing grade, but not at the newt level. No employer will hire for anything below exceeds expectations. And even then, that's only if the E is in a subject only tangentially related to the job as opposed to the primary focus. Like herbology for a potions brewer. Otherwise, you better have an O in the primary focus. Like potions for a potions brewer. And so, finally, he was on to divination. Harry was fully expecting a failing grade as, like with the Muggle Studies test, this one was actually practical instead of written. He knew this because Marchbanks provided a fully enchanted crystal ball as soon as he finished shuffling away the stack of math questions. Marchbanks chuckled at Harry's over-exaggerated groan. Yes, you were expecting another written, but honestly, there's no point in having a written exam for divination. You are either able to divine the future, or you aren't. He explained. Besides, I do so enjoy the looks on people's faces when they flunk out of what they thought was an easy E to pad out their newt scores. He was onto him. Damn it. And to think he and Ron were so sure none of the teachers would figure out that was their motivation in picking divination and care over arithmancy and ancient runes. Oh well, he'd just have to cheat. Good thing he had a tool capable of making him appear to be a skilled diviner. Now, I'm going to place the crystal ball, and all you need to do is speak of whatever it is you see, feel, or otherwise sense about the present, past, or future. Begin when ready. Marchbanks instructed. Harry was born ready. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and relaxed into his seat. The first step to divination is to always relax, clear your mind, and dull the senses. Something he learned through his own independent studies. He reached out his sixth, magical sense and allowed the world around him to fill his soul. The curvature of the armrests of his chair. The cold hardness of the filing cabinet. The dustiness of the carpet and curtains blocking off the entrance to the cubicle. Each and every place and thing had a story to be told, and they shared them willingly to those with ears to hear. But his interest was in the man opposite him. His eyes snapped open and he stared, unseeing, into the crystal ball. He ignored the cloudy, coalescing masses within and focused his attention on the story Marchbanks aura told. Recent events tend to stick for a while, linger like scratches on a record. Harry could pick up on those scratches and, if he focused, translate them back into the 5 senses he was more accustomed to. He ignored the recent and superfluous facts about his egg, ham, and hash breakfast. He ignored the overflowing joy and warm fuzziness that he still got every time his wife kissed his cheek goodbye in the morning. even after 60 years of marriage. He ignored the deep rest he got sleeping beside that woman with the warm weight of their way too old and way too fat basset hound laying across his feet. He did not, however, ignore the threatening, whispered voices from days earlier. You should be honored. It is not every day I make such an offer in person. It sounded healthier and more human than Harry remembered, but he recognized it all the same. You have been approached by the Dark Lord, Harry said simply. Marchbanks nodded without hesitation, but Harry was too enthralled in the past to pay any attention to the present. I doubt you have much of importance to be getting on with. War's a bit fizzled out at the moment, so I can't imagine you doing much besides plotting and recruiting. His response earned Voldemort's thrilled, high-pitched laughter. Indeed, and I come bearing gifts, gifts of fire and death. Harry felt the lingering touch of something powerful, something hot and sharp. Not a spell, but an object of ancient make and forgotten power. He also felt Marchbanks' lust for the object and the feel of the rosary on his fingers, and he clasped it in surprise at the sight of whatever it was Voldemort sought to bribe him with. He has made you a very generous offer, one that would turn many of your faith and line of research into accepting. Harry went on. Marchbanks nodded again, but this time Harry was overwhelmed by a new sense, like the dizziness that heralds a fainting fit or precipitate sleep. But it stayed with him, held him in that state, and the coalescing smoke in the crystal ball parted to show him the future. It was a bloody scene, scorched gashes in walls, severed limbs, and a significant amount of blood. Blurry, but obvious in meaning. You will not accept. Harry managed to gasp as he pulled himself away from the vision. He discovered that he was clammy, sweating, and out of breath. No, I will not. Marchbanks nodded solemnly, though his eyes betrayed a razor-sharp focus and cunning that most people would miss. His retaliation will be terrible, Harry warned. Marchbanks motioned back towards the crystal ball and leaned forward conspiratorially. Do you see? Death, he asked in a whisper. Harry shuddered at the word. He could feel that it wasn't meant with a capital D, but allowed himself to sink back into the trance that had never let go of him, and returned to the scene of violence and mayhem. He saw flashes of places, siren lights, hands, so many hands, and then white hospital sheets and curtains of the highest cleanliness through which morning sunlight streamed and a subtle breeze blew. Harry felt the smile of relief grow on his face before he even returned to the land of the present. The event will stay with you forever, but you will live, he told Marchbanks. He saw a similar relief to that he felt spread on a Marchbanks' features and posture as he slouched back into his seat. It was only then that Harry realized he may have been goading Harry into lying, giving a fake warning of death as many so-called seers are prone to do. But something in his voice or smile must have tipped Marchbanks off that his prediction was genuine, if still not to be taken as gospel. You've put an old man's mind at ease, Mr. Morgan. I thank you for that, Marchbanks told him, and I'll be sending the final results of your test scores in a week's time. It took Harry a moment to remember he was Morgan and stood up to shake the examiner's hand goodbye. I have to share the results and my testimony with the others on the board, a precaution to ensure no favoritism towards examinees or manipulation towards examiners. But assuming I'm not under some advanced imperious spell, and this all isn't a hallucination, I can say with some certainty that you tested rather well. Harry practiced his new signature again on the last of the paperwork and was sent on his way. As he climbed into the elevator, he became lost in his own thoughts. What had just happened? He'd been able to predict the future before, certainly. If you see a plate falling to the ground, it's easy to predict it will break. With his ability to re-experience recent events, he could collect enough chaotic information to make an informed opinion of what will likely happen. He could predict in the purely literal sense, but he'd never had a vision before. This was an entirely new and alien ability to him. While he always used to joke about his ESP with Hermione, she knew it was a more reasonable and, dare he say, scientific ability. This new development was wholly mystic and beyond actual understanding, so he settled for the next best thing to understanding. Acceptance. So preoccupied with his thoughts was he that it wasn't until he fled back to the leaky cauldron that he discovered a note slipped into his pocket. A note signed by the old, eminently likable Catholic. Romulus could learn something from him. You are exceptional in a way I cannot place, but in a way that will entice him. He will come for you. He will find you irresistible. He will want you by his side or dead. I hope you show the same strength of character you seem to think me capable of, because he is more terrible than you can imagine. Harry crumpled the note and reduced it to carbon in his hand with a nameless burst of magic, one that didn't even make heat. Oh, he could imagine it. He could imagine it very well. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 9 Practical Exams PT 1. Chapter 9. Practical Exams Part 1. The following day brought with it a sense of anticipation and excitement for the practical exams. He prepared that morning by drinking the entire pot of coffee and dictating a letter for Bellastrix as he soaked his hand in ice and myrtlap juice. Ollivander was none too happy with being forcibly recruited into the role of calligrapher for the morning, but he'd get over it. I have nearly finished retaking my newts and find myself suffering from a sudden and unexplainable case of carpal tunnel syndrome. So extreme, in fact, that I decided I will be unable to cook my own dinner this evening, and so will be going out on the town. Harry said as he stretched his aching fingers. I am writing to you because the serving sizes at restaurants are far too large for me to eat by myself and would appreciate it if you join me for supper. P.S. Ollivander sends his love. The unloving old man in question snorted at his presumptuous addition. You're goddamn Casanova reincarnate, you know that? Ollivander grouched as he dotted the I's and crossed the T's. He neatly folded the letter before hurling the finished product into Harry's lap and fleeing from the room. Harry unfurled it with his free hand and read it as the curmudgeon retreated to his workshop and whatever experiments lay within. Dear Bella, go on a date with me? Sincerely, Hadrian Morgan. Harry was slightly disturbed at how perfectly Ollivander had forged his signature at the end, but couldn't bring himself to care. He was overjoyed at the exquisite accuracy and faithfulness with which his boss had lovingly transcribed every single word to paper. It was perfect. He sealed the letter with some melted wax from a candle and stamped it with the ring Ollivander had given him for good measure before tying it to Hedwig's talon and sending her on her second ever delivery. He somehow managed to do it all one-handed and felt an inordinate amount of pride at the accomplishment. As soon as she left, he did the last of his morning routine, feeding Crookshanks. After magically cleaning the entire shop and living area, pressing his clothes, making the food, and so forth as a means of practicing his wandless casting, he went on his way. He barely remembered to take his wand from this universe and put his original in the box instead. The last thing he did before heading to the Ministry of Magic was stop by a Muggle pharmacy to purchase a wrist brace. With his thumb locked into an uncomfortable, but less pained, position, he strolled to the all-too-familiar phone booth. Harry's practicals that day were going to be with a Mrs. Professor Tufty, and he hoped finding her would be as easy as it had been finding Mr. Marchbanks. Going through the ministry security for the second time was still just as big of a hassle, though this time he actually carried a wand for them to scan. He hadn't needed one the day before, and he would be damned if they caught whiff of his mastership over the Elder Wand, an alternate universe's Elder Wand to boot. He also couldn't afford for them to find out that the wand he supposedly received from Ollivander a few weeks ago had apparently been in use for over a decade and a half. Neither of those revelations would have boded well for him. It was bad enough that the Goblin Nation knew about his interloping, but having the unspeakables breaking down Ollivander's door looking for him would be a nightmare. With the checkpoint hassle finished, he was directed to 3A1 and managed to instruct the lift there himself. 3 floors down, 1 floor over, 1 floor forward. Turns out that was 1 floor forward too many, and he had to go back 1. He was only supposed to go 3 floors down, 1 floor over, and stay there. Apparently, the system of organization was only zero-based with the up/down levels not side or front. The software engineers must have been out on sick leave when the third dimension was added. The room he found himself in was a large, round antechamber with white-tiled floors, a ceiling like an undecorated Sistine Chapel, and blank walls. The only things in the room were an enormous dresser and an elderly lady in a purple dress. "Mrs. Professor Tufty, I presume?" Harry called as he approached. "Believe it or not, it's actually Mrs. Dr. Professor Tufty, but I'm not so conceited about titles," she said with a polite smile as she offered a hand for him to shake, which he did. She was one of those types. A witch who went to the Muggle world for a college doctorate in addition to a magical mastery, which was actually the equivalent of a doctorate in magical society. It was the equivalent of getting a PhD and an MD and insisting on being called Dr. Potter. Such people were usually massive assholes, but Harry wouldn't judge her as such just yet. "Can we start with something non-wand based? My hand is still a bit cramped from yesterday, and I'd rather give it a little more time before I cramp it harder," he told her, indicating the wrist brace which held his right hand. Not a problem. From what Alastair told me, you didn't test that well in potions, so let's see if you can make it up with practicals," Tufty informed him. For a moment, Harry's brain stalled as he thought she was referring to Mad-Eye, before he remembered that Marchbanks also shared his first name with the old Auror. "Right? Yes, I'm a fair hand better at application than theory," he told her. 2 hours later, he had proved it. Studying the Half-Blood Prince's diary for a year had made him into an excellent potion brewer in practice. But it turned him into a terrible tester on account of certification boards and the like demanding specific answers. In other words, he learned the best method to do things, which were not synonymous with the government and academia-approved method of doing things. This should be shocking to absolutely nobody. However, that handicap only affected him when doing written exams. When doing practicals, with an actual human being present, one who cared about skill and results over a checklist, in that environment he excelled. Tufty had opened one of the cabinets on the dresser and removed a table, cauldron, and box of potions ingredients. After setting up the test area, she had him complete the final stages of brewing a Felix Felici's potion, which has always been a bitch of a potion to brew. These were the last stages to be done before the 6 months of condensing it would have to go through before becoming a single spoon's worth of drinkable content out of the gallon of material. He was under no delusion that these were the actual ingredient of the potion, just cheap substitutes meant to create similar coloring and smell to the actual process. "Excellent work. Where did you learn to use conjured fool's gold as a separator before adding the powdered unicorn horn?" Mrs. Dr. Professor Tufty congratulated him. "I read it in my school bully's diary," Harry answered honestly. He was an arse, but a very inventive potioneer. Tufty agreed. "It can be a shock to learn of people with special talents. Greatness can be found in the most unexpected of places." Harry was struck by how Dumbledore-wide that statement was, before he found himself nodding in agreement. "Well then, let's move on to charms. How's your wrist doing?" she asked. "Awful," Harry answered. "I'm sorry, but you can't wear that wrist brace during exams. If you're in too much pain to go on, we can reschedule, but you may have to pay the tester's fee a second time," she informed him. "It's fine. I'll push through," Harry told her. He removed the brace and shook his hand as if trying to dry it without a towel. As he did this, Tufty opened one of the cabinets on the dresser and took out a gym bag of sorts and set up a second table. A few seconds later, she had placed a miscellany of seemingly random objects on the table. "Okay then. To start, please cast a color-swapping charm on the platonic solid blocks. Next, use a switching charm on the walnut and pecan so that their insides are swapped. A weightless charm on the block of lead with a weight amplification charm on the feather, and a tickling charm on the puff skein," Tufty instructed. Harry did so. The blue octahedron turned red, the red tetrahedron turned blue. The pecan shell burst open to reveal a walnut. The walnut burst open to reveal a pecan. The block of lead floated away. The feather flattened at the sudden increase in weight, and the puff skein giggled uncontrollably. This all happened at once. "A deer. I met with a wand," Tufty said awkwardly after his display of wandless magic. Most people reacted with much more shock and awe when they witnessed him use magic without a wand. The fact that her response to him, doing 5 different spells simultaneously, using each separate finger as if each were a wand, said a lot about her composure. The trick to doing multiple spells simultaneously is to prepare them ahead of time and hold off casting until they were all ready. It was a trick inspired by the lessons he learned from Mathemagic, which he stopped using when he realized he kept getting the wrong answers compared to when he wrote the math out, where you calculate the answer in your head as the person is asking the question. In other words, he silently cast each charm in his head as she called them out, but delayed their casting until after she finished. It was a great party trick, but that's all it was. The concentration needed to do even 2 spells simultaneously made even walking a difficult challenge. It was useless in a duel, save for surprise attacks, where stunning 4 enemies at once can cause shock and awe. Lord knows Harry had been impressed when Dumbledore did the same trick on Kingsley, Dawlish, Umbridge, and Fudge. He shouldn't have been, considering how much time Fudge had given him to prepare the trick with all of his monologuing and posturing. Another downside was that it was impossible to cast the same spell multiple times simultaneously, making it the only situation anybody would use a stunning spell other than Stupefy, the generic and board-approved stunning spell. Do the rules specifically require me to use a wand to cast the spells for the test? Harry goaded. My wrist is such that wand movements would be a little hard on me. Wandless casting won't aggravate it. Tufty smiled at him before shaking her head and giving him the next set of instructions. After that, she had him summon and banish a baseball, which was ironic, as they were the first 2 spells he ever learned to do without a wand. With that done, Tufty gave up on the list of spells. Throwing away the list for demonstration, she began to absolutely vibrate with anticipation of something only she could see. This caused Harry no small amount of concern. Well, you certainly seem able. So what Jews say we make this more interesting? She preempted. Why don't you cast the most advanced and complex charms you can do wandlessly, and we call it a day for charms and move on? The suggestion was significantly less interesting than his usual morning workout of running through a forest, dodging killing curses, or breaking into goblin banks. Still, never accept gift horses from Greeks and all that. Is that a valid method of marking? He asked warily. Not really. She shrugged. But I can't be bothered to go through the entire syllabus. And seeing as the whole of the ministry takes advantage of the chaos to cut corners, why should I pretend to do things properly? Fair enough. Harry relented. He started with his best spell, the Patronus, a spell he could do better wandlessly than even with the Elder Wand. The white mist poured out of every sweat gland and hair follicle before coalescing around him like a protective wedding veil. Then, it rose above him like steam to form the mighty prongs. Tofty clapped and cheered as the stag galloped around the antechamber before he let it fade and moved on to the next spell. Next, he tried to enchant the ceiling to mirror the sky outside. Tried being the operative word, seeing as one needed to actually touch a ceiling with their wand many times over again to accomplish this feat. He stretched his magic and senses out until he could feel every smooth slab of granite up there, but by the time it got that far, it was stretched too thin to affect the entire ceiling, so he focused on a single square slab instead of all 100 or so. It was still a most impressive feat, or so Tufty assured him. Finally, for charms at least, he placed the octahedron from the set of platonic solids in one of the drawers of the wardrobe before removing a quill, inkwell, and piece of parchment from that same drawer. He wrote the secret he was about to hide on that scrap of paper. The test octahedron is hidden in the second drawer down on the left-hand side of Professor Tufty's wardrobe of fantastical test ancilli. He showed the note to Professor Tufty, who raised an eyebrow at what he was claiming he was about to accomplish, before igniting the parchment and rubbing it between his hands. The ash on his palms evaporating into transparent silver vapor that glittered with magic. At his mental command, it coalesced into a single mass and rushed to strike the drawer like a light from the deluminator. The drawer glowed with a soft hum for several seconds before returning to normal, appearing to them both as it had before. If you are the caster, and I am the secret keeper, then how do we test if it was successful? Tufty asked. Harry blanched as he realized his error, but Tufty laughed it off and walked to the lift and left the test room. She returned less than a minute later with a young secretary Harry recognized from 3A2 when he went forward one floor too many. Helena dear, would you be so kind as to open every single drawer in the wardrobe? It would help us greatly. Tufty asked politely. Helena huffed before doing as instructed, and as she opened each drawer, both her eyes and hands passed right over the drawer Harry had cast the Fidelius charm on, as if it weren't even there. By the end, only 7 of the 8 drawers were open. Thank you, Helena. That will be all. Tufty dismissed the girl. She looked at them both suspiciously. No doubt she expected they were having a go at her, but she eventually shrugged and returned to the lift. This left Professor Tufty satisfied that he had accomplished the Fidelius charm. How large of a space can you cast the charm on? Tufty prompted as she marked his sheet. A garage or a shed, wandlessly. With a wand, a small cottage or a one-bedroom house. He answered honestly. I have neither the power nor the skill to accomplish it on anything larger. Every now and then he would learn a piece of more advanced magic, like the Fidelius charm, and become that much more. Impressed with men of Dumbledore and Voldemort's caliber. Both men were in a league far above his own, even accounting for the significant age difference. Even should he reach Dumbledore's age, Harry doubted he'd be a match for either of them. If he just devoted his life to study and training and did nothing else? Sure, but he had sports to play, skirts to chase and money to earn, each of which was a full-time endeavor. So yeah, that wasn't going to happen. But unlike them, he did fight dirty. I suppose that settles whether or not the Fidelius you cast was successful. And that is more than enough for me to score you on charms. Tufty spoke as she made marks on her clipboard. Why, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were currently working on your charms mastery beneath Filius. That may have been the most flattering thing anybody had ever said to him. And that was saying a lot, considering the fan mail and publicity he'd received over the years. Now, transfiguration. Tufty prompted. He had never really learned any advanced transfiguration like animation or the like, so he just snatched the list of spells she was meant to test and performed them all. Inanimate to inanimate. Living to living. Inanimate to living. Living to inanimate. Conjuration. Vanishing. It was all more than doable wandlessly, if slightly imperfect, but he never claimed to be above average in transfiguration. By now, the wow factor of doing it wandlessly had probably worn off on the Dr. Professor, but it would probably still count for something in his scoring. He expected an acceptable, but hoped for an exceeds expectations. It was just as she finished marking him for transfiguration that another young lady entered the room by way of the lift. She was maybe a few years older than Harry, with short, curly brown hair, light-skinned but not pale, and had the smallest peppering of freckles. Something about her seemed oddly familiar. Visually, he thought he recognized her light brown eyes along with the shapes of her face, but he couldn't quite place it. Ah, Ariana. Welcome. You're just in time. Tufty greeted. Oh, that would explain why he recognized her. Mr. Morgan, this is Oro Ariana Fig. She is a Class A duelist and has agreed to help test you in defense against the dark arts by way of a duel. Tufty explained. I managed to send word for her while stealing Helena earlier. So that's why it had taken so long. I see, Harry said as he examined the young woman. Her stance, even in the ease of their surroundings, was a hair trigger away from being ready for a fight. As his extended magic touched hers, Harry sensed the wide array of fast, brutal offensive spell chains she practiced religiously every morning with her workout routine. A disciple of Moody, it would seem. The cool confidence in her smirk betrayed the playfulness in her expression as she pouted, in such a way as if she were pleading him to accept. How could anyone say no to such a face? Especially when he had already seen her fight. I accept, he said with a confident smirk of his own. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update. Next, 10 Practical Exams PT 2. Chapter 10. Practical Exams Part 2. Arabella Fig's daughter, Ariana, reeked to the dueling circuit. And Neasels, but that goes without saying. He suddenly wished he had paid more attention to her spar with Bellatrix, but didn't lament it too much, for if he had, this wouldn't be half as interesting of an experience. His short stint in professional dueling wasn't as disastrous as that time Dudley convinced him to try out lightweight boxing, but it was a close second. And it was for completely different reasons. Whereas his pitiful boxing career ended with a concussion and broken jaw for him, his time in dueling ended with him being disqualified one too many times for nearly killing his opponents and spectators with spells that were technically within guidelines, but so overpowered that the referees and ring warders couldn't do their jobs effectively. And he also got his ass kicked a lot too, seeing as all of his opponents were far better trained and had far more experience. He lost the tournaments, but won the battles. So yeah, all around a failure. Most of his other forays into professional sports, both magical and mundane, fared a bit better, but he naturally landed on Quidditch. He had tried to deny himself said career, but he simply couldn't defeat fate. Morai 2, Harry Potter 0, Voldemort -2.7, going on -4.4. And now here he was facing a duelist who he could feel, in his bones, was as much of a natural at her sport as he was at his. No way was he going to beat her fair and square. So, in the words of the great Lord Draco Lucius Malfoy of House Malfoy, time to play by whatever rules benefited him most. Scared Morgan? Ariana asked with a grin. You wish. Harry grinned back. All right, both of you to your separate corners. Tufty ordered. 20 paces each, and they made it to their opposite ends of their ring and turned back on one another. Harry realized his strides were quite a bit longer than Ariana's, so he had to close the distance by a lot before they could begin, much to Ariana's giggling amusement. Then Tufty began the countdown from 10 to 1. Giving him a countdown before a fight was a dangerous thing to do, as it gave him plenty of time to prepare a barrage of simultaneous spells. One for each finger on both hands. Now, 10 different spells would be a bit too much, even for him. But 10 similar spells? That was easy, especially wandlessly. You see, without the tricky movements and incantations a wand requires, all you need to cast a spell is concentration and the feeling behind a spell. A feeling that declared intent, like the feeling of making somebody else giddy charging a cheering charm, or the genuine belief that the victim of your cruciatus deserves to suffer. He naturally went with 10 different fire spells. There are countless different ones that worked differently, including one that specifically uses water as fuel. And what's 70% of the human body made of again? There was also one that uses carbon dioxide in place of oxygen. What do humans and fire exhale again? And of course, there was one that just eats other fire. Incendio was just designed to create regular old fire. And there were dozens of different spells that did exactly that. But as different as these different incendiary charms and curses were, the intent and feeling behind them were always the same, and could best be summed up with 2 simple words. Burn baby. 1. Tufty announced the ending of her countdown. Harry let loose all 10 streams of fire, and they barreled at her in a nice series of arcs. If he could solidify the flames into ice, they could be an art piece. But more artistic still was Ariana's defense against the onslaught. She created 3 entire shields and concentric domes around herself. The first was a vacuum bubble, a tricky piece of magic where you create a gap in the air around you and vacate it of all air, thus creating a vacuum through which fire cannot pass. But the heat and magic of it could, hence the second and third barriers. One sapped heat away from her towards the ceiling, where it would rise and dissipate on its own, and one cloaked her entire body to soak up any residual magic. The third was a bit overkill, essentially a full-body protego to block any residual magic behind the fire spells, a spell echo as it were, which could rarely ignite the clothes she wore if not accounted for. Clever woman. He smelled Alistair on her. By the time the spells hit her first shield, both of them were already moving. After all, to stay still in a fight is to die. Both were carving the air with their wands in preparation for their next clash. Harry threw off a couple stunners and a cutter with his wand, as he could do so with far more power than with his mere fingers. But by now, he was already splitting his focus between the wand magic and the wandless carving charms he was weaving with his offhand. It took an extra toll on his focus as he was using his extrasensory abilities to carve the runes necessary beneath the floor tiles and under the bricks of the walls and pillars about them. As such, his opponent got him with a slasher that took off half his cloak and left a nice, thick gash in his shoulder. She taunted him after the hit landed, but he was so deep in his concentration that he didn't even register her words. In a normal duel, he'd be flinging her around by blasting the floor beneath her, but he couldn't risk damaging the runic array he was so carefully drawing around them, like a cage that would seal this match. So instead, he followed it up with some conjured ropes, razor wire, and chains that he animated with a silent bit of parcel magic. Turns out legitimacy with parcel tongue was so easy that even he, a genuine nitwit at the art, could perform it on even the most foul-tempered viper, or conjurations slightly transfigured to have the heads of snakes. Same thing according to parcel magic. He didn't bother questioning such things anymore. Ariana tried vanishing them, no doubt thinking they were simple, inanimate objects bereft of the magical imprint of life, but quickly discovered they were a tougher cookie to crack. Harry actually took pity on her after the thick, boat-chain viper batted her so hard with its tail that it sent her into a complete backflip to land on her face, by calling off the barbed wire vine snake with a mental command. Ariana took the time she gained from the delay of his pity to reduce the rope anaconda to ash with an incendiary charm of her own. By now, he was nearly finished with the runic array and merely commanded the two metal serpents to block the barrage of incoming stunners, cutters, and piercers, which they did up until the point of their own total demolition. By which time, the array was complete and the duel was won. All of a sudden and without warning, to Ariana at least, gravity ceased its hold on the arena, and the two floated into the air as if they were suspended in water. Their hair floated about their heads like ghostly lion manes, and their cloaks, or remnants thereof, billowed behind them like jet trails. Ariana recovered surprisingly quickly and shot off a stream of firework sparks in his direction, only to be pushed back from the momentum the spell created against her. Harry fired off a simple gust spell to the side, and the momentum likewise pushed him, this time out of the way of the oncoming spell. Funny story behind this runic array. It was one of only a few he could carve without a guide, but that's because he himself created it, with a hell of a lot of help from Bill, Fleur, and Hermione, of course. It all started back in 2001, when he and Dudley got into a bit of a war over Teddy's affection. You see, both of them adored the little tyke, and he adored them in return. Both the godfather and goduncle would take Teddy on all kinds of adventures and bequeath unto him all manner of gifts. Dudley had been winning with the use of a secret weapon that Harry simply couldn't compete with: video games. And in July of 2001, Dudley had purchased a video game that would capture Teddy's undivided attention for the remainder of that year. But Harry had his own secret weapon unavailable to Dudley. And using that weapon, magic, obviously, he took the fantasy of the digital world that had nearly stolen his godson from him and brought it into the real world. A simple ward field that gave air the consistency of water and made those within it weightless. That was step one. Step two was to throw in an oddly shaped ball charmed to be frictionless with the air/water. Step three was to introduce 2 teams of 8 players. And so, a new sport was born, a sport that wizards, muggleborns, muggle relatives to the first 2, half-breeds, and more would all play, and mermaids in particular would dominate. A sport that, by 2008, would start to encroach on Quidditch dominance of magical entertainment. Blitzball was born, and his godson was to become a star player. Harry wasn't exactly a slouch in it either, but Quidditch was where he belonged, and so it was where he stayed. But never again did Dudley get it into his head that he could usurp Harry's position as Teddy's favorite father figure. No, sir, that never happened again. Draco and Ron were smart enough to not try in the first place. Harry considered toying with his opponent now that she was completely flat-footed, but knew she was exactly the kind of survivor who could adapt to such a change in battle conditions in mere moments, so he got serious. As such, he swam through the air towards her, and he swam with the kind of intensity and force that would put anybody into a panic. So it was understandable that she would go with a kitchen sink tactic. A kitchen sink tactic is when you threw every random and different spell you can think of when up against a situation you can't work out. It was actually a very good tactic to use when trying to nail an opponent while being flung around by the force of your own spells, or when facing a creature or enchantment you've never even heard of before. Unfortunately for her, Harry had enough training in blitz dueling because of course people got it in their heads to try dueling in zero gravity. Harry bombed at that too. Thankfully, he was at least skilled enough to dodge everything she could throw at him, which included a few spells that were definitely tournament illegal. But it didn't matter. Within moments he was upon her. A twist of her wrist here, a push on her head there, and he had her in an armbar lock. Just in time too, because it was then that the runic array for the blitzball field lost what little charge he could give it on short notice, and gravity reassured its dominance. They fell together, with Ariana in the unenviable position of being beneath Harry. He gathered magic around them and, shutting his eyes tight in concentration, cast a cushioning charm beneath Ariana so as not to shatter her skull, neck, and rib cage as she landed face first. Another bit of wandless magic, and he pushed a simple stupefy through his skin into hers, stunning her instantly. "Bravo!" Professor Tufty congratulated with much clapping. Yeah, it was a pretty fun fight. Now that it was over, though, he kind of wished he had saved that trick for a more worthy opponent. With another Voldemort running around, every dirty trick he kept secret could be the difference between life and death. He really needed to start thinking of these things instead of barreling into fights without planning long-term deceptions. Now that Draco wasn't here to scheme for him, he had rubbed off on Harry enough that he could do short-term scheming, but long-term was more valuable. "Now move over, so I can run a few diagnostic charms on her," Tufty commanded. He did as she instructed, and she did as she promised. When the diagnostics showed nothing was broken or ruptured, she cast a quick renovate. "Welcome back to the world of the living, Ariana." Tufty greeted the woman as she rose to her feet. Harry felt his eyes nearly pop out of his head in horror at the sentence. He suddenly felt very glad that neither of the Dumbledores were present to have heard that particular combination of words. It hurt Harry in the chest hearing them and might kill either of the old goats. "OE!" Ariana groaned as she rose from the floor. "Where are you hurt?" Tufty asked, concerned. "My pride. It aches." "OE!" Ariana goofed. Harry allowed himself a small chuckle at her expense. She regained her composure and turned on him. "You're something else. You know that, Mr. Morgan?" she said in lieu of congratulating him. "People keep telling me that, but somehow I can't seem to see it." He deflected the compliment. "And please, Hadrian." He offered his hand, and she took it jubilantly. Every freckle on her face seemed to shine with that smile. "You're going to have to show me how you set up that ward field," she said. "Did you somehow put it up while we were fighting?" To lie or not to lie? That is the question. Inspiration struck, and he decided to lie after all. "Actually, I set it up beforehand," he told her. "I knew you were coming." That got Tufty's attention. "How?" she queried. "Did you put some eavesdropping spell on me when I left to get Helena?" Harry shook his head. "Nope. I just knew. Ask Professor Marchbanks how." He turned to Ariana. "And I'll teach you all about that ward under one condition." Ariana nodded enthusiastically. "I need you two to keep it a complete secret," he said in a conspiring whisper. "It's actually a trade secret I'm not supposed to show off. It's for a new sport I've been creating. I haven't patented anything yet, and don't want competitors to try and steal the idea from under me." Ariana nodded enthusiastically some more, but Tufty huffed. "If I keep it a secret, I won't be able to give you extra credit for your rune score, you know," Tufty said. "And with that display of something you clearly invented, I'm sure I could raise you up to an outstanding if you got an acceptable or better in the written." Ouch! That was tempting, but the possible advantage it could give him in a fight was too powerful of a motivator. To say nothing of the fact that he didn't need a good grade in runes for any of the work he wanted, especially seeing as an O would give employers drastically high expectations of his abilities that he simply wouldn't be able to live up to. Then there was the little fact that he didn't want to take full credit for the invention of the blitzball field, when it had been a collaborative effort of 4 people, of which he was the least important. I'm sure. It's vital that you keep the blitzball field a complete secret. He told them emphatically, deliberately exposing the name. Ariana perked up, exactly as he expected. So that's what it's called? How's it played? She asked. I promise to tell you all about it some other time, but only if you promise to keep it a secret. He promised. She made a zipping motion over her lips and threw away the imaginary key. All right, go on and get. Tufty ordered the younger woman. And so, Harry's encounter with the youngest Fig came to an end. He honestly looked forward to meeting her again. She was a breath of fresh air. Reminded him of someone. So, Professor Tufty commanded his attention. I won't bother telling you what your final grades are, because even I won't know until my evaluations are compared to Marchbank's. But I will say this. Most testers can expect their average grades to drop slightly after scrutiny from outside examiners. If yours stay the same, or even rise above what estimate Marchbanks gave you, well, let's just say I won't be very surprised. Was he blushing? He might have been blushing. Old people praising him always did that to him. You're dismissed, she said with a distinct tone of finality. Harry operated back into Diagon Alley to see a figure standing alone in the dark in front of Ollivander's shop. At first, he thought it might be a hunchback, but once he got closer, he could see it was a woman propping a rather large aluminum container against her hip. An aluminum container whose contents he could smell from the entrance to the alley. It took a great deal of resistance to overcome the temptation to use his abilities to feel what was underneath that aluminum foil. Instead, he focused on the woman who, now that he was close enough to make out her face in the dark, smelled almost as amazing as the food she carried. Bellastrix? Harry asked, what are you doing here? Even in the dark, he could see her roll her eyes at the silly question. Right, of course. He had asked her out and all that. Well, funny story about that. She said, I was visiting my sister and niece for dinner when a terribly fat white owl carrying a letter arrived. A letter detailing how Diagon Alley's latest bachelor was. She retrieved the letter from a pocket and held it up to read against the meager moonlight. Suffering from a sudden and unexplainable case of carpal tunnel syndrome, and wouldn't be able to cook his own food, yada yada. Come have dinner with me. She summarized the letter he had sent her that morning. That whiskered old wanker. He had actually written his letter exactly as he dictated. Must have cast an illusion charm over it. If Harry had bothered to check it, he would have seen through the deception, but was in too much of a zany mood to be bothered. Ollivander had pulled one over on him, and he'd have to find a way to get him back. Problem is benevolent pranks, that is to say, pranks which benefit the victim instead of harming or humiliating them, were tricky things to pull off. He'd have to sleep on this. And after much heckling, Andy and Nymphadora finally convinced me to bring you leftovers. Bellatrix finished her explanation. So, are you going to invite me inside? This is a great deal heavier than it looks. He knew she was a witch and fully capable of a weightlessness charm. But perhaps it was the weight of having to abstain from eating such delicious-smelling food as she waited on him that was the true ordeal. Yup, hang on a sec. Harry fumbled with the keys to let them both inside. A flip of a switch, and the lobby to Garrick's shop was lit up. He held the door open long enough for her to deliver the meal to the store counter before he locked back up. He didn't even need prodding from her to take her coat and hang it on the coat rack. She wasn't dolled up in anything fancier than usual for her, which was still significantly fancier than his usual attire. So he believed her story that she had come straight from Andromeda's place. He excused himself to the kitchen and fetched 2 wine glasses and a bottle of red. Do we need serving utensils? Plates or bowls? He called back through the hallway. Just forks will do. She called back. Harry shrugged and walked back into the store to see the remnants of a rotisserie chicken, scalloped potatoes, and mixed greens on full display. Yup, and he had definitely cooked this. No harm in eating like savages once in a while. She welcomed him back and reached out to pluck one of the forks out of his hand. They were both hungrier than even he suspected because they dug right in. Soon they were so deep in conversation and gluttony that the wine was left forgotten and unopened to the side. So that by the time this bird was finished in the oven, Theodore and NYM had already worked themselves up into a tizzy at the idea of any man being suicidal enough to ask me out on a date. Bellatrix went on. So naturally, I wasn't allowed to eat with them, since they wanted me to wait until you came back from your exams. Harry hummed. No wonder you're as hungry as me. Having to sit at dinner and watch your extended family stuff their faces must have been torture. He said, "Did you eat it all today?" She asked him. "Nope." "Then save the pity and fill your belly," she commanded as she got down another fork full of spinach and kale. Harry couldn't quite place what Andromeda had used for the dressing in this salad. It reminded him of Mediterranean food, some of the spices used for lamb shawarma, but with the distinct tinge of vinegar and sweetness of honey. Really helped the kale to go down. He probably wouldn't have been able to stand the greens otherwise. "Tell me more about the Tonks's," Harry asked, and the starry woman obliged. And oh, did she go on and on about her little metamorph niece, the girl who constantly confused her aunt for her mother as an infant and would steal her makeup despite never having had any need for it, just so she could feel more like her mature and distinguished aunt by trying to imitate her without the need of her shape-shifting abilities. It's the most Harry had ever heard someone talk about the mother of his godson. Andromeda had become a shell of her former self in his world. With Theodore, Remus, and Nwym dead, and the other scars of the war running deep, she had little to hold on to. Little Teddy was to become the one light in her life, helping her to stay from that dark abyss that had swallowed so many others, and everybody had come together to surround that light and help it blossom in order to save Andy. She and George were the two that everybody, absolutely everybody, made time in their days to see and chat with. From Draco funding outings and trips and fancy dinners, to Bill calling in every favor imaginable from other curse breakers to bring over experts and artifacts that either of them might find interesting. And in the end, both had healed about as well as anybody else after the war and became human again. But it had been a long, dark road, and Harry never dared reopen those old wounds by digging for stories about the dead. Bellatrix, though? She was full of pride over the niece that had fled to Grimmauld Place on her first night at Hogwarts because she had lost control of her abilities in front of the Great Hall. Wound up walking to the Sorting Hat with eyes of two different colors, legs and arms of mismatched lengths, buck teeth, and a wild bird's nest of hair. Oh, how she had cried and pleaded not to go back to school. This was back when her appearance simply couldn't take hold of one thing at a time for very long, and she was such a shy little thing. It was a side of Tonks he'd never had the pleasure of glimpsing, but perhaps little bits of it had peeked through in what little time he had known her. Eventually, the food was all but gone, and their bellies were overly full, and so they both decided to call it a night. Bellatrix let him put her coat back on her before allowing him to lead her to the door. Once through, she turned back to him and seemed to realize something. "Oh no!" She groaned and covered her face with both hands in shame. "We spent all that time talking." She peeked a deep indigo eye through her fingers. "And we never once talked about you. I'm such an inconsiderate date," she complained. Harry couldn't help laughing from the belly at that one. She lowered her hands from her face and folded her arms around herself, defensively instead. "Not at all. And even if you were, I think we're both out of practice when it comes to dating." He consoled her and reached out to take one of her hands, which she reluctantly allowed. "So let's feel things out and discover how to date each other as it happens. Our own adventure." With that, he planted a kiss on her knuckle and bid her a good night. Without skipping a beat, she apparated away with a smile. He closed the door and walked past the old man who was now scarfing down what little remained of their meal and drinking a now open bottle of wine. He ignored his snide remarks, thanking him for not having loud, raunchy Wex on his counter, and walked up the stairs hidden behind the stacks of wands. A short trip down the hallway, into his room, and he finally flopped onto his bed. Exhausted and full of family cooking, he fell asleep without even removing his shoes. Today had been a most excellent day. The weekend passed by in something of a haze. This was partly because he kept falling into daydreams about a certain raven-haired heiress to the House of Black, and partly because people started acting oddly around him. Young ladies kept showing up with boyfriends, or pictures of boyfriends, and asking him if they were to live long, happy lives together. Then there were the elderly asking him about their impending deaths, which wasn't macabre at all, and some hedge fund manager goblins asking him for stock advice. That last one in particular sent his suspicions so high that, after assuring them that shorting muggle tech companies like Google and Apple was an excellent endeavor, marched down to Ollivander's workshop in the basement. Gary Ike. He all but snarled at the men currently winding a thread of manticore heartstring into loops over his first attempt at a gambler's wand. "Calm your tits. I didn't tell anybody you were from the future," Ollivander said without turning away from the soldering kit-like device he was using to work on the wand. "Then why?" "Because the whole town has a bugaboo about you being a seer." Ollivander preemptively answered his next query. "Oh. Was it because he got a get-well-soon bouquet from Mr. Marchbanks in anticipation of the upcoming attack? Or had one of the examiners leaked something? Did he need to pay the Fig family a visit? And where did they get that idea?" Harry dared to ask. "Probably from your seemingly supernatural ability to know instantly what wand is suited to a person just from looking at them. And your uncanny talent for making people feel like you already know them intimately." Ollivander explained. "Your poker face is awful." Oh yeah, he did sort of fail to mask his foreknowledge of people's personalities and his rapport with them. That was a pretty big giveaway. At least they were going with the whole he's a seer angle instead of the he's played around with a funky time-turner angle. "All right then, I have a wizarding world to go screw with, so I'll leave you to it," Harry said in lieu of an apology as he closed the workshop door and made his way back upstairs. Oh, it was too sweet of an opportunity to pass up. With people thinking he had special insight into their futures, he had all manner of choices to make. He'd have to come up with bullshit predictions that would both irritate people, but also improve their lives down the line. But first, he had errands to run. Namely, he had to check the afternoon newspaper for job ads. Unfortunately, the very first article, at the top of the front page, in big, bold, flowery letters, ruined his good morning. Sybil Patricia Trelawney sacked. New divination teacher wanted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry glowered at the newspaper. He recently had his first full-blown vision while taking his nude exams. Half of Diagon Alley believed him to be a seer and a position at the premier school of magic in the country, in nexus of all major events in the world for some goddamned reason, is in need of a divination teacher. What could the universe possibly be trying to... Just then a small tawny owl flew in and dropped a letter right onto his face, before flying back out. "Tell me." He finished his rhetorical question and sighed. The envelope was signed by both Professor Marchbanks and Professor Tufty. He didn't even bother opening his results from the examiners. He simply placed it into another envelope and skipped writing any form of letter of introduction, instead letting the envelope speak for him. From Harold Edward Morgan, candidate for the position of divination professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. 2. Professor Minerva McGonagall, headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He sealed it tight, cast a few protection charms around it, and called Hedwig down from her perch. It was going to be one of those days. Or weeks, more likely. Moirai 3. Harry Potter 0. The Order meetings as of late had been solemn events, as article after article of horrendous news came in. Today's was even more so than usual, with the news that Professor Marchbanks, an old friend of Albus, had been attacked and nearly killed by Voldemort personally during his trip to France. The man had worked in the time room of the Department of Mysteries for decades, and Albus was under no delusions as to how great of a setback in the war it would have been if he had accepted Voldemort's offer. That everyone from Frederick to Severus merely shrugged at him when he revealed the news was disappointing, if to be expected. "I just don't get why it's a big deal. Is he important?" George asked. "It doesn't matter if you understand or not, Weasley. It matters that Dumbledore believes it is, and so it is," came Severus' snide remarks. "Oh, go jump off a building, Snape," Fred countered. "I will remind everyone here that I have called this meeting into order and expect the professionalism that entails." Albus interrupted the match. That reduced everyone back down to a simmer. Now that tensions had calmed back down, though reluctantly for some, he continued down the itinerary. "I see the significance of Voldemort attempting to recruit Marchbanks is lost on you all. I suppose that may be for the best, but I'm sure the news of the attack on our colleagues has hit closer to home?" Albus queried. The sight of their pale faces and withdrawn temperaments was all the answer he needed. The war had changed everybody, and even he was straining to hold onto a last glimmer of hope. That those who remained were still holding strong was a testament to Albus's ability to select allies. Albus motioned for James to report on the incident, and he took the floor. "I'm happy to inform you all that there have been no casualties. Both Alice and Frank managed to activate their emergency port keys to get away in time. Said the last Potter. I propose we devote resources to finding out how their location was discovered. A leak within the ministry, perhaps? Kingsley queried, before flinching as his words caused him to stretch the still, healing wound on his cheek. Alastair gave his usual indignant harumph. The ministry is so full of holes it could be used as a pasta strainer. Said Moody. If we devoted all of our resources to trying to plug those leaks, we'd be at it for another century, and by then the war would already be over. Albus hated to agree with such a cynical viewpoint, but agree he did. Their resources would have to be spent somewhere else. But every option seemed to suggest similar impossibilities. We must find adequate safety measures for them somehow, Arthur Weasley said from his seat at the heart of his brood of redheads. This was the first meeting they'd attended since the dreadful news of Charlie's disappearance had reached English shores. He was still missing, and now presumed dead. The now broken family had yet to recover from the blow. Neville is, after all, our last hope. Arthur finished. The room responded with a collection of murmurs lamenting the poor boy's fate, or long-winded sighs of malcontent. Severus was in the latter group and made this point known. The boy is an idiot. He can barely hold a wand, and any potion he touches explodes. Completely incompetent. Severus said, even Minerva, the head of house belonging to the boy in question, couldn't offer up much of a defense. Though she tried. He's barely 16. We should hardly expect him to be at the level of a Dark Lord. She said, and yet look at what other great wizards have managed to accomplish by his age. Severus countered. At 16, I invented and published no fewer than 42 innovations for advanced potions. Longbottom? He's near the bottom of his class in most subjects. Perhaps if we gave him a more regimented training program. Alastair broached a topic he knew by now was taboo. Dumbledore stamped down on that train of thought before anybody could consider it. We are not turning Longbottom into a living weapon. He said definitively, I have seen what those kinds of training programs do to men. And it will not be the craft of black operative assassins that is the power the Dark Lord knows not. Moody and several others groused under their breath, but acquiesced to his authority. Remus was the first to muster up the bravery to continue the conversation. I do agree with Severus. He said, we must stop putting all of our hope into a boy barely on the cusp of manhood and begin considering the possibility that he either is not the subject of the prophecy or that the prophecy simply wasn't legitimate. I agree, Albus confessed, much to the horror of some present. In fact, I've changed tactics into working from that assumption for some time now, hence why I fired Sybil this morning. That caused a new wave of confused shouting between his allies. And so Albus got up from his chair and moved to the kitchen where he poured himself another cup of mint tea. By the time he sat back down, the arguments had calmed back down. He turned his attention to Severus and James. What of Lily? Will I be having my potions master back in time for the new school year? Both men shook their heads. She keeps herself locked up in her lab, experimenting with that thrice-damned charm, said James. She doesn't even talk to me anymore, although I can hardly tell the difference. Severus jumped in where James left off. She asked me to cover her school duties again this year, said Severus. As much as I despise the title of substitute teacher and the duties it entails, it looks like your students will have to suffer me for at least a few more months. Albus nodded. Kingsley, despite the daunting task, since you are on light duty from your injuries, I am assigning you the job of trying to find the leak, which nearly led to the Longbottoms and your death. He commanded. Kingsley nodded. It will be slow work, he said. Story of my life. Sirius scoffed. Before he could add to the thought, they all heard a commotion outside as someone entered Grimmauld Place. Soon the telltale signs of a late member trying to get past the charms on the door let them all know it was a friendly, before the familiar face of Ariana Fig popped through the doorway. Sorry I'm late, everyone, she said as she closed the door behind her and put the charms back up. I've been hitting the dueling pit like a madwoman all weekend. She kissed her mother on the cheek, gave Nymphadora a high five, and made her way over to Sirius, whose lap she soon occupied. But boy, do I have some amazing news for all of you. She preempted. Who died? Moody asked. Nobody, you morbid arse. Jeez. Ariana said. Well, get on with it, woman. Moody countered. Okay. So, Friday a young man came in to sit or resit his nude exams. He must have been homeschooled or something because I've never seen or heard of him before. She explained. Anyways, the examiners were so impressed with his abilities that they decided to switch things up and have me duel him, just to see if he was up to snuff. Okay, that's fun, but what's so diverting about that? Fred asked curiosity. Not that it isn't an interesting story and all that, but how is it order business? Ariana beamed at him. Simple. Because we're going to recruit this guy, she said. Silence met her declaration. Why? Percival asked from his place beside Arthur. Simple, she answered. Because he kicked my arse. Everyone had something to say at that. But I've seen you duel. You're amazing, said George. You beat Aunt Bella not 2 weeks ago, said Nymphadora. You seem rather cheerful about the loss, dear, said Sirius. Well, he was a whole lot better than me. Bellatrix's wand started acting all funky, or else she would have wiped the floor with me. Ariana calmed down their disbelief easily. And of course I'm happy. I learned so much about what areas I need to improve on. Been working on them ever since. Okay, I admit this man is interesting. Fred continued in his usual skepticism. But is there more to it? I assume you wouldn't bother recommending we recruit him if he was just a good dueler. Right, you are Freddy, said Ariana. And I think we need to recruit him because he doesn't need a wand. Huh, several people said at once. What do you mean? He has his own wand, Minerva asked. Doesn't everybody? Presuming they can afford the ludicrous price hikes on everything these days. Oh no, I mean he performed most of the magic in the duel. Wandlessly, she explained. He still used a wand, and his spells were more powerful with it. But I'm 85 perfect sure he could have still beaten me while wandless and naked. Once more, silence met her claim. Impossible, Molly said simply, putting all of their thoughts into words. We're witches and wizards. Nothing is impossible, Ariana retorted. Everyone turned to the headmaster. He had been enjoying the interruption and the opportunity it provided him to enjoy his tea. I have seen feats of magic in my life that even I still have trouble believing happened, Dumbledore said carefully. I have witnessed people shatter time and send into existence a tangled web of alternate timelines. I have seen people reach across the veil, separating the living from the dead, and bring things back from the other side. I have seen gateways opened into umbral planes to unleash greater demons on armies that could do little in fighting back with heavy artillery. He allowed his words to sink in before continuing. And while I have never encountered anybody capable of doing wandless magic at a higher level than second-year spells, or a single fourth-year spell, it is nowhere near being beyond belief for me. He finished. There are people out there with inborn talents that are just as amazing, from natural-born legilimens, he paused to indicate, Severus, to natural-born metamorph magi, that got everybody to sit back and, he hoped, allow themselves the privilege of expand their definition of possible just a smidgen. And this man's abilities are things we have all heard of existing. So why be surprised? He queried. History is replete with men and women uncommonly powerful with wandless magic. But surely those are myths and legends? Said Mel Bradley. No smoke without fire. Sirius shrugged. And if my woman says that's what happened, then that's what happened. Severus nodded. Even he couldn't have doubts about Ariana's contagious honesty. Needless to say, we need to recruit him, he said. Why so? Dumbledore asked. That actually threw Severus off center, and so they all got to witness the rare event of him sputtering. Because he is very powerful, Snape said slowly, and we cannot allow him to fall into enemy hands? Dumbledore made a non-committal noise. He is unique, but that does not mean he is powerful. He explained, just because he can do wandlessly what each of us can do with a wand doesn't mean he can do it with greater skill or finesse, nor that he is capable of any magic beyond any of our abilities. It was a rather long-winded way of saying, let's not make any assumptions about him beyond what we actually know, but he liked the sound of his own voice. What was the young man's name? Molly eventually asked the obvious question. Hadrian something or other, Ariana answered. Both Nymphadora and Romulus perked up at the name. Hadrian Morgan? Nymphadora offered. Yeah, that was it, Ariana confirmed. And then Nymphadora broke down laughing. Ollivander's apprentice? She specified. This time Dumbledore and Minerva perked up. This was news to them. Garrick has taken on a protege? He asked, allowing his genuine surprise to seep into his voice. Meh, more like an assistant. Nymphadora said. He has an uncanny ability to match people with wands instantly. Better than Ollivander can. The whole town is convinced he's a psychic of some kind. Ariana perked up at the last part. That explains it, she exclaimed. Whenever I cast a spell, even from a blind spot of his, it was as if he knew it was coming ahead of time, like he could sense it. Maybe he has some kind of battle divination? I've never heard of divination being used in such a manner. Remus countered dubiously. And one borderline unheard of, near impossible talent I'm willing to believe. But two, advanced wandless magic and, battle divination? Again, they all turned to Dumbledore. Tom Riddle was a natural-born Parseltongue, a natural-born Acclemans, and a natural-born Legilimens. He countered. Two extremely rare abilities is hardly unheard of, though my skepticism rises. That's hardly the most unbelievable thing about him. Nymphadora drew them all back in, and Albus felt himself bracing for a bombshell, and yet still was not ready for the next words to come out of her mouth. He's banging my aunt. Half of the room choked on their own spit at the revelation, but none harder than Sirius. Bella? He asked. No. Aunt Chissa is having an affair on Lucius' smarmy ass with Ollivander's errand boy, and let me catch wind of it. Of course, Bella, came Nymphadora's scathing sarcasm. Albus couldn't decide which scenario was more scandalous, but knew he wasn't going to get anything productive done while the entire order meeting descended into giggles and speculation. And so, he tuned them out and finished his tea. As they went down the rabbit hole of conjecture, Albus noticed one of their youngest members, Romulus Lupin, wore a pensive look on his face. Quiet and inquisitive was his normal mode of operation, but the deep suspicion thrown and told Dumbledore just as much as a legitimacy probe would. Romulus, is there something you would like to share? He interrupted the chatter and brought the boy out of his reverie. Heir, he said hesitantly and looked to his father. Remus nodded in encouragement and Romulus started. This man, Hadrian, did he have wild black hair and deep green eyes? He asked Ariana. Yup, she confirmed. Tall and lanky? Gave off the impression like you had known him your entire life and were already friends. He clarified. That is an excellent choice of words. Ariana confirmed. Describes him to a T. You've met him? Yeah. Romulus nodded, sharing a look with his father. He helped me buy a book the other day. A Newt study guide, ironically enough. The doorman at the store wouldn't let me in, so he pretended to rough me up while conspiring to help me get a copy of the book I needed. This Hadrian fellow really got around. Alastair put Albus' feelings into words better than he could have. I know I say this a lot, but damn, this is suspicious, said Moody, a man claiming to be a member of a lost family who is potentially dangerously powerful, suddenly shows up in our world and manages to warm up to the premier wand maker of our country and the two premier duelists of our country, even going so far as to date one of them. He also manages to become acquainted with two order members, a close relative of an order member and sister-in-law to one of the highest-ranking Death Eaters in the Dark Lord's forces. To top it all off, he shows sympathies to the plight of werewolves, all while remaining completely under the radar, so well that we're only learning about him because one of our best wants to recruit him. It was a suspicious set of circumstances indeed. Oh, right, Sirius explained with a snap of his finger. The Morgan family are one of the 14, aren't they? Were. Mel piped up. The last lord died out in World War I. Correct, said Severus. And they are related to Rowena Ravenclaw, descended from her cousin, I believe. If he has proper claim to the family name, he could become politically powerful as well. He could be entitled to a seat on the Hogwarts Board of Governors and the Wisengamat, or at least the right to assign a proxy to either or both. More suspicious with every new detail. William, I am assigning you the task of sniffing out any information you can on our mysterious friend. If anybody has information, it'll be the goblins." Albus ordered. Just then a massive white owl flew in through the kitchen window to land on the table in front of Minerva. The whole room went silent, either at their own stupidity for forgetting to ward the window, for eavesdropping, surprise at the fact a snowy owl could be that overweight and still fly, or anticipation was anyone's guess. It proffered a letter to the headmistress, and she promptly took it. She simply stared at the front of the envelope with her usual stern expression. "I will give you all 3 guesses as to who it's from," she said, "and the first 2 don't count." "Oh, I don't need to guess," said Nymphadora. "That's Morgan's owl. She delivered a letter to Aunt Bella while we were making dinner." "What does he want?" Moody asked skeptically. "Well, he signed it as candidate for the position of divination professor for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, so I presume it's an application," Minerva said before opening the envelope. Inside was another envelope. He noticed her smirk at the inner envelope before tearing it open too. "It's just his newt results," she said. This cheeky bastard sent an application that consisted solely of his unopened and uncopied newt results. When she unfolded the card, inside her eyebrows jumped up to her hairline. "Seems like a rather arrogant thing to do," Ronald commented. "He is right to be arrogant," Minerva said before passing the piece of parchment to Albus. When he received it, one look at the results was enough to make his own eyebrows jump high enough to be confused for hair as well. "Alastair?" he said to the retired Auror. "Add is a perfect candidate for a job at Hogwarts to the list of suspicious circumstances regarding this young man." After all, it wasn't every day that Marchbanks or Tufty rated somebody as deserving a mastery in any field, let alone in divination. And while they were not qualified to dish out a proper mastery diploma, an M in your newt report card in place of an O was the next most impressive thing. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 11 Networking Part 1. Chapter 11. Networking Part 1. I really appreciated the bouquet, but you didn't have to visit. Professor Marchbanks told Harry as he entered his hospital room. The all-white curtains, linen, walls, and floor matched his full-body bandages perfectly. Harry never would have recognized the older man were it not for his voice. "I disagree. It was completely necessary," said Harry as he placed a gift basket of fruit on the end table. "I feel strangely responsible, like my warning wasn't enough to protect you." Marchbanks chuckled in a wheezing way. "Nonsense. If you had made the prediction and it helped me to avoid the eventuality you foresaw, then would it have been a prediction at all?" he asked. The man had a point, but he would have rather been a failed seer than to have a good man put in such a pitiful state after an attempted murder. "So, what was it that he offered you?" Harry asked. Marchbanks nodded to indicate a box at the foot of his bed. Harry could already feel something light coming from it. Whatever was inside gave off a similar impression to his magical senses that an old, abandoned chapel would, or an even more ancient set of ruins in an archaeological site might. It was warm and bright, but like unto dust. "May I?" Harry asked, indicating the box. Marchbanks nodded, and Harry opened the container. Inside was a beautiful sort of copper and stone magically fused into a new material, but a weapon had been shattered as if it were made of glass. Touching it revealed to him what it was. A sword of fire, one of divine purpose and religious origins. "The Sword of Gabriel," Marchbanks said. "The one set at the entrance to the Garden of Eden to keep us children of Adam from ever returning. A garden sunk beneath the Persian Gulf after the Great Flood." It was certainly ancient enough that Harry could almost believe the story. It had been used in rituals for going on 8 or more millennia, ranging from the cutting of marriage bonds to human and animal sacrifice. It told such great stories of tribes ranging from the Hebrews to the Sea People, and even those wholly unmentioned in religious or historical texts of any kind and whom Harry and never heard of. There was so much history and devotion in this object, all of it lost, and nothing more to his magical senses than a whispered echo in a language he could never know. But one thing was certain to Harry. It's not the genuine article. He said, it doesn't predate creation like the divine beings and their tools would. I know, Marchbanks confessed, but a replica with its own history holds value almost as great as a genuine article, minus the dangers to health and sanity. Harry looked at the wounded man curiously. You would risk your life for a mere replica? He asked in disbelief. Absolutely. Each copy of the Testaments of Jesus, or the Dead Sea Scrolls, or the lost Gospels hidden and abandoned by the church are hugely valuable and belong to the whole of humanity. He said, our history, our ancestors put their faith and devotion into this. It was valuable to them in the same way as common wisdom, folklore, and other things meant to be passed down to their children are. Only they haven't been passed down, but forgotten. Lost heirlooms. And that is a tragedy most horrible. Harry was not a man of faith, which said more about his hard-headedness than his non-belief, especially considering his ability to literally feel the power of faith permeating in places of worship and religious value, not to mention his run-in with a literal demon that one time. He just couldn't put his faith in others, not even God like that. Trust issues and self-reliance and all that. But he could respect it. Was it broken when Tom gave it to you? Harry pressed on. Somebody knows more about the Dark Lord than the average bear, Marchbanks said with a wink. And no, it was intact if a little frayed around the edges. It broke taking the killing curse meant for me, after I used it to fend off two of Tom's best. An impressive man. To not only draw Voldemort's attention, but to fend him off too, even if it left him half alive. You are a formidable man, Professor Marchbanks. Harry said honestly, may we never cross wands. The same to you, Mr. Morgan. I have another visitor coming soon, the older man said by way of dismissal. Harry placed the ruined artifact back into the box and bowed slightly and left the private room and down the hall. It wasn't a particularly busy day in St. Mungo's, so he didn't encounter anybody on the way to the elevator. He was rather surprised when he pressed the button to call the lift, for who should step out of it but Albus Bloody Dumbledore. Neither he nor the headmaster showed any indication that they recognized each other by their posture or facial expressions. Professor Dumbledore. Harry greeted with a nod. Mr. Morgan? Dumbledore reciprocated with a nod of his own. They passed each other, each going their opposite ways, when the old man piped up. Oh, and since I have your attention, Albus said, I have accepted your application and I will be interviewing you personally this Wednesday, as my deputy headmistress will be indisposed and cannot do so. A letter detailing the time and place should be waiting for you at your residence by now. Harry nodded. Brilliant. I look forward to it, he said. And is Alastair well enough to be accepting more visitors? He asked, fit as a fiddle, if a little melancholy and strangely satisfied with himself despite his condition. Harry answered truthfully, that is most excellent news. Well, I won't take up any more of your time. I'm sure you're a very busy man. Dumbledore dismissed him, says the man juggling 3 80-hour-per-week jobs. Harry retorted with a wink as he pressed the button to the first floor. As the door closed, Harry barely managed to spot the old man's own wink, and he finally let the avalanche of emotions flood his body. Joy at seeing his grandfather figure alive, mixed sadness at remembering his tragic life, and death in his own world was easy to place. The nervousness at the possibility of being found out doing the many naughty things he was doing by an authority figure was, too. It was a psychological tick that few Hogwarts alumni ever overcame. Above all, what shocked him the most was, well, the shock. Shock at seeing the dead brought back to life. And not the faux shades of the dead brought by the resurrection stone, which he himself confirmed weren't actually the souls of the dead, and Hermione double confirmed with her own experiments. He had to brace himself against a wall, control his breathing. It was all so overwhelming. To see a man he adored and cherished so much throw him a wink and joke in his old man humor. To say nothing of the smell. Every person especially old people, have their own smell. And when that person is a loved one, a single hint of that smell can bring up all manner of memories all at once. He would need to spend the rest of the 2 days until the interview bracing himself to not break down while getting the third degree from the headmaster. He managed to calm his nerves with a deep breaths before the lift doors opened and deposited him onto the first floor of the hospital and made his way out. He had many more errands to take care of today, and it didn't do to drown in melancholy. Besides, he learned an important new piece of information that he needed to place into the bigger picture. Voldemort was still collecting magical artifacts, which implied he may not have finished creating all 7 Horcruxes yet. So, began Ragnarok. Is there a particular reason you advise one of my premier hedge fund goblins to short 2 of the largest and fastest growing tech companies in the Muggle world during an economic boom, specifically surrounding said tech industry? And like that, the meeting he requested with the goblins went from optimistic to being reminiscent of sitting on the wrong side of a teacher's desk. This was decidedly not what he had come here for. Well, you see, I'm not a qualified financial advisor and can't be held liable for. Harry began. That's not going to fly with me. Ragnarok interrupted. Okay, Fine. I was annoyed that everybody kept coming to me asking for advice on everything, and I started screwing with people, as I'm going to do when people annoy me. Harry confessed. Happy. Ragnarok answered. They took your advice to heart and lost millions. Well, the advice was still good. There's a bit of a crash coming soon. With a bit of cleverness, you can make a bit of profit. A large bit of profit. Harry explained. Ragnarok was silent for a little while. Elaborate. He demanded. He did. Well, there was, or is a bubble right now. .com bubble, I think it's called. I think it burst in 1996 or so. Harry explained, then checked his mental duel calendar. So about nowish. But it lasted a good half-decade. So, you guys have 5 years of fun ahead of you. Ragnarok leaned forward in his chair. Is it a slow burn or a sudden crash? He asked. Well, you know how the old joke goes. Harry said, how did the former millionaire go bankrupt? At first very slowly and then very, very quickly. Ragnarok nodded with a wicked grin. And if you think that has the potential for capitalizing on, wait until I tell you about the housing crash. Harry went on. Let me guess, said Ragnarok. The American administration's subprime mortgage mandate, forcing banks to give out loans to people who can't afford to pay them back, is going to backfire spectacularly, so badly that housing will become overpriced 15-fold, that foreign entities and crime syndicates begin buying and selling houses as a form of money laundering, leaving fewer houses for people to actually live in and inflating the prices ever further. And from there, the banks, desperate to make a profit on the terrible investments they were forced to make by government regulation, will concoct quasi-legal debt-selling schemes, thus spreading the crisis to the investment market. Gee, Ragnarok. When you say it like that, it almost sounds as if this kind of thing has happened before and that anybody with a basic understanding of Austrian economics ought to be able to see it coming a decade ahead of time. Why, it was almost as if your own economic analysts in the bank already see it coming. But that's just crazy talk. On the bright side, if you save properly in the lead up to the crash, you'll be able to buy up a ton of properties around the world for dirt cheap. Harry went on, and you could use them as an added benefit for curse breakers. Better lodging during their trips to the world's deadliest places. Ragnarok hummed dismissively at the idea. And if you want me to, I can give you the information I know on which companies will be going out of business, so you really can short them and invest long-term in the stocks of companies I know will survive and thrive. Ragnarok outright snarled at that suggestion. Gringotts didn't, or wasn't supposed to, take part in short-term stock exchanges, least of all shorting companies. It went against persuading excellence of achievements over profits, especially shorting. Betting against a company or country and the livelihoods of those therein was dishonorable in the extreme. Harry was under no delusions that the goblins who took his malicious advice were still employed, or at least not in their former positions. So, economic woes ahead of us? Ragnarok surmised. Harry nodded. And what was it you called people who shy away from chasing fortune and excellence in economic downturns? Ragnarok asked. Pussies, Harry repeated. And speaking of chasing fortune and excellence during economic downturns, have you had time to read the proposal I wrote? Ragnar reached into a drawer and pulled out the large manila envelope he had sent with Hedwig, more as a challenge for her than the necessity of a speedy arrival. You wish to liquidate what investments you have in order to invest in a large parcel of undeveloped land to grow, and I quote, aconite, giant moonworts, commiphora, and possible hops and marijuana, as well as a property in Hogsmeade for the purpose of serving as a shelter for werewolves. Ragnar read aloud. That is correct, said Harry. Okay, I have several questions and even more misgivings. Ragnar said, I understand that aconite, moonwort, and myrrh are the primary ingredients for the wolfsbane potion. But why hops and marijuana? The latter of which you need a very difficult to obtain license to grow. Well, have you ever encountered an asshole who thought it would be funny to get their dog drunk on an ale? Harry asked. Can't say that I have. Ragnar said, well, it turns out drunk dogs are incapable of doing much of anything besides whimpering and pissing themselves. Same for werewolves. Marijuana calms werewolves down the same as it does humans. They're the best alternatives for people suffering from leakinism who have bad reactions to wolfsbane. Harry explained. Ragnar nodded. And with the profits from selling my ingredients to potioneers who want to make other potions that use them, I'll be able to fund the shelter when my initial funds run dry. Harry finished. Ragnar nodded again. You must know that I already set a team to dismantle your business plan and poke holes in it, right? Ragnar asked. I'm all ears, said Harry. First of all, marijuana grows best in temperate climates, which the United Kingdom is not. Ragnar listed. Marijuana is the least important item on the list, and honestly, it will probably boil down to procuring it through medical dispensaries and have a properly licensed medawitch or wizard administer. Harry admitted, but I do hope to grow some myself this next summer, along with hops. For the autumn and winter, I'll just have to buy drink and THC for the customers. But I should be able to grow the potion ingredients year-round. Ragnar made a note on one of the pages in the envelope. In what countries would you be most interested in buying this parcel of land? Ragnar asked. Whatever will give me the most land for least cost. Harry answered. Quantity over quality. None of these things require particularly good soil or warmth. And greenhouses exist for a reason. Ragnar made another note. The best bets are Scotland and Iceland then. But I would advocate against Iceland as shipments from there are regularly attacked by Voldemort and his forces. Iceland it is then, Harry concluded. Seeing Ragnar sputter in confusion at his unintuitive decision was always great fun. You want your shipments to be attacked by Death Eaters? Ragnar concluded. Quite, said Harry. Amateur Death Eaters are easily dealt with, and I will time my shipments on weekends so that I can ride along and defend my property. Quicker shipments to the U.K. I get some exercise. The Death Eaters have fewer resources with which to harass other shipments and Voldemort's forces dwindle. Win-win, win-win. Ragnar pinched his brow in frustration. Okay. I will approve that half of the business plan. Ragnar conceded. But there are even bigger problems with this shelter for werewolves you proposed. Lay them on me. Harry said. Well, for one, homeless shelters are scams that do nothing to help the homeless and only ever serve to enrich the organizers and make volunteers feel like they're doing good without actually doing a damn thing to reduce homelessness. Ragnar ripped the Band-Aid off. Huh, Harry said dumbly. Oh yes, there has been a whole host of scientific studies comparing the benefits of homeless shelters, food programs, and the like compared to just handing the homeless money. Ragnar went on. Canada did one where they just straight up gave a number of homeless individuals $7,500 and acted shocked when, instead of using it to overdose on crystal meth, they used it to get their lives back together. And that's just one of many such studies, all of which show the same result. Harry had not been aware of that. But was it really surprising to learn that a bunch of assholes used faux charities to enrich themselves and justified it by promoting bullshit stereotypes about the downtrodden? Hardly. Something Clinton Foundation stealing billions from the Haiti relief effort. Something. Catholic Church, Mormons, and Jesuits hoarding the wealth and properties bequeathed to them by widows. Yada yada. Assholes everywhere taking advantage of good people's charity. Speaking of, he better put some preparation in place to aid Haiti, New Orleans, and other places due for a natural disaster in the next decade. Or better yet, put safeguards to minimize the damage ahead of time. He pulled out his handy-dandy notebook and put that down. The same is true for food banks and jobs programs for the homeless. Ragnock finished. Usually government food stamps programs, again, just giving the homeless money proves more effective. Well, it's a good thing I'm not making a homeless shelter, said Harry. I am creating a shelter specifically for werewolves to self-quarantine near the full moon and only during the full moon. Nothing more. Ragnock made yet another note in the stack of papers. That will significantly reduce the cost I estimated for your charity, said Ragnock. I would be tempted to approve your nonprofit on that factor alone if it weren't for untoward elements in the werewolf community. That put Harry on edge. What kind of untoward elements? He asked, fully expecting an anti-werewolf rant. There is a large subgroup of werewolves who are intent on spreading their condition through a whole host of tactics. He explained, doping water supplies with saliva, blood, and other bodily fluids in the lead up to the full moon in the hope that it will mutate outside of their bodies under the moonlight, thus infecting anybody who comes in contact with it. Does that actually work? Harry asked. Consensus is out on that one. But worse, there are non-werewolves obsessed with catching the disease themselves. So you would have to be very discriminatory in your hiring practices. Harry both groaned and cringed at the revelation. Great. There are bug chasers and gift givers in the werewolf community. Harry concluded. I'll have to root them out and blacklist them. And boy, will that be tough. Gift givers? Asked Ragnock. Bug chasers? Gift givers and bug chasers are terms referring to a large section of the homophiliac community in America, explained Harry. They intentionally go around spreading or catching HIV, often intend on collecting multiple strains of the virus in the hopes it will mutate and become airborne. In fact, the first ever confirmed AIDS patient deliberately went around to bathhouses, spreading it to other homophiliacs. The look of disgust on Ragnock's face was harrowing. That is borderline apocalyptic, he said in horror. True, there was no proper cure for AIDS, either magical or mundane. And the closest humanity has ever achieved was prohibitively expensive. Bone marrow transplants from the rare person immune to HIV might be more easily achieved by magical means, though. Prodigious use of Skelegro and whatever bone marrow transplant magic was used in wizard hospitals could probably end HIV in a few decades. He added that to the list of things to prepare for when the statute of secrecy eventually broke. He added that to his notebook too. So how do you plan to counteract these gift givers and bug chasers in your shelter? Ragnock asked. By hiring people I know I can trust, Harry answered, and beating into the heads of everybody there about the dangers of these bioterrorists? Yes, that was a good word for them. It will be one hell of a trial. Ragnock warned. Story of my life, said Harry, and nothing I've ever done worth doing was ever easy. Why would this be any different? Ragnock approved both his business plan and nonprofit proposal, or at least the first stage of both. His assets were liquidated later that day, and Griphook was assigned the task of hunting down an appropriate parcel of land for his agricultural pursuits. They negotiated the rates for the goblin accountants to register his LLC and begin the process of finding trustees to begin the process of forming his charity. But that was something to deal with later and would hardly be difficult. Ragnock also recommended fundraising with some pure-blood elites, as they always held parties for such. He had already planned to write letters to the Elder Crab and Goyle in friendship anyways, so why not try to invite himself to their next big shindig? For now, he had to find a property for housing werewolves near the full moon. He already had the perfect place in mind to purchase. The weekend came and went in a blur. He received a letter from Bellastrix Saturday morning inviting him to come watch her practice. While the idea of watching her run drills in gym clothes all day sounded like a great way to spend a weekend, he had to refuse with a letter of his own. He was sure she would understand his need to prepare for an interview for one of the most prestigious jobs on the planet, especially with the interviewer being Albus Dumbledore himself. For the rest of the weekend, he hit the books, catching up on his divination. He had mostly skipped the subject in the prep for retaking his newts. He pretty much gave up on it as an A at best, and yet now he was being railroaded into it as a field of specialty. Joy. Unfortunately, his studying was constantly interrupted by owl after owl from seemingly everyone in Britain. Some were expected, some were pleasant surprises, and some were unpleasant surprises. Hearing back from both Grandpa Crab was a treat. Mr. Morgan, I was eminently pleased by your willingness and desire to take up your role in society as effectively as possible. Know that I, and most other purebloods, are more than willing to help you if you simply reach out. If you wish to join my family for dinner to learn dining etiquette, we eat most nights around 6 p.m. and have already cleared you to flew in. This is usually an area outsiders are lacking in and an easy one to remedy whilst also having an enjoyable time. Your acquaintance, Valentine Crab, he wrote a simple letter of acceptance and asked to join him Wednesday evening, with the request that he be able to bring a date. Grandpa Goyle, on the other hand, was a bit more aggressive. Dear business illiterate asshat, after our delightful and illuminating introduction at the preliminaries, it came as quite a surprise to learn that you decided to start your tenure as head of an ancient house by liquidating everything and exiting the business world. News travels fast in the business world, and half of the purebloods have already come to the conclusion that you are simply cashing out and running for the hills. This is not a good look, and I hope to learn that you have other intentions in mind. Hildebrand Goyle. Harry had suffered a long fit of laughter from that one. He hadn't thought of that, but the man was right. He wrote back as urgently as he could manage between snickers. Dear Mr. Goyle, I liquidated everything with the intention of pursuing a new business venture that I saw was sorely ignored by Wizarding Britain. Nature abhors an empty niche, and I as an outsider had the perspective necessary to notice it. I think you'll be pleased with it when you find out what it is. Your acquaintance, Hadrian Morgan. With that out of the way, he spent the rest of his Saturday relearning and practicing tea leaf reading and dream interpretation. Sunday started with a host of truly unexpected letters. The tone for the day was set when an unregistered pigeon delivered him a bleached envelope signed Snuffles. He knew he was in for a good time before even opening it. So, open it he did. Dear Hadrian Morgan, you are aware that there are nearly 3 billion women on the planet, are you not? Nearly 100 million of whom are witches, several million more of whom are Vila, and all of whom are saner and more attractive than Bellatrix Black. Are you blind, deaf, or the word for describing a person with no sense of smell that I can't seem to find in the dictionary? You must be one or all of the three to even tolerate her, but there are magical remedies for each I suggest pursuing. Yours sincerely, a concerned citizen. Sérieux. To think the man had nothing better to do on the weekend than pick on his older cousin. Oh well, time to show off his skills as a seer and make the old dog sweat. The AR Sirius Black. I have taken your concerns to heart and written Bella with as venomous of a rejection letter to her date invite as I could manage. I let her know that you brought to my attention her horrendous body odor and haggish looks in such fine detail. Your description of the rancid pustules on her inner thighs were rather vivid and left nothing to the imagination. I transcribed it perfectly in my letter to her. Thank you for saving me from the horrible fate of suffering her company any longer. Yours sincerely, Hadrian Morgan. Let him suffer under the fear of her finding out he tried to meddle in her romantic life so maliciously for a few days. He didn't actually tell Bella about it, mostly because he was sure she had done something in the past to bully him to warrant bullying in return. He so hoped Sirius went to apologize to her thinking he had. The added bonus that he would come to the conclusion that he discovered the man's identity through divination would only add to his own mystique. He was significantly less surprised, but equally pleased with the package he received during his lunch break from Pyrosteomancy. The 3 W's written in colorful calligraphy told him he was in for a treat. Literally and figuratively. Hell yeah, canary creams would really hit the spot right now. Harry decided as he opened the package. They were not canary creams. According to the instructions at the bottom of the box, they were all-you-can-eat dodging dodgers which vanish from your stomach after eating. The perfect diet desserts. His Fred and George never made those. Nor did they make the second and third prank snack, Batty Battenberg and Spotted Duck. The Battenberg cakes cause an effect similar to the Bat Bogey Hex, but from a random orifice on the face, save for the eyes. The Spotted Duck was completely normal Spotted Duck. because sophomore humor never got old. Harry wrote back with an inquiry into investing into their company. He would need to do the math later on what the inflation rate for 1,000 galleons was compared to his time. The rest of the day was pretty tame, aside from a letter from Bellastrix saying she understood and wishing him luck. He also got a letter from Valentine Crabbe confirming his dinner with them for Wednesday night and permission to bring Bellatrix Black in particularly as his date. Because, naturally, the whole wizarding world had already caught wind of them dating, and it had only been one date. In private, Monday and Tuesday was just more invitations to lunch and the like from the examiners. Markbanks sent him an open invitation to have breakfast at his home, and Tofty wanted him to come for weekend brunch and tea with the rest of her old lady crew. He accepted both with the caveat that he didn't know when he could join, but to roughly pencil him in for later that week and next weekend. He also got a lurid letter from some woman named Helena inviting him, in so many words, to come live with her. For the life of him, he couldn't remember meeting a woman named Helena since arriving in this world. It wasn't the cute girl from the pet store that had been drooling over him, of that he was sure. Either way, he sent a polite rejection letter to the unusually forward woman. Beyond that, his Monday and Tuesday was spent at the counter with his nose in the books dealing with a rare customer. Dumbledore climbed the stairs to his brother's bar in his search for the private room he had reserved. He had been looking forward to this interview with the enigmatic Hadrian Morgan despite himself, and upon finding the correct room, he reached out to knock. "Enter." Morgan's voice called out before he could make a single rasp on the aged wood. The shade of his former lover glanced at him. "I think he's expecting you, Albus," said Gellert. Ariana's shade giggled at the humor. He always had a way of charming her. He opened the door and greeted his interviewee. "I take it you foresaw my arrival?" Dumbledore asked jokingly as he entered the room. For a split second, a look of horror crossed Hadrian Morgan's face at seeing him, but it was gone so fast that Albus assumed he imagined it. "Not at all," said Hadrian in a friendly manner. "I heard your footsteps outside, and it just so happened to be exactly 630 on the dot, as your missive detailed. Half of a man's ability to predict the future comes solely from deduction." "Ah, good," said Gellert. "He doesn't use mentalism or attribute common sense to some mythical inner eye. He's either a decent seer or smart enough not to try that nonsense on you." Indeed, the basics of mind tricks, reading people and their body language, and speaking to them with sophistic tactics were well ingrained in him, and he knew how to do battle against them. "And the other half?" Albus asked as he took a seat opposite Mr. Morgan at the lonely table. Ariana's shade took this time to go kneel near Hadrian's legs and stare up at him with her best owl impression. If Mr. Morgan could see souls brought back by the resurrection stone, Albus was certain he would either find it adorable or annoying. Seeing as he couldn't, there was no harm in her childish behavior. At risk of sounding like a hippie, believe it or not, most of divination, or at least my particular brand of it, can be boiled down to going with the flow. Hadrian explained. The world around you, if you know how to pay attention to it, will always push you in the right direction. Call it fate, call it God, something is always looking out for you. With the right frame of mind, you can walk into any situation with complete confidence that everything is going to be all right. And it will. Things do have a way of working themselves out. It does not do to dwell on fantasies of what may or may not be and forget to live. Albus perked up at that turn of phrase. It smacked of stoic philosophies and life experience. He may very well have to steal it. So, having the sight has little to do with your style of divination? Dumbledore summarized. It's definitely part of it, just not a core aspect, especially if I'm going to be teaching. Hadrian explained. When teaching somebody to fight, you don't teach them to kick. You teach them how to punch, block, and dodge, as they are far more effective, whereas professional martial artists strongly debate if kicking is effective in a fight at all. So, I would prefer to teach my students how to recognize when destiny comes knocking on their door and how to follow her instructions, then to try and peer into her mind and gain the rare privilege of glimpsing her horrifying machinations. Albus found himself nodding in agreement and approval, despite himself. This man knew his stuff, and he knew his stuff in a manner Albus wouldn't have been able to conceive of before this meeting. "I strongly approve of this man," said Gellert's shade, "but I don't have experience hiring for the premier magical school in Western Europe." Albus refrained from correcting the Durmstrang alumni and reminding him that it was the premier school in all of Europe. It would not do to have an argument with the dead in the presence of a man who could not see them. I don't understand most anything he's saying, admitted Ariana, still staring playfully at the man. I don't suppose you can display any ability in the more applicable skills of divination while we're here, could you? Asked Albus. Certainly, said Hadrian. Don't expect me to make a fully fledged prophecy on demand, or anything like that, but I think I might be able to knock your socks off. He rolled up his sleeves and motioned for Albus to give him his hand. Albus hesitated on which hand to proffer, as one bore the Gaunt family ring and the other bore a curse taking his life. He opted for the one with the ring, as it was not gloved. Your other hand, if you'd be so kind. Hadrian corrected him. If it is your intention to read my lifeline, I think it would bode better for you to use my left. Albus complained while still offering his right. Hadrian did not dignify the joke with a response as he peeled away the leather glove hiding his wound. The moment Hadrian's skin touched his own, Albus could sense the other man feeling him. It was a most strange sensation, like a legitimacy probe, but of the flesh, and both flinched away from one another. If his ability to feel magic by touch wasn't so refined, he probably wouldn't even have noticed it. He put his poker face on as to not let on that he had caught wind of whatever ability the man had just displayed. He was confident that his prospective new professor hadn't caught anything, as he was shaking off the trauma of experiencing the cold agony of the withering curse eating away at him. Okay, let's try that again. Hadrian insisted and indicated he was ready to take the headmaster's hand again. Albus offered it back to him, and this time he focused intently on the feeling of Hadrian probing his flesh. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced before, or even heard of, as if, for a time, their flesh and spirit was as one, and Hadrian had complete bodily and mental awareness, not of his own body and mind, but of Albus. Stranger still was that this ability was completely one-sided, as Albus could not feel anything from Hadrian's side of this connection. Morgan squeezed his eyes shut as he did whatever it was he was doing, and so thankfully missed the look of awe and wonder on Albus' face. But it remained there, as the man sitting opposite him dug his senses deeper into the wound. Beyond feeling the physical pain that Albus himself now lived with every day, he started to draw upon the past. Echoes of what had been seeped through his hand into Hadrian's, and he stole from Albus every smidgen of information about the wound so thoroughly he might as well have been using a legitimacy probe on a baby. Whispers of the past several days since their meeting at St. Mungo's flowed freely through magic. His taking down of the wards around the Gaunt Shack, the battle with the inferi worm, and two that guarded the treasure there, the putting on of the ring. All of these memories were now his, as if he had been the one to experience them himself, and there was nothing he could do to defend himself from it. His next words shattered Albus' world. You obtained this wound, destroying a soul, said Hadrian. 1 piece of 7. Albus couldn't stop the look of horror from dawning on his face, and he didn't care that Hadrian saw it as he opened his eyes and released his hand. 7 Horcruxy? 7. He had thought there was only the one, and he had come across it by pure happenstance. Voldemort was still immortal, and truly mad to have shattered his soul so thoroughly. This man, Hadrian Morgan, was going to be a trump card in this war. Dumbledore simply had to have him, even if he didn't fully believe Ariana Figg's testimony regarding his battle divination abilities, which he now did. His power of sight alone could win it all. You really are a true seer, Dumbledore concluded. Really? Squealed Ariana, Dumbledore's shade. A real psychic? What number am I thinking of? Why is the sky blue? Why was our family dog named Spot? Why? En toi. Albus barely kept a straight face at his sister's antics, but failed completely when Hadrian turned to the little girl and looked her dead in the eye. No idea. The sky is blue because air oscillates light in the blue spectrum faster than red. Plus, our eyes are more sensitive to blue light, and usually when a dog is named Spot, it's either because they have a great big spot on their coat or left a great big spot on the carpet. Hadrian answered the shade he shouldn't be able to see in the first place. He then turned to Gellert's shade and gave him a wink. There was dead silence in the room for nearly a minute. I shouldn't be saying this before the Board of Governors have approved you for the position, began Albus. But allow me to formally congratulate you on being hired onto the position of divination professor. Albus made to leave, but just before he opened the door, Hadrian stopped him. I don't mean to patronize you, especially considering how little time you have left in this world and your much greater wisdom than mine. He began. But I would advise caution in using the resurrection stone, especially considering your possession of the Elder Wand and ease of access to the cloak. Do not seek to request that your friend loan or give it to you and unite the three that ought to remain separate. Dumbledore looked to Hadrian with confusion. You know where the cloak of invisibility resides? He asked in surprise. You don't? Hadrian asked in equal surprise. Albus shook his head. I presume somebody I know owns it based on what you just said. Albus concluded. Indeed, but do not seek it out. It is by far the most dangerous and unnatural of the hollows, and is best buried instead of used. Hadrian warned. Albus nodded. You have given me enough reason to take your advice seriously, and so I shall take it. Now if you'll excuse me, I have another meeting to be getting to in the next room over. Albus excused himself. Hadrian nodded, and Albus left. Just as he closed the door, he felt. Hadrian cast a litany of privacy wards on the room. A curious act, but one he wouldn't pry into. As soon as Harry finished setting up the wards, he allowed the emotional dam to collapse and broke down then and there, openly weeping without shame. Dumbledore, the man he considered a grandfather figure, the man who had risked the fate of the entire world just to save Harry's life and give him a chance at happiness. The man who orchestrated the most complicated set of circumstances to allow Harry himself to return from death, through a combination of him being the master of the Deathly Hallows and playing into Voldemort's own character flaws. And how did Harry repay him now that he had the chance to see him alive again? By killing him. That curse wound? That agonizing disability, slowly draining the life out of the headmaster, hadn't been there days earlier when he encountered the man on the elevator. And in failing to warn him, like he should have known to, he had killed him. He had less than a year to live, and it was all Harry's fault. And for what? Because he was too much of a coward to trust and put his faith into a man that, in another world, put all of his trust and faith into him. His decision to shoulder all of the responsibility in this world instead of sharing what he knew, even if only selectively, had just cost him dearly. And now he was committed. Now he had a time frame with which to complete his mission. Voldemort was going down, and he was going down within the next year. Albus Dumbledore's sunset on life will be as a man gazing out at a world without a dark lord, with the war concluded and a bright future ahead of it. That would be Harry's gift to the old man. That would be Harry's sole mission from here on out, even if it killed him. No more screwing around. No more stalling. No more hesitating in trying to determine what is and is not different in this universe. His hope that Voldemort had not made the Horcruxy had now been shattered, and he knew what he had to do. But it would take so much more than to simply hunt down the artifacts and destroy them. There were Death Eaters to woo into switching sides, people on the Muggleborn side of the war to teach empathy and assimilate into a culture they have been awful guests in, and an economy to lift, kicking and screaming, out of a depression. Not to mention werewolves, vampires, and other beings who go bump in the night to re-enfranchise. And he was the man to do the job, but from now on he wouldn't be doing it alone. It was time to go to war, but not war as it had been done in the past. The peaceful war he had spent the last several weeks contemplating and scheming, until every man, woman, child, and beast opened their eyes to the love they secretly held for each other and stopped there. Lunacy, turning as one against the sociopathic bastard that twisted the legitimate concerns and suffering of the pure-blood community into something ugly and unnatural. Dumbledore, prepare to sit back, relax, and enjoy your final days as I take care of everything. You've worked hard enough, Harry said with conviction as he wiped away the errant tears. He cast a cooling charm over his eyes to get rid of any puffiness and washed his face in the sink over in the corner. He canceled the privacy charms now that he was finished with his much-needed morning and exited the room. Walking to the next room, over he knocked on the door. Enter. Dumbledore's voice invited him in. The look of confusion and worry on his face at seeing him again got a quick chuckle out of Harry. Right then, he said, "Let's discuss the purchase of the Shrieking Shack. I think you'll like what I plan to do with it." Dumbledore's genuine laughter was enough to make the hefty price tag on the property worthwhile all on its own. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 12 Networking Part 2. Chapter 12. Networking Part 2. Sometime in 2003, the trio exited the Las Vegas nightclub in a fuss. Harry, as usual, was the most fussy of the bunch. Loud, crowded places with unwanted sexual attention never suited him, and yet his friends kept insisting on trying to acclimate him to it. "Seriously, Harry, we're sorry," said Dudley. "We're just trying to share what we enjoy with you." "Never again." Draco handed him an ice pack he conjured. "Never seen that happen before," said Malfoy. "Where did that girl get off accusing you of spiking her drink?" "Might have had something to do with me rejecting her really atrocious attempts at flirting," Harry answered as he put the ice pack to his forehead, where that asshole smashed a bottle of Irish rum on his head. "If you consider groping a flirting tactic, can't say I've ever tried it myself." He understood the attention from girls they got when they went out. There was Dudley, built like a brick house from years of professional boxing. There was Draco, with his aristocratic aura balanced with the heavy serving of humble pie and wit he'd developed over the years. And then there was Harry, who was still just Harry. "You showed a lot of restraint in not beating that guy into a puddle of sludge," complimented Dudley. "Same to you," quipped Draco. "Can we just go somewhere quiet to enjoy the lights and stars?" pleaded Harry. "I'm tired of talking about drunk idiots acting like drunk idiots." Draco knew a place and led them there. A place he himself owned. Ever since finishing their post-Hogwarts studies, they got bored with Europe very quickly. They would still visit whenever they wanted to be surrounded by women who weren't fat, but otherwise the United States of goddamn America was their playground. Well's their favorite playground at least. They got up to plenty of mischief in other countries. The boxing, mixed martial arts, and club scenes were what enticed his cousin on his mother's side. The unlimited opportunity for entrepreneurship is what enticed his more distant cousin on his father's side. In just a few short years since the war, Draco had become something of a schizophrenic business tycoon. Schizophrenic in the sense that there was absolutely nothing he wasn't willing to try. He would make a fast food restaurant where customers used the ingredients of the establishment along with recipes to cook their own healthy meals one week and a straight-up toothpick factory the next. Believe it or not, both were equally profitable. The goblins absolutely loved him, not for the money he brought in, but for his creativity and business acumen. To say nothing of his name constantly being attributed with excellence. Harry was convinced the Malfoy heir could walk up to any Gringotts bank, ask for a loan to open a wax shop for nuns, and they'd approve it just to see if he could pull it off. He probably could. The man had the ever-elusive it that made salesmen into millionaires and innovators into billionaires. Good thing he hadn't had this weaponized force of personality during their Hogwarts days, or Harry most definitely would have landed in Slytherin. Harry, though? Harry still hadn't figured out what to do with himself. One day they would be in Florida, snorkeling with manatees. The next they'd be in the Gulf of Alaska, surfing waves exceeding 30 feet, only to end the day enjoying shots of high-quality tequila and margaritas. In Mexico, while ogling the scantily clad, yet still somehow classy, Latinas waiters. He'd then follow it up with a cooking class in Italy the next day, a blacksmithing course in Nippon, a belly dancing course in India, and well, you get the point. He couldn't find his purpose. With Voldemort dead and gone, his destiny was fulfilled, and he was aimless. His time studying under masters of different crafts in the wizarding world, from wand making with Ollivander to potion making under the same man who trained Severus Snape himself, all went rather well. but none of them really spoke to him. And now he was in a funk that Draco and Dudley were doing everything in their power to try and get him out of. "All right, third floor up here," Draco said as they came upon a high-rise like any other in the City of Sin. They took the elevator and were spat out into a football stadium-sized patio you never would have known was there from the outside. A quiet lounge where people sat in booths to eat and talk. Each booth sat beneath a tree that mutated between species constantly. Harry saw one turn from Japanese cherry blossoms to purple, Westeros, to sweet and magnolia, to weeping willow and a blue wisteria tree as they walked along, each blooming with their vibrant displays of color and raining petals down on the customers where they vanished into particles of light upon touching them or the tables. "My worldwide lounge," Draco announced. "Private booths for people to relax, talk, and meditate. No alcohol, no junk food, or any other poisons of the body. Just a place to be at peace with a healthy mix of beautiful nature and classic architecture. None of that horrific brutalist crap." He looked at Harry. "You inspired the idea," he explained. "There are a lot more people in the world who, while despising the loud music and blatant sexuality of nightclubs, still want to go out and socialize, but in a more reserved manner. I saw that nobody was capitalizing on the market and decided to fix that. I plan to have one of the capital cities of every state and country in the world." "Godamnit Draco. Why do you have to keep throwing curveballs and impressing me like this? The capital of Nevada is Carson City, you dolt," a pretty waitress commented as she passed by with a tray of hot tea. She planted a friendly kiss of greeting on Draco's cheek and waved to Harry and Dudley before continuing on her way. "Well, populous cities of the world," corrected Draco, "which usually equates to capital cities, except in the States. Tokyo's is almost finished if you feel like visiting Sue and her fiancé next week." He hadn't seen the quiet Ravenclaw in forever, so he agreed to the date instantly. Draco led them up a spiral metal staircase to a raised catwalk with more booths, these ones fancier than the rest, and with a much better view of the Vegas skyline. There they sat down and sunk into the unnaturally soft cushions. Harry noticed dials on the armrest of his seat and pressed one to discover that each one was also a massage chair. "How do you keep the cost down to have a more ruffian clientele?" Dudley asked as he surveyed the booths around them. Indeed, many looked to be more of the blue-collar worker variety than upper class, such a lovely place would suggest. "The thrasher trees, named after birds that can mimic sounds by the way, are really expensive to produce, but I can sell them at a high enough profit to richer clientele who want them in their gardens," explained Draco. "This really helps to keep the cost down as I can charge less here. And my employees are all trained to be able to transfigure the tile and booths. Most are dropouts, so I don't have to pay them as exorbitantly as many more well-trained transfigurationists, but I still pay them well, and a lot leave more skilled than when they arrive to get better jobs. Plus, without needing to pay licensing fees to serve alcohol, tobacco, or food keeps the cost down." Harry was sure the business tycoon had left out at least a dozen more cost-cutting techniques and profit motives around the business. He resisted the urge to tell Malfoy that he didn't need to reassure him that everything was not only legal, but considerate and beneficial to his employees. They were so far past that. "And where do these thrasher trees come from?" asked Harry. "I had the idea and commissioned Pomona," he confessed. Now that Longbottom is taking over most of her duties in his apprenticeship to be the new herbology teacher, she has a lot of free time to work on her own projects. And oh boy, did it turn out she's been hiding her true power level all these years. This was true. And if Professor Sprout considered Neville to be a prodigy by comparison to her, then he shuddered to think what kind of masterpieces of biology and herbology he could come up with decades down the line when he himself retired. The future was a bright and interesting place. "Speaking of," said Dudley, "have you considered trying to work with her and see if you find your calling there? You said yourself that you're intent on dipping your toes into every little thing the world has to offer, after all." Harry pulled out the handy-dandy notebook he kept in his breast pocket, turned to the bookmarks section on possible careers, and added herbology to the list. He still had a couple hundred to go through, from restaurant dishwasher to astronaut, but he was sure he could fit creating abominations against God and nature with Pomona Sprout somewhere between the two. Another server came by with a tray of jasmine tea and, after giving Draco a fist bump, served them before leaving. The former Ponce was a king in all of his domains, and if not friendly within, at least respected by all of his employees. Just then the thrasher tree of their booth turned into cherry blossoms again. "Why do you two do this?" Harry asked. He elaborated when they looked at him quizzically. "Why do you guys put so much time and money into helping with all?" He made a motion about his head. "The problems I have up here." They weren't the only ones who did everything in their power to drag him, often kicking and screaming, out of his man cave at the refurbished Grimald place. But they were the most insistent. It was a funny story, actually. After the war, he had taken on so much responsibility, trying to help everybody else recover from their wounds, physical and spiritual, that he forgot to take care of himself. Reuniting lost lovers, raising Teddy, and all around just helping people with the wars within themselves. It all kept him so busy. He must have kept a really good poker face as he did so, because it was years before somebody thought to ask themselves, hey, now wait a minute. This guy who gave the most, lost the most, and hurt the most during the war, maybe he isn't all right? And he wasn't all right. But once one person figured it out, they all found out. The speed at which everybody in his generation, from all four houses and beyond, switched gears to make time for him was so very heartwarming, if a bit annoying at times. Not to mention confusing, as each person tried to share their coping mechanisms with him. Dean would take him out to the ball game, any ball game really, but usually football. Hermione kept wanting to share her joy of learning, but eventually gave up on making him read dry scientific journals and instead watch documentaries on movie nights. Ron was great. He would invite him out, and they would just sit there, quietly. Then there were the girls. Several tried dating him, and a few succeeded. However, something about a girl dating you because they think you're broken and their divine pussies will somehow cure it turned out to be creepier than it sounded in hindsight. Most of them were worse lays than the fangirls he, regrettably, allowed into his life. So he quashed future attempts at that, especially after a few weeks with Daphne. I designed my own lingerie, and you have to see/touch me in all of them. Greengrass. She actually cut it off herself when she realized she was a bit too much for him to handle. Her unashamed and unrestrained sexuality nearly fried his much more shy and demure brain to a crisp. She was still sweet to him years later, though. He stopped dating entirely after that. Between his experience with the idol worshippers, the pit fucks, and Luna when he was studying with Ollivander, he realized he had no business dating. It was inconsiderate in the extreme to waste other people's time building relationships you weren't ready for because you haven't worked your own shit out yet. So he didn't. There were more people who tried to help him, but everyone was a bit too busy adulting to put too much time into him. All recently married, pregnant, or raising their new kids. Everyone except Draco and Dudley. Together, they were the three-man children, as the bitter girls they refused to marry called them. And boy, did they have fun. The concept that men didn't have to marry women on women's time schedule, but could choose to do so on theirs was just a foreign concept to many. They planned to stop enjoying the bachelor life if and when they wanted to. Thank you very much. That's a ridiculous question, said Draco. We owe you. Everyone owes you, added Dudley. I barely get around to Diagon or Hogwarts to substitute in Muggle studies anymore, but I know people haven't forgotten about you or how much you've done. Harry shook his head. No, why do you guys put so much more time, effort, and energy into it than anybody else? Harry elaborated. And don't say because you have the free time between your 1,000-side hustles and your constant training and boxing matches you're both a lot busier than you pretend. The two blonde men shared a glance. Dudley nut up first. Harry, my childhood was pretty much perfect. He explained. I was too spoiled, too fat, and too happy. And that happiness came at the provable cost of your happiness. It wasn't the worst explanation. Dudley wanted to make up for all the Harry hunting, and sleeping under the stairs made sense. A bit of the same for me, honestly, added Draco. My parents should have been imprisoned at the end of the First War, not the Second, and our mostly misbegotten wealth distributed to victims on both sides of the conflict much earlier. A lot of people were suspicious when Draco liquidated his entire heritage of his own accord and spent it all helping to rebuild the magical world after his parents went to the newly built and demeanor-free Azkaban 2.0. But that new leaf he turned over was genuine. And after living with his Anne and Harry for a little while, helping around the house, and being an extra parent to Teddy, he decided to get up and leave in order to build up a new empire of businesses, small and large, brick by brick, when one day he just decided that he missed being rich. But he wanted to earn it this time. He really did just get up one day and announce to Harry and Andromeda, "I'm tired of being a bum. I'm off to go get rich again. See you in a few months," before walking out the front door with just the clothes on his back. And forsooth, when they next saw him, for months later, he had a budding real estate business and a produce shipping company. He was already expanding into other little things even then. Instead, I grew up in one of the richest families in the country. To say little of how awful I was to you in our school days. Draco finished. And there's the little, teensy-weensy fact that you saved my life and soul, bellowed Dudley. Literally and figuratively. A lot of the former literally for me, even more of the latter figuratively. Draco amended. Harry considered this. He'd saved a lot of people's lives and several people's souls over the war, both literally and figuratively. But none of them had such a sordid history of benefiting at his expense. So yeah, they sort of did owe him, but that didn't mean he wanted it. He was about to say as much when Draco's next words shut him up completely. Everything I've built up from nothing. All of my wealth, resources, and contacts. All of it and my life belong to you, said Draco. If you merely ask, I will hand it over to you, or burn it to the ground and start anew. Harry was so starstruck by the heartfelt confession that he could only glance at Dudley. Oh yeah, know what he said? His cousin added before sipping his tea awkwardly. Harry was so touched by the declarations of fealty that he could do nothing but drink his tea in silence. A silence which they respected until the tea was gone. Oh, by the way, the Harpies are in town training for their match with the Arizona Phoenixes. Draco said, Ginevra invited me, and by extension you, to spend the weekend playing pickup games with them. Oh, Ginny and her team were here? Well, who was he to deny an ex-girlfriend the chance to pummel him in a Quidditch match? Who else will be playing? He asked. Victor is dropping by since their current seeker is out of it, and they asked him to help train her up. Draco explained. I also got George, Lee, and Angela to take a break from running the joke shops to join us. So you want me to play Seeker while you and Angelina play Chaser and George and Lee do the beating? Harry summed up. Against the Holyhead Harpies, who have 3 of the best chasers ever to play in the circuit. Not to toot Ginny's horn too loudly. Her horn deserves tootin', but continue your whinging, said Draco. To top it off, they will have the single greatest seeker in the world playing on their side. Harry summed up. Are we going to follow it up by accepting an arm wrestling match with Hagrid? Draco kept that unbearable smirk on the entire time Harry let loose his diatribe. Well, for one, we have one of the best beaters to have ever lived, and yes, I actually crunched the numbers on George's fitness tests, and it was in the top 10. Draco said, I'm just shy of being a professional level chaser myself, and Ginevra will be playing on our team. Harry was silent for a moment. That was almost a fair matchup. It's just practice, isn't it? Said Dudley. They're not inviting you to humiliate you, but to help build up their new guy. Girl. They only have girls in the Holyhead Harpies. Draco corrected. Can't they get sued for discrimination? Asked Dudley. Nope. Draco answered without further explanation. I'm in. Harry said before their conversation could go any further. But my old firebolt is hardly up to modern professional broom standards. Draco looked like Sylvester after successfully catching Tweety Bird. He reached underneath his seat and pulled out what could only be described as a motorcycle helmet designed for war in space. We have also been recruited to test out the new prototype Auburn brand racing brooms. The car company? Asked Dudley. Yup. Both teams will be completely fitted, but just for these practice games. Draco explained. We get to fly the most dangerous brooms yet designed, and they get data with which to make them less dangerous. Win-win. When he said it like that, it sounded like a really good deal. But there was a part of it he wasn't quite catching. But why the helmets? Won't he be playing with nets and cushioning charms anyways? Harry asked. Oh, of course. "We're insane, not stupid," said Draco. "The helmets and suits aren't to protect us from impacts. They're to protect us from the air catching under our eyes or noses and ripping our faces off." Suits? He looked at the helmet and figured there must be some NASCAR-like onesies to go with them. He'd worn dumber things in the past, but what he said was true. There weren't any charms or enchantments to help with wind resistance, at least not ones you can put on human skin. And if there were, they would be banned in professional Quidditch as performance enhancers anyways. Same as the impervious charms he needed to put on his glasses during particularly stormy games. Or at least used to before getting LASIK surgery. He still wore glasses most of the time, but they were dummy lenses and more for comfort than anything else. If you spend the first 20 or so years of your life wearing glasses, you'll feel naked when you no longer need them to. "It sounds like you might be overselling me on how impressive these brooms are," said Harry. That weekend proved Draco was not, in fact, overselling him on the capabilities of these experimental brooms. The first time he went full speed, he nearly went into cardiac arrest. Exaggeration, but only barely, from the sudden change from 0 to 6 Gs. With that lesson learned, they were all ready to play ball again. Maybe it was how great it was seeing Ginny, George, Lee Jordan, and Victor again. Maybe it was just that he missed the sport, and maybe it was just because he absolutely demolished the Holyhead Harpies backup seeker and managed to make Victor sweat for his win. But by the end of that day, he was sold on his career path, even if he was in agony the next day from being so out of practice and having overexerted his body. So he would need to be trained back up. He happily crossed off, creating abominations against God and nature with Pomona Sprout from his handy-dandy notebook. Along with every other possible career path, big or small, he had yet to try. Quidditch really was in his blood. And on that day, he discovered what so many people had meant when they had told him, "You have to start working eventually." The usual remark he refrained from making was something along the lines of, "I inherited the fortune of the Black family. I don't have to work a single day for the rest of my life unless I so choose." But work makes the soul sing and keeps a man humble and strong. Not to mention sane. Victor and Draco had him starting a 3-month Quidditch boot camp a week later. This was all rather surprising considering their team had lost, and lost badly. August 1996, different universe. Dumbledore led Harry around his new property and seemed to be trying his hardest to downplay how great the property is. Harry knew full well, even without his expanded senses, that the structure was in far better condition than it appeared. The cracks, chipped paint, and dirt, not to mention boarded-up windows, were all surface level. The equivalent of soaking paper in coffee to make it look more aged than it was. Harry himself got tired of Dumbledore's obvious and humorous charade about the place being haunted and the multiple contradictory stories about the horrors that had taken place there. The man was deliberately making it obvious that he was lying just to be cheeky. And so, with a wave of his hands, Harry began his first display of wandless magic for the old man, clearing out all of the debris, trash, and rocks in the first 30 meters around the property, and following it up with a weak, large area of effect cutting charm to remove the overgrown weeds, grass, and bushes. After a few minutes, they all sat neatly in a pile on the newly cut lawn. From there, he ripped every single board covering the windows and doors of the house, nails and all. That last one had taxed him enough to make him sweat and start to breathe laboriously. So, with calm, deep breaths, he focused on slowly levitating the unwanted boards and nails from their individual places in the sky down into the same pile of stone, trash, grass, weeds, and bushes. He only had one last thing to do on the exterior, save for clearing out the remaining debris, trash, rocks, trash, weeds, and bushes in the 3 or so acres of land surrounding the shack. He allowed his magic to slowly wash over the exterior surface of the building and crawling along it. He proceeded to peel away the ancient, ruined paint. This wasn't a spell, but wild, focused magic bending to his will and skill as opposed to any magical foci, years of theory and practice. It was the magical equivalent of scrubbing a house down with an invisible sheet of sandpaper. When he was done, the shack, which itself was a perfectly livable home, looked almost ready to move into. The dark wood exposed to the air was nearly pristine and needed only a new paint job. A proper one, done by hand. Oh, I need to exercise more. Harry joked when the exhaustion finally hit him and he bent over to catch his breath. He'd be lying if he said he hadn't been trying to impress the old man, and the look of approval on his face showed it had worked. Damn, did that feel good? That was such beautiful magic, Mr. Morgan. Complimented Dumbledore. Thank you for giving me the privilege of seeing it. Stick around. You haven't seen anything yet, Harry wanted to say, but refrained. He needed to remain humble, so instead he said, I foresee seeing much more beautiful magic and beautiful acts come from you in this, your final year. He said in all honesty, as the sun sets on your life, you will see the world you love begin to live up to the great promise it always held. It was always a great pleasure leaving old folks speechless with flattery, especially when it wasn't a lie to butter them up. Is that a deduction or divination? Dumbledore asked. A little bit of both. Harry answered half honestly. Door? HM? Oh, said Dumbledore as he fumbled for the key to the front door. Finding it, he unlocked the entrance and swung the door open. The air suddenly reeked of dust, disrepair, and neglect. Dumbledore motioned for Harry to stand back before drawing the Elder Wand. With a few swishes through the air, he created a delicate gust of wind that he sent inside. Harry wasn't familiar with the spell, but it was loud. He heard furniture being thrown aside, dishes crashing, and curtains being torn asunder as the whirlwind tore through the building. Dumbledore had the gall to hum a cute tune and twiddle his thumbs the entire time. Ah, I think it should be safe to enter, said Dumbledore when the spell ended. As they did, so it was to find a home in disrepair, but bereft of dust and furniture. The wallpaper would all have to be replaced, as would most of the plaster from the deep claw marks Remus had left during his monthly confinements here. Plus, the wood, all of it, would need to be sanded and polished. There goes his weekend. Would you mind opening a few windows? Harry asked. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore opened every last one, and they continued the tour. From the entrance hall to the living room, where the whirlwind had deposited all of the ruined furniture and dust of the home into a pile reminiscent of the Room of Hidden Things. Everything was in far better condition than could be expected. The cellar, which he had never been in, was large enough to serve as a storage area for all the potion ingredients he would ever need, and the food pantry beside the kitchen was nearly as large as the master bedroom, which he planned to turn into military-style barracks. Same for the living room and the other bedrooms. It's perfect, said Harry as they exited the attic, which he would of course be converted to an office. I'm glad you like it, but might I ask, of all the buildings in the world to turn into a refuge for werewolves near the full moon, why this one? Harry shrugged, walked past it one day, and got the overwhelming feeling that it would be a great place for a werewolf to hide. He said, and then as I thought about it, I realized with the wide open spaces around it and proximity to Hogwarts, it would allow a good range of visibility to see any would-be hunters and make it more plausible for younger people afflicted to attend Hogwarts, if parents could be assured that their children would be safe during those days. But that's a bit further down the future, isn't it? Now he was outright lying, but he had the excuse of being a seer to lean on when he needed to explain how he knew things he shouldn't. So you're damn right he was going to abuse it. He didn't mean to make Dumbledore's eyes twinkle so hard as to be blinding. I can vanish the old furniture unless you want to repair it? Dumbledore offered as they passed the living room again. Oh no, I'll burn it in a bonfire tonight, said Harry. Vanishing things makes me uncomfortable. Dumbledore looked at him curiously. Whatever does it do? The old man asked. Are you familiar with the laws of thermodynamics? Asked Harry. Of course. Dumbledore hummed. Well, many a wizard has asked if matter and energy cannot be created or destroyed, then wherefore does matter erased through magic go? Harry explained, and some have found the answer. It is horrifying. I'd rather not talk about it. Dumbledore nodded consideringly. I'll have to look into that myself then. He eventually said, and I shall refrain from vanishing to dispose of things until I find the answer. Is there a similarly terrifying answer for the origins of conjured matter? Harry scoffed. You know as well as I do, conjured matter isn't real. Just magic shaping into a form of our imagining and imitating the properties we want it to, and all conjured things eventually return to nothing. Harry recited as if by rote from his nude study guide. Dumbledore nodded approvingly. And only then did Harry realize he was still being interviewed, this time in his theoretical knowledge in regard to transfiguration. Albus Dumbledore had always been openly biased in favor of skill in transfiguration as the mark of a great wizard. He had good reason for the bias, but bias it still was. Well, the transfer and ownership for the deed is signed and sealed and sent off to Gringotts, said Dumbledore. As soon as they approve the transaction and transfer the money, I'm sure they will allow you to pick it up. Harry nodded and shook Dumbledore's hand goodbye. For now, at least. And if you need any further help setting up your nonprofit, I know a few people who would be happy to help, he said before leaving with not a crack, but a whisper on the wind. Harry immediately re-entered the shack and began checking for any residual magic with his senses. Wards, spying charms, cursed objects, anything. When those turned up squat, he went down the back hall to where the passage to the Whomping Willow ought to be. There was no trapdoor, nor was there anything beneath the flooring where the trapdoor ought to be. He could feel that it had once been there, but not for a very long time. He would have suspected Dumbledore of having sealed it up ahead of time, knowing he might be selling the property, but threw that idea aside. More likely, with the war of attrition going on endlessly and being a more worldwide phenomenon than strictly English, as it had been in his world, the headmaster likely sealed it up after Remus graduated. It would not do to have an easily accessible passage into the castle. He wondered to himself if the others had been sealed up too. To his knowledge, all of the Marauders were alive in this universe and allied with Dumbledore. They were bright men and would surely have shared their knowledge of the passageways with him. He breathed out a sigh of relief as he advanced onto the living room. With a flick of his wand, he levitated all of the crap and dust and guided it all through the front door, depositing it onto the now doubly large pile of trash to be burned. He took a deep breath and sat on the grass. And like that, all motivation to do work left him. Even though he was nowhere near magical exhaustion, dealing with Dumbledore had taken its toll on his mind and energy levels. B wanted to fall asleep and never wake up again. So stressful had his meetings with the old man he loved dearly. It was then that he heard the fluttering of wings and looked up to see Hedwig, significantly slimmer than when he purchased her, coming in for a landing. He smiled as she glided to his side and nestled into his side. Their familiar bond was finally starting to form. His old Hedwig could always tell when he needed her comfort, which had been often. He stroked her feathers as he got lost in thinking about nothing. It was a lovely afternoon. Warm sunlight with intermittent clouds and the smell of freshly cut grass all around him. Shame he only had Howard to share it with, seeing as Crookshanks wasn't the cuddliest. Plus, he didn't feel like picking him up from Ollivanders and coming back. Expecto Patronum, Harry whispered, then spoke to the stag which appeared. Bellatrix, I just purchased the Shrieking Shack. If you aren't too busy, won't you join me here? Please bring a blanket if you can. He sent off the message and eased back into resting on the ground. For a few minutes, he continued to enjoy the silence in his mind when a loud crack announced the arrival of his impromptu date. Must you keep a lady waiting? She called once she reached earshot, a thin picnic blanket held to her chest. I've heard nothing since your letter the other day. Harry smiled wanly at her, knowing her real complaint was that he had yet to invite her to dinner with the Crabbe family. He was certain word had gotten to her that he has asked Valentine if he could bring a date. Seeing as he knew who he had in mind, it wasn't a leap word had somehow gotten to her through whatever network of gossipers connected the two. And so, he made no excuses, but instead scooped Hedwig into his arms and stood up to introduce them. This is my familiar Hedwig, said Harry. We met just a few weeks ago, and I've been working overtime on helping her lose weight. She's doing great. Bellatrix smiled at the amber-eyed owl and stroked her brow with a single finger in greeting. Hedwig did not object. Is this a comfy place to put down the blanket and have a lay down? Bellatrix asked. I presume the interior is not yet presentable? Harry nodded, and soon he, Hedwig, and Bellatrix were sitting together. Him sprawled out and propped up by his elbows, utterly relaxed, and her with her legs folded beneath her and sitting upright like royalty. They sunbathed for a few minutes, but the conversation simply had to begin anew. I really am sorry about not writing to you earlier, said Harry. I've had a rather busy week thus far, and only just caught a breather. "Oh, you don't need to tell me. I'm a lady, don't you know?" she said mysteriously. "And we can tell when a man, any man, has had a very stressful day." She looked at him crookedly and held a finger to her bottom lip as if deep in thought. "You present me with a difficult choice here. I have two sisters in very different marriages. One takes her husband having a bad day as the opportunity to whine and make it worse, mostly for her own amusement, but also to get things out of him. The other moves mountains to make him feel heard and wanted." She explained. "Which one should I imitate?" Harry grinned at her, joking, and had no difficulty guessing which sister was which. "I think I shall take my lessons from the sister who has built a loving home and family, one that can be happy with or without the finer things in life," she decided. "Here you are exhausted, and here I am with a perfectly soft lap to lay your head. Come, rest, and tell me all about your day." She patted her lap, and he took the invitation. With one beautiful bird laying in his arms, and he laying in the arms of another beautiful bird, he spilled his guts. He told her the truncated and selectively edited version of his day. How he had come to Hogsmeade to interview with the great Albus Dumbledore and got the position, only to then also convince the old man to sell the Shrieking Shack. This then led the conversation back around to the non-profit he was trying to make. Bellastrix kept quiet the entire time, making no judgment or criticisms of his plans, even as he went into detail about them. Keeping her promise to listen, he considered telling her about Dumbledore's impending death and how sad that had made him, but he wasn't sure if he trusted her enough yet with that information. She was after all still Bellatrix. Black, and knowledge can be dangerous. I'm probably going to spend the rest of the day cleaning up the interior and then tending to the grounds that indeed tomorrow I have to go back to Gringotts to meet with the Board of Nonprofit Funding. Harry finished. "But tonight I have a +1 dinner invitation with the Crab family, and I would like you to be my +1. That was the one thing she couldn't bite her tongue over and audibly winced. "I don't want to shoot down your aspirations or anything, but maybe reconsider that meeting," she said. "That board hasn't approved funding for any nonprofit in ever." Harry looked at her, half amused at her sidestepping his invitation for a date, another genuinely curious at her reasoning. "Really? Why not?" asked Harry. "They're goblins. They will not invest in a thing if it does not make money, and the whole point of a nonprofit is to be unprofitable," she explained. Harry frowned. Neither of those statements were true in his experience. Goblins care about profit, sure, but they care more about success and doing great things no matter the expense. If they failed to approve any charities in so long, it's because none of them showed promise in achieving their mandate. "You said sloppy," Bellatrix replied tersely, "and I need to practice my grandma kisses anyways." "Grandma kisses? You have children?" Harry said in surprise. "And they're having children?" Bellatrix scoffed at that. "Hardly. No, I have a niece and a nephew. The former is a bombshell in a workplace full of hot bachelors. The latter is the prettiest of pretty boys to ever pretty boy. It will be a miracle if he doesn't make me into a great aunt before graduating from Hogwarts," she explained. "Yet don't hold your breath on that one, Bella." Draco was too smart to knock some girl up and had confided in him once that he never planned to have any children of his own, which was something Harry couldn't comprehend. It was after they visited Sue for her bridal shower that Draco learned it was common for Japanese businessmen to adopt young men who they saw as potential apprentices as their own sons. Adult adoptions to carry on the family name. And for some reason, Draco thought that was a brilliant idea. Give me 10 young men with the hunger to create, industrialize, and innovate, and I'll create the billionaires of tomorrow, Draco had once said after having too much to drink. They will be my sons, ones worthy to rebuild the Malfoy name from the gutter it sits in. But Nymphadora? Bellatrix might be onto something there. Harry might have to poke his nose around the Lupin and Tonks households to see if he could make that magic happen. But that would make you a great aunt, not a grandmother. He said, if my sister is a grandmother, then being a great aunt is practically the same thing. She said back as she planted a sucking kiss on his ear. He'd have to be more careful about the terms and conditions of future bets. Winning might be worse than losing. When she eventually calmed down in her kissing attack, she quietly watched Harry paint with a fist-sized brush. Why don't you animate several brushes to do it for you? She asked. Because I'm pants at animation charms and grew up accustomed to manual labor. Catharsis and to burn off energy mostly, he said his half-truth. I call it active meditation. Clearing your mind by doing menial tasks. She considered this idea. Like with the clemency? She asked. Nope. Opposite actually, he said, and left off the explanation until she glowered at him. He elaborated, okay. Have you ever been in the company of a man while he stares off into space, and you got the overwhelming desire, as a woman, to break him from that peace? Bellatrix laughed at his phrasing. Once or twice, she admitted. And what was the usual answer? He asked. Nothing, she said in a mocking impression of a man, or at least a very full one. Well, would you believe me if I said they were telling the truth? He asked. They really were thinking about nothing but thinking about it. Very hard. Huh, was all she could say as she looked at him as if he were a madman. Okay, imagine if instead of clearing your mind by emptying it and being calm, you instead cleared it by not feeling the need to think. By being at peace while your body works automatically. If Ron couldn't get Hermione to understand this topic and the importance of leaving men alone when they're in this state, he doubted he would get it across to Bellatrix. Amazing things happened when men were left in that state for long enough. Epiphanies, sparks of genius like invented laser discs or impromptu naps. Is it like the resolute silence that goes through your mind when you're caught unexpectedly in a fight or war zone? She asked suddenly. Yes, a little bit, he confessed but backtracked. Although now that I think about it, they're very different feelings of inner peace. As soon as he finished saying it, he regretted the words. Now she knew he had seen real battles before, not just dueling. If he had been less concerned with getting his point across, he would have spotted the real intention behind that question a mile away. She didn't show any signs of being pleased with her victory, but appeared for all the world to see as if she were deep in thought. Do you have a second brush? She finally asked. And so, they spent the remainder of the afternoon painting the outside of the house by hand. Sure, they could have used bigger brushes or rollers. But that would mean less time sitting on a broom together, with her head on his shoulder, as they both making the monotonous movements to put paint on the wall. Having this woman around, even if she did put him on edge with her probing questions, was doing so much to keep him grounded in reality. To see somebody so changed by different circumstances and choices, and change for the better, helped him to hope that maybe, just maybe, he could actually save this world. Only this time, not doing so too late to avert the worst damage and make the wounds of the war and ideological divides insurmountable for eternity. The Order meeting had already begun, and yet, for some impossible reason, Romulus Lupin was put on guard duty at the front door. Instead of sitting in, this was surely a meeting entirely about Hadrian Morgan and all of the information Dumbledore, Bill, and Kingsley had managed to gather on the interloper. Romulus was of the opinion that he was the most entitled to know these details. For some reason, both Dad and James disagreed. He had spent the better part of 20 minutes grumbling to himself about the injustice of it all when a quiet knock reached the front door. Frowning, he wrenched it open and discovered his being put on guard duty had been a ruse. Uncle Peter, Romulus said as he embraced the man. Oh, there's my favorite godson. The rat Animagus bellowed as he lifted Romulus in a bear hug. Romulus took immediate notice of how much thinner his godfather was since he left for his mission, and knew that was never a good sign. The pessimist in him wanted to wager that secret agent Wormtail's latest mission had been a failure. But for now, he'd wait to find out. Order meeting already underway? Peter asked. Yup, and boy did you miss out on some interesting goings-on, he told his godfather as he dragged him to the kitchen. He barely heard his godfather's less reassuring response. Oh, I think I've been kept a veil of a little too much goings-on, he mumbled. They entered the kitchen uninvited, and the Order, or most of it, gave the usual fanfare when one of their own returned safe and sound after months away. Molly took one look at Peter and frowned, before rushing past him to the kitchen to whip up a massive meal from leftovers. Atta girl Aunt Molly. As she busied herself, Peter's fellow marauders welcomed him home with hugs and pats on the back. He even got a few pecks on the cheek from Tonks and the younger Fig. They found their seats at the table, and Mrs. Weasley dumped a platter of soup, pastries, and fried vegetables in front of the emaciated man. He barely managed to mumble a sincere thanks before digging it. Now that everyone is here, and our prank is set off, I call this order meeting into session, Dumbledore announced, and while we let Peter settle in from his long trip, I think the first business item of the day is England's mysterious new bachelor. A series of grumbled agreements echoed around the room, and Dumbledore went on. Excellent. I held an interview with the young man, but unfortunately, most of it I cannot share, the headmaster went on. He is a charming and considerate person, humble, but tries to hide it behind a facade of self-confidence. But it is misplaced as he shows incredible wisdom for his age. This was all a bit more abstract than what they were all waiting for. Of that Romulus was certain. Sadness and remorse envelop him wherever he goes, but he has such a great sense of humor to overcome it that I am confident in his inner strength. Dumbledore must have noticed the bored expressions on all of their faces because he cut to the chase. He is also a true seer and casts wandless magic with the ease of a tree swaying with the wind. The room erupted with debate and a few I told you so's from Ariana Fig at Dumbledore's pronouncement. They bombarded him with questions. How can you tell he was a true seer? Was it truly wandless magic and not a trick? All the while Romulus's godfather ate his meal slowly as he listened in visible confusion. He is a true seer, and he saw something that only I and one other person on this planet should know, Dumbledore explained. That would have been enough for me to know he is the real deal, as they say, but he made a second prediction that I'm still coming to grips with myself. I wish I could share what he saw, but it is vital to the war effort that no more people gain this knowledge. It's quite possibly the one piece of knowledge that could win or lose this war, so long as it remains secret. Alastair Moody spotted a problem with that. If it's so important, then is it really safe to allow this unknown element to walk around with it in his head? The retired Auror asked. Romulus had been thinking the same thing. I had a similar concern. In fact, were I as cutthroat as I was during my days fighting Grindelwald during World War II, I would have slain him on the spot, he confessed. The sobering and frightening revelation the kindly old man just shared with them nailed home exactly how serious this situation was. Well, now Romulus just had to know. Any information on the young man's past? Phileas squeaked. Dumbledore shook his head. I was too preoccupied trying to learn the extent of his abilities and was focused on interviewing him for the position as well. Dumbledore sighed. And besides, any personal history he might have told me if I pried would likely be a lie or lacking in all details. He is secretive of that, you can be sure. I just hope I made the right choice in trusting him to keep the secret he shared with me. The room went quiet, before all at once, turning towards Bill Weasley and Kingsley Shacklebolt. I found Jack with a side of shit, Bill said simply. Me too, except Jack left town, added Kingsley. And like that, they were back to square one with this guy. A ghost who just appeared to the world at large from thin air and began making waves. Romulus had no idea how James and Remus were keeping straight faces because he was finding it impossible. How do we even know if he's on our side? Asked Tonks. He isn't, said Severus ominously and with complete confidence in the statement. Romulus had to roll his eyes at the dour pronouncement before leaning back in his chair and folding his arm. Are you saying you have information that he may already have loyalties? Sirius asked. He is not one of the Dark Lords either, Severus elaborated. Think about it. Think about this man's actions since surfacing and who he has chosen to associate with. His first point of reference in the wizarding world was to become a helper to Garrick Ollivander, a man who has repeatedly thumbed every attempt to restrict him in who he can and cannot sell his services to, and should either the Dark Lord or Dumbledore ever walk into his shop with a broken wand, he would replace it for either of them. Bill took over. And then think of who he chooses as his romantic interest. Sirius deaded. Tonks perked up. I think I see where you're going here, she concluded. Bellatrix Black, said James. A woman who managed to keep her sisters together even as they drift towards opposite ends of the conflict. A woman who remains a loving aunt to both NYM and young Draco. Sirius growled, and it came out a little too dog-like, right? A bastion of family integrity and neutrality that won, he said. Sirius, Remus said in a warning tone. The black heir backed down, but seemed to barely hold his tongue. I agree with Severus' analysis, Dumbledore concluded. He has surrounded himself with people that, in one way or another, are neutral or ambivalent to the war. We are either witnessing the work of a peacemaker intent on healing the schism in our society, or a new player intent on rivaling or replacing Voldemort and myself. That quieted the room. A third faction in the war? Well, fourth counting the Ministry, and honestly, who did? But still, another faction? Why would he collect those of the wizarding world either neutral or antagonistic to both sides of the war under one banner? Was it his intention to fight against both, or let them duke it out and conquer the victor? It was something Romulus couldn't imagine doing. It made him wonder, was Dumbledore leading them astray, intentionally or otherwise? Were their tactics for this war going to cause devastation instead of victory? These were questions he never pondered before and was uncomfortable now that Hadrian was forcing him, through his actions, to do so. Which do you think he is? McGonagall broke the silence. It might be my intrepid optimism, but I think it's the former, he said, or at least he seems to want to be the peacemaker between the two sides. He says, and I believe him, that he does what he does because he believes fate is pushing him towards a certain path. I just worry he doesn't realize how dangerous and difficult that path is. Needless to say, I will not be trying to recruit him into the Order, Dumbledore concluded, but he is a godsend in terms of a teacher. I just got a letter from the Board of Governors confirming his appointment, and will send the good news to him promptly. Damn it. That means Romulus wouldn't be able to track him down and interrogate him once the school year started. Yet another boring year of homeschooling with Uncle James and Aunt Lily until she too returned to Hogwarts. Joy. I have many questions. Peter broke his silence now that his meal was finished. But the information gleaned from my spying might be more important, and I'm sure my godson will fill me in later. He wiped his mouth with a conjured napkin and gave his reports. The vampire tribes, all 12, are on the cusp of joining Voldemort. He ripped the Band-Aid off all at once. What few distrust him are, becoming less and less inclined to get their food through legal, non-fatal means. Stirrings of dissatisfaction echo through the underlings, and the leaders can't snuff it out. Attacks on Muggles have already begun to increase. And I have on good authority that 2 leaders already swore to him. I'll give you 3 guesses which 2, and the first guess doesn't count, he finished. He had spent half a year of shuffling across Eurasia and Africa, sneaking past customs and borders and listening in on known vampires in his rat form. It had clearly taken a toll. That wasn't even getting into the illnesses he must have caught along the way, from coming into contact with other rats and fleas the world over, or the omnipresent danger of getting caught. Romulus really admired the man. I'm afraid things are similarly bad with my werewolf contacts. Remus added, more and more are going feral, living short and brutal lives in lost forests across Europe. Those that are still taking part in society are either too financially desperate to make waves, or leaning towards joining Voldemort. More grumblings. But what werewolf in their right mind would join a regime with open animus towards them? Asked Peter. I think it's more a matter of the Ministry is our biggest threat, he who must not be named is the second, and the resistances are either feckless or worse than Voldemort in their tactics. Arthur Weasley hypothesized. So from their perspective, they may be considering you-know-who just for the pleasure of fighting for him and getting a bit of revenge against society. Right in one, confirmed Remus. The bad news just kept coming. And yet Dumbledore looked oddly amused. In Greater Britain, at least, I foresee the werewolf issue becoming much less of an issue fairly soon, Dumbledore announced, as is our current funding problem for the foreseeable future. He then dropped a sealed contract of some kind, a title, or deed maybe, and a fat coin purse of galleons onto the table. Mr. Morgan purchased the Shrieking Shack from me, and the transaction was approved, he announced. The predicted response from everybody in the room, save for the Marauders themselves, was wondering aloud what that had to do with anything. And why would he purchase that? Asked Tonks. Wait, you're the owner of it. Dumbledore chuckled. When I asked him, he said, and I quote, I just got the feeling that it would make a great place to shelter disenfranchised werewolves during the full moon, Dumbledore explained, throwing his hands up as if giving up on explaining. Remus, Peter, James, and Sirius chuckled together at that one. The Shrieking Shack used to be my prison during the full moons while I attended Hogwarts, Remus explained, which this stranger couldn't possibly have known. Well, it was a well-kept secret. Was. And he intends to refurbish it and turn it into a non-profit shelter during the few days around the full moon for werewolves to stay. Dumbledore explained he intends to provide as much wolfsbane as he can for those who can take it and other aids for those who cannot. It was then that a familiar white owl flew in through the window. They really should stop invoking his name like this. Surely this man couldn't have a taboo on his own name, could he? Dumbledore retrieved the letter Hedwig was carrying and read it. His smile got even brighter as he read it and the document to come with it. And I have even more excellent news, he announced as he turned the document around, showing a bright red approved stamp on it. The Gringotts Fund for Charitable Acts just approved additional funding for his shelter program. What does the letter say? Asked James. Well, you might be interested to learn that he is asking me if I can recommend 5 people interested in being trustees to help get his program approved, and maybe volunteer on or near the full moon. James, Sirius, Remus, Peter, and Romulus all stood up in perfect synchronicity. I figured as much, Dumbledore hummed as he sent Hedwig off with Morgan's confirmation as the new divination professorship. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 14. Meeting the Faculty. Chapter 14. Meeting the Faculty. Sunday morning, August 31st, 1996. Harry finished his last week of unemployment by having breakfast with the Marchbanks. Alastor had been released from St. Mungo's the night before, and his wife, Laura, was taking good care of the bandaged man. The good doctor recommended light breakfasts, Alastor told him, namely berries and hot cereals. Just then, Mrs. Marchbanks dropped 3 plates loaded with eggs, Polish sausages, and sauerkraut onto the table. But my wife loves me enough to shorten my lifespan against the doctor's best wishes. Alastor finished as Laura kissed him on his brow. They sat down and dug in while watching Crookshanks continued attempts to instigate Teddy, the Marchbanks' ancient basset hound. The fat, lazy dog couldn't be coaxed into lifting its saggy head no matter how much the cat of indeterminate age swatted playfully at his snout. Thanks again for agreeing to cat-sit Crookshanks for me, he said between bites. I wanted him to be close to Hogwarts, so I can deliver him to his new owner. And when did you say you would be able to do that? Asked Laura. Monday at the earliest, he said. I need to time it just right. Just right? Asked Alastor. Harry smiled. Are you familiar with the concept of a broken fate? Harry asked rhetorically, seeing as it was something he made up. It is when something is fated to happen, but, through some astronomical statistical aberration, didn't. As if the fates made an accounting error, and it needs to be corrected. Kind of like a time anomaly. Well, this cat was fated to be joined with a young lady 3 whole years ago, but somehow wasn't. Alastor and his wife listened intently at his explanation. What is so terrible about fates being broken? Surely many fates are terrible, and some people should want to break them. Mrs. Marchbanks asked, for the same long and complicated reasons that time travel is terrible, Harry said with a shrug. When the threads of fate are severed, it can unravel the world, for every future fate is predicated on the previous fates coming true. As you two were fated to be married, every future event that only became possible with your union, like the birth of your children and their future actions and children, fall down like Jenga pieces. So on and so forth. So, when a broken fate is found, it should be remedied as much as possible. I will be doing that this week. And something as simple as a person having the correct pet can have those kinds of butterfly effects? Alastor asked. Of course, Harry said, just as the smallest change to the timeline through chronomancy can. Alastor glared at him suspiciously and answered Harry's bait only by chewing more slowly. Sometimes really important work is deceptively easy. Unfortunately, the other work I have planned is not so. Harry changed the subject. Teaching can be a tough job, especially at Hogwarts. Alastor conceded. I was more referring to tracking down an affordable plot to grow Wolfsbane ingredients and a shelter for werewolves I'm building. Harry said, I spent the last few days buying furnishings for the place, and it was long, boring work. Don't suppose you can help me with either tasks? Alastor motioned with his hands to indicate his broken and healing body, even going so far as to lift the bandages over one half of his face to show the burns beneath. Oh no! Harry mocked in his best Mr. Bill impression. I'm just a frail old man. I couldn't possibly survive trekking around the Isles. Says the man who fended off Lord Voldemort with nothing but a flaming sword of God. Alastor didn't take that praise laying down. Well, when you say it like that, it sounds very impressive, but it's much less so when you consider he and his goons were unarmed. Not a wand between them, he said, sign of good faith negotiation. Harry considered him with visible confusion. Then how'd he cast a killing curse for you to block with a sword in the first place? Harry asked. He cast it wandlessly, Alastor answered. That was a concerning claim. Were it anybody except Voldemort, Harry would have said it was impossible, but even still the claim strained credulity. Harry was certainly capable of casting the killing curse, but casting it or any of the unforgivables wandlessly was far beyond his ability. The only exception to S-class spells he could sling around without a wand was the Patronus, and that was only because Harry had such an outstanding affinity for that spell in particular. Maybe if Voldemort had a similar affinity for the killing curse? That was a frightening possibility, but a possible one. Plausible even. And where did the burns and wounds come from? Harry asked. Did he manage to summon Fiendfire wandlessly as well? No. The sword's magic turned on me when it exploded. Got a face and chest full of stone and copper shrapnel, Alastor explained. The sword didn't appreciate being used as a weapon, strangely enough. That warranted further investigation. That artifact really ought to be in the Department of Mysteries, so the unspeakables could try and decipher the inner workings of its magic. I insist you work with him, dear, Mrs. Marchbanks insisted. Why should I go? Mr. Marchbanks insisted in return. When he has a hot duelist girlfriend who'd do much better in my place? Well, she barely has enough time as it is to even date me. What? With all of her dueling practices, competitions, and social events. So, joining me for weekend trips across the country is out of the question, as is caring for werewolves for a few days per month. Harry explained that, and not to downplay her abilities, but she never fought off the most powerful Dark Lord in history with a flaming sword of God. Teddy must have gotten worried from all of the yelling because he was at the table now with his head on Harry's lap. He whimpered just like Fong too. Harry patted the frightful thing in order to console him. Harry gave up on trying to convince the older man and decided to leave it to Laura to nag him into it over the next few weeks. For now, he settled for finishing the excellent breakfast, operating to the Shrieking Shack, and walking to the first home he ever knew. It was time to return to Hogwarts. The moment Harry stepped past the boundary separating the courtyard and the entrance hall, he stretched his magical senses as wide as they would go. The castle welcomed him, as it welcomed all who came here, with an embrace of ancient dust and promises of adventure. It almost fooled Harry into thinking it recognized him, but more likely it recognized his nature and merely approved of him. He was home. Professor Morgan, I presume, Minerva's thick accent greeted from behind him. Ah! Harry yelled in feigned fright. Oh, it's just Minnie. Sorry, something about your stern voice made me think I was about to get a paddling. She made what may have been the most severe expression he'd ever seen on her face in his own universe. Either this Minerva was much more stressed out, or he hit a home run with that joke, and she was trying to hide it. He was leaning towards the former. The rest of the faculty is meeting in the staff break room, and we are all eager to meet you, she said simply before walking away. Definitely the former, then? Assuming she wanted him to follow her, Harry went in the completely opposite direction. Working from memory alone, he descended into the dungeons and took a secret passage that opened up into a slide. Riding it deeper into the dungeons, he exited near the Slytherin dormitories. What most students didn't know, but probably suspected, is that there was a passage near every common room, which lead directly to the private quarters of their head of house. Each of these passages was only accessible to said faculty member and the headmaster, unless one spoke parcel tongue, in which case hissing a quick open to the passage near the Slytherin common room and the exit near the corresponding faculty bedroom. Another feature common to all faculty members was that each of their private quarters was situated right next to another secret passage leading to the headmaster's tower. Each was only accessible to said faculty member, but again, Salazar put parcel-tongue loopholes into all of the passages he himself crafted. And so, Harry hissed another open at the wall adjacent to the private quarters of somebody who wasn't Snape, based on the smell of flowery perfume, and climbed a spiral stone staircase until he exited the portrait of Salazar, Slytherin, into the hallway leading to Dumbledore's office. Turning away from the office, he walked to the door he knew led to the staff meeting room. "I was under the impression Minerva was to escort you here," Phileas greeted the moment Harry opened the door. Harry blinked as he examined the room. He recognized a few old faces, but just as many he'd never seen before. Phileas Flitwick, Pomona Sprout, and Severus Snape were all a given, as was the rough and tumble Elvira, but aside from those, the only familiar faces were Hagrid and Professor Sinistra. Oh, and for some reason, Remus was here too. That left 3 strangers and 3 empty seats, ignoring Minerva and Albus' absences. She sort of just wandered off and left me to my own devices. Must have had more important business to attend to, Harry lied with a shrug. The more gullible staff members shared concerned looks. "Anyways, it's nice to meet you all. Don't everybody introduce yourselves at once," Harry went on. After a short round of indulgent chuckles, they began with the introductions, and Harry made his way around the table, shaking each hand he was offered, which, seeing as those present was polite and professional even at the worst of times, was everyone. "Professor Flitwick Charms," Phileas introduced himself. "Rebecca Pomfrey, school nurse," Pomfrey introduced herself. Harry examined the stern woman and wondered what relation she had to the Poppy Pomfrey he knew and adored. Regardless, she had big shoes to fill, but they were shoes that definitely needed filling. He hoped the 30-something-year-old was up to filling the 70-something-year-old's position. Aurora Sinistra, Astronomy, the beautiful dark-skinned woman greeted. Elvira de Sanigo, survival skills instructor, the duelist, introduced herself. "I know, I saw your duel with Madame Bones. Great stuff," Harry said. Harry had neither heard of her nor her class before. The long years of war must have made the necessity of branching out from the traditional class structure clear to even the Board of Governors, if they deemed it necessary to deviate from the millennial-old curriculum. That, or the population of this magical Britain was much greater than his, and so Hogwarts was better able to provide additional electives. All in all, if he wasn't already involved, he would have chased her, like many of her teenage students likely did. He had a thing for gals who could kick his ass. Rubius Hagrid, groundskeeper, greeted the friendly giant as he nearly crushed Harry's arm with a handshake. Now that he was up close, Harry could see how badly scarred his first friend was. He held his arm in a sling and had 2 black eyes and a nasty cut above his nose. Still, the gentle soul peered through those beetle eyes, just like Harry remembered from before. Severus Snape, substitute potions teacher, greeted Snape curtly with a short handshake. Harry blinked at the man. "Substitute?" Harry couldn't stop himself from saying. "You give off the air of a man capable of much more in potions than your job title would entail." Severus' look was a combination of disdain and dissatisfaction at being reminded of his station, but Harry could feel the intention behind it through his magical senses. He was hiding his pride at his own abilities from Harry's disguised compliment behind that sneer in place of abashed humbleness. Why were Slytherins so weird? The man beside Severus cleared his throat, breaking the two out of the odd social interaction. "Remus Lupin, Defense Against the Dark Arts," Remus greeted. Harry gave Remus his most genuine smile. So glad was he to see the man in better health and nicer clothes than he'd ever seen the Remus from his own world. Also alive. Very good improvement there. Professor Maven is currently at St. Mungo's from a Death Eater attack, and also missing are our Muggle Studies professor, Andrew Hannigan, and our healing arts mistress, Emma Gray. You'll meet them this evening when they arrive. Phileas finished. Oh, and Professor Binns, our history of magic teacher, is never seen outside of his classroom. You can go meet him whenever you feel like it. Professor Binns was rather forgettable, yes. Right. And Professor Maven teaches arithmancy and runes then? Harry asked. Right in one, Sinistra nodded. That sounded taxing, teaching two whole subjects. But they did seem like the most likely to be merged into a single course. Honestly, if the Board of Governors wanted to, they could do the same with divination and astronomy. Or history and Muggle studies. He'd have to put that on the agenda for when he got a surrogate to sit on the board. That just leaves? Harry thought to himself. Do you not teach care of magical creatures? We have split up the duties related to magical creatures between defense against the dark arts and survival class, said Elvira. Efficiency is the word of the day, it would seem. So, tell us all about your trip up to Hogwarts. Pomona egged the conversation on as soon as Harry found his seat beside Sinistra. Oh, it was lovely, Harry said honestly. An early morning trek from my new property in Hogsmeade through the woods was a fine start to the day. The pre-dawn mist and singing of wildlife would be a boost to anybody's mood. The other professors shared confused looks, as something about his statement must not have added up to them. Morning walk in the woods? Severus clarified. Yup, said Harry. You know, the big plot of trees between Hogsmeade and here? The meaning of his words must have finally registered, because almost everyone's expression changed from confused to concerned. You don't mean to tell me you walked through the forbidden forest on your way here, do you? Elvira practically seethed. Yeah. Why? Am I not allowed to do that? Harry asked in genuine confusion before he remembered that this version of the Hogwarts staff wasn't familiar with his many adventures in and familiarity with said forest. That is highly dangerous. Little Pomfrey, which is the nickname he will henceforth be thinking of her as, reprimanded as she pulled her wand out and approached him to cast diagnostic charms. Really? I thought it was a lovely walk. The Thestrals were polite, if a little over-curious, and the other denizens kept a safe distance, but weren't as good at hiding as they thought, Harry said as he allowed the young woman to check him over. That answer earned him a nod of approval and a gracious smile from Hagrid, who had just now finished making him a cup of tea. How did the Aurors stationed on the perimeter not spot you? Elvira pressed on as Hagrid placed a hot mug in front of Harry. Oh, they did? Tried to arrest me too. For some reason, they found a stranger coming out of the forest in the early dawn suspicious. I ignored them and entered the school, Harry told them. A young Miss Tonks there helpfully waylaid the ones trying to arrest me had to explain to her co-workers that I was expected. They can be tedious, yes, Sinistra hummed in agreement while trying to hide a smile behind her mug of tea as she took a sip. Harry got the feeling that half of his new peers thought he was insane, and the other half thought him lying for the sake of humor. And the half questioning his sanity probably didn't believe him either. They would learn soon that every word of it was true. Do you have any experience teaching? Asked Lupin when the chuckles and weary looks abated. I am starting this semester too, and admit I'm rather nervous. Well, yeah, you should be. It's the Jinx job position after all, but it won't be for much longer. But how to answer? Half-truths? Half-truths. I used to lead a study group for defense against the dark arts for an entire year when we didn't have a competent teacher. My fellow homeschooled kids picked me because of my rough experiences, and because I was able to cast a corporeal Patronus by the age of 13, and they found that very impressive, Harry explained. Harry almost missed Flitwick's jaw hit the floor. I find that very impressive myself, the charms master stuttered. Everybody has that one spell that just comes to them naturally. For me, it was the Patronus. Or, well, it didn't come easy. But when it did come to me, I was very good at it. Same for the summoning charm. Both hard-won, but doubly rewarding, Harry explained. Once I finished with my homeschooling and took my newts for the first time, the town decided to hire me as defense teacher for all of the students. At such a young age? Professor Sprout questioned. And how did that go? It was a disaster, Harry answered honestly. I was completely overwhelmed. Not by the workload, mind you, but from the multiple panic attacks I suffered from trying to herd children and teenagers into a class where they learned to cast curses at each other as well as the methods for defending against or countering them. Flitwick, Pomona, and, oddly, Snape all permitted him sympathetic nods at that confession. And what makes you think you'd be better able to handle the work now? Remus asked. You mean aside from my being 9 years wiser? Harry asked. The fact that I'll be teaching a subject that doesn't have children, waving wands around, and casting offensive spells at one another. No panic attacks for me this year. No, sir. But there will be quite a bit of hair pulling, I assure you, Elvira assured him. Oh boy, was he ever expecting that to be true? I actually swore that I'd never take a teaching position again after that. And yet here I am, Harry finished his tale of woes. And why are you here breaking your oath? Phileas asked. I felt pushed into taking the position, Harry said honestly. Received several signs that I was supposed to do so. Several of the faculty either perked up as they reached the subject that fascinated them the most about the enigmatic Hadrian Morgan, or rolled their eyes in anticipation of wobbly divination bullshit. Harry planned to disappoint both teams. What kind of signs would that be? Sinistra asked, her entire attention focused on him. Well, let's see. Harry ticked off his points on his fingers. Between the entirety of Diagon Alley, thinking I'm Nostradamus for some reason, me suddenly discovering a hitherto unknown talent for divination while taking the written exam, and seeing an ad in the paper looking for a new divination professor, I got the hint. And, wouldn't you know it, just as I finished reading said classified the owl with my new newt results flew in and dropped it right on my face. Whoever claimed the fates are subtle is a liar. Based on the nervous laughter at his humorous tale, he could tell they didn't know if he was joking or serious. Frankly, he was a bit of both. Is that how the fates usually talk to you? Severus said in his most demeaning voice. Oh, we were going there? He didn't care very much to defend the honor of his chosen field, but he was always up for a match with Snape. He had over half a decade of repressed aggression towards a man to let out. Well, no, usually I just know things I shouldn't. I can sense people's nature or past and future, all things that freak people out if I comment on. Harry said honestly, most of the time I have to make a concerted effort not to use these abilities, kind of like how a natural legilimens like you has to consciously suppress the ability in order to respect other people's privacy. Snape waved off that reading with a hand motion and a snort. Then make a reading on me, one that isn't common knowledge, unlike my skills with the mental arts, he challenged. Did you miss the part where I said it freaks people out? Said Harry. I'm here to build bridges, not burn them. And sharing private information about somebody in front of his colleagues is a good way to lose friends. Not quite as good as calling your best friend and the only woman you ever loved a mudblood in front of all of your classmates. But a close second. Before Harry even finished that scathing remark, Snape had already stood up from his seat and calmly walked out of the meeting. If Harry were to extend his senses now, he would surely feel the rage wafting off the man like fumes from a freshly baked habanero and lemon pie. It tastes a lot better than it sounds. It was one of George's best inventions for pure disgust factor. Minerva came in exactly as Snape left and glanced back and forth between the congregation and the man who nearly bodied her in his haste to get out of Harry's presence. What was that? And wait, she started before noticing Harry's presence. How did you even get here before me? I looked everywhere for you. Oh, you know? Youth. Spryness. Quicker pace of movement from having strong hips and longer legs, Harry said offhandedly, and Severus needs some time to cool off. He chose to get into a verbal duel with me, and it didn't end well for him. Minerva looked to Phileas, who was still holding a hand over his mouth to try and hide his shocked expression, then to the confused looks of those present. The only person who Harry knew for a fact knew the meaning behind that statement was Remus, who was staring at Harry with something akin to awe and terror. I believe you may have just made a mortal enemy out of one of the most dangerous men in Britain, Remus told him. Most dangerous men in Britain? If he were to make a pyramid of people it was unwise to get into a fight with, Harry put Snape an order of magnitude above Bella, Molly, and Alastor, Moody, and right beside Minerva and Phileas, who themselves were an order of magnitude below Voldemort and Dumbledore. If he were honest with himself, though, he put Severus closest to Albus and Tom out of the three teachers. With another half-century of life, Snape could come close to rivaling the two, as could Harry, if either were to devote their entire existence to achieving parity with the powerful mages. But that would never happen. Snape was too focused on potions, and Harry was too focused on sports and mischief. The kind of mischief that led the people of Chiaran, Mexico, to pick up arms and drive out the cartels and corrupt police and politicians. Good times. Oh, we aren't enemies, said Harry. That was just a warning shot. I know that man can be extremely antagonistic if you show him any weakness. I can also tell that he is a truly good man deep, and I do mean deep, deep down inside. But I don't take kindly to bullies or people who want to test me. If he ignores the warning and tries to escalate, I will too. He took a sip of his tea as he allowed his co-workers to digest that declaration. He then clarified, I'm not interested in starting wars or rivalries, but I'll happily end them. Sure, he respected Severus and his abilities, but it would be a cold day in hell before he actually liked the guy. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction, as 3 others are currently doing. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original fiction/nonfiction or anything else that is not fanfiction. I am still looking for my first nonfiction gig, so I can move into ghostwriting professionally. So if you have a novel you really want written, contact me. Price is subject to change in the future. Check my profile. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. I have higher tiers, but I have no idea what to offer for them now that I lowered everything to $1. 15. Meeting the Students. Chapter 15. Meeting the Students. Sunday morning, August 31st, 1996. Welp, said Hadrian. I need to head on up to my quarters and classroom. I have a lot of unpacking, organizing, prepping, and planning to do. He got up and made to leave. Not to mention the paperwork, rules and regulations, and code of conduct you need to finish signing, reminded Minerva. Don't forget the health and safety protocols, added Rebecca. Albus apologized for not being present. He planned to walk you through it all. I could help in his stead should you need assistance, Phileas offered. Thank you, but that won't be necessary, Hadrian said before exiting and leaving them all to each other's company. There was dead silence for a long while as they all absorbed the typhoon in human form they just met. Elvira was the first to break it. 10 Galleon says he gets lost and doesn't reappear for an entire week. The survivalist announced. I'll take that bet, Remus said. After all, he got here from the entrance hall, just fine by himself. Minerva glowered at that. I turned my back to lead him and must have spent 40 whole seconds talking to thin air before I realized he wasn't following me. She said, how in the world did he get here by himself? Remus couldn't help himself. Stab in the dark. Maybe he's psychic, he said cheekily, could have doused his way here. Rebecca and Sinistra both took his suggestion in good humor, but seemed satisfied to smile and watch the goings-on. It's more likely that Peeves decided the only way to surprise us was to be genuinely helpful to somebody, suggested Pomona. Now that's a thought, Remus mused aloud. He'd have to track down the old poltergeist and ask, though whether or not the Hellion would answer was a shot in the dark. He turned back to Elvira and said warningly, don't you go backtracking when he arrives for dinner on time. I have those 10 galleons right here and a room full of witnesses. She winked at him, and the bet was on. Nope, Harry grimaced as he tossed aside yet another piece of junk. Not a diadem. He threw aside the bust and tore apart the nightstand it stood on. He banished article after article of clothing, rug, curtain, furniture, container, vial, weapon, and more into separate piles, but he couldn't find the diadem. He found a diadem with amethyst and cursed with a skin-melting spell, but definitely not a Horcrux. He destroyed it anyways. It must not be here, he finally surrendered. This sucked. This was the only Horcrux he knew how to get to and destroy. Aside from the locket in the cave, a cave Albus never thought to tell him the location of in his world, all the others were unknown. Well, aside from the ring in the Gaunt Shack, but Albus already took care of that. He sighed in defeat and surveyed the room of hidden things and made to leave. He kept his eyes peeled during the hike back through the mountain of junk, but no glint of silver caught his eye. He finally caved, stretched his magical senses, bracing himself for the horrific feeling the Horcrux would undoubtedly bring when his magic touched it, like wading in a melted tire rubber and doused in bile. The feeling of such terrible dark magic never materialized, and he was forced to conclude the Horcrux really wasn't there. He exited the room of requirement and sighed. He had a familiar urge to peruse the map and while away hours scouring every nook and cranny of the school. He really wished he'd had the thing on him when he awoke in this world. It would be interesting to see if it worked in this universe and what it would show his name as. Oh! Harry gasped at the sudden realization. The map. He had completely forgotten about the map. And if it worked at all like the wards at Gringotts, reading the aura mark of people placed in Hogwarts, then he was 100% certain what it would show his name as. There was a knocking at the door. Anybody gonna get that? Fred hollered from his workbench, where he'd trying to solder a billywig stinger into a whoopee cushion. I'll get it, Lee said. He saw his discolored triplet put down the measuring cup and flour before running T.I. the door and wrenching it open. He turned back to his current ill-advised project, assuming it was just another customer. They were finally getting busy. Hello, Mr. Jordan. Aren't you going to let your new benefactor in? A cool but giddy voice greeting Lee from the front door. Oh, are you Hadrian Morgan? Lee said after a moment. Everybody in their minuscule apartment dropped everything and stumbled to the front door. George and Angelina charged in from the kitchen, covered in flour and still wearing their aprons and oven mitts. Katie put down the mixing bowl she was currently mixing, and the sound of Alicia stumbling out of bedroom and knocking over yet another mountain of boxes they would have to reorganize later. But they all made it to the door where swarmed the young professor. Messy black hair? Check. Green eyes? Check. Air of mischief and Dumbledore Y, all-knowingness? Double check. Facial expression, crazy enough to make you believe he'd willingly date Bellatrix Black? Oh yeah, come in, come in. Plenty of packages to sit on if you don't mind getting baking ingredients all over your clothes. Fred commanded. They parted and let the man inside, where he found one such pile of boxes waist-height to pop a squat. It does smell lovely in here. I came here expecting a joke shop being run out of a tiny apartment, and instead find a pastry shop running out of a tiny apartment. He teased. Yeah, it's the best we can do even on 6 part-time incomes. But business is finally picking up. George said, "Did you like the box we sent you?" "Loved it," he said. Was a little disappointed not to receive any canary creams. Fred and George looked at one another with matching consternation. Psychic show-off. What are canary creams? Katie asked. A failed experiment from 2 years back. Fred said, we couldn't get them to actually turn people into oversized canaries. The beak and eyes weren't right, and they made you gray instead of yellow. Morgan hummed. I would recommend switching the canary feathers for crane feathers, and for color add extract of golden tentacula. Dilute it as much as humanly possible, though. He advised. But anywho, instead of talking products you will be releasing in the future, let's talk business. I want to invest in your little business endeavor. It took a lot of self-restraint not to fist pump into the air at his pronouncement, but somehow George managed. What did you have in mind, sir? Katie asked. Please, please. Let's not get bogged down with the honorifics like sir. Call me professor, he said with a grin. George and Angelina snorted at the joke. But Morgan stopped smiling at his own humor in favor of frowning at Katie. Miss Bell, shouldn't you be attending Hogwarts for your final year? He asked. Katie shrugged. I bailed. My fiancé already offered me my second choice and dream job, and with the war going on, getting newts seems less important than working and building a family. She explained. Besides, as you showed, I can always just take them later, and with a few years of self-study, I'll probably score higher. Morgan nodded at this reasoning. So, let's address the elephant in the room, far too small for an elephant. Morgan moved on. You all need larger facilities to operate out of. This simply will not do. Ouch! If he was about to propose investing enough to purchase or rent a proper store, then the percentage of dividends he would demand as a result might break the bank. There would be no profitability for the rest of them. And as I'm sure Albus told you in the last meeting, I recently purchased the Shrieking Shack from him. It is yours to operate out of. Morgan said. Now, that was an unexpected windfall, but I thought you were going to run a werewolf shelter out of it. George pointed out. And I shall. 3 days out of the month. The rest of the month will see all of that space going unused. And worse, Now that I'm a professor at Hogwarts with my 1/4, it is also going unlived. And for the rest of the month as well. This is an enormous security risk, as there are many out there who would wish to do werewolves harm, or else sabotage the project. Morgan explained, with you 6 operating your shop out of there, that would add an additional layer of security and put my mind at ease. Fred nodded along with his reasoning. So, it'll be our store for all of the month except the days of the full moon? Fred summarized. Do you also require us to volunteer at the shelter? Only if you want to, but I would prefer you didn't. Morgan said, I know you 6 work 24/7, as most new business owners do. 6 people working 8-hour shifts in pairs. I suggest instead you take those 3 days per month off. How many business owners can claim to get monthly vacations? Oh, and you should know the attic is essentially my apartment, and shall now be your apartment. When does your lease here end? It's a month to month. We can technically end it now and move in tomorrow. Angelina said, that is excellent. The place does need some work to be a proper store. I have filled nearly every room with military-style barracks, but they can easily be enchanted to have a switching transfiguration to swap between being bunk beds and store shelves. And the place does need a woman's touch. In fact, it could even require 3 ladies to complete the task of making it presentable. He explained, I will pay for any such improvements, in addition to a storage shed to put your products during the full moon. Wow, this was by far a better deal than they could ever have hoped for. It almost seemed too good. And what do you expect in return for this business relationship? Fred and George said at once. Morgan leaned back and no. Well, let's see. In exchange for renting out both a living space and workspace, I will already be getting your services as a layer of security and any work you put in to add equity to my property value. That is already almost enough in return. But I would also like to fund your future research and development as needed. In exchange for that, I want... He paused and pretended to count everyone in the room, pointing at them one by one until he landed on himself. 7. I want 1/7 of all profit. Not gross. Profit. That was a steal. Although taking into account the other benefits he pointed out that they were providing him, it did seem close to fair, if slightly benefiting them. Fred was ready to reach out a hand to shake on the offer when his twin dropped a bucket of cold water on them all. Cut the crap, George said angrily. What is the extra catch you want in return? Morgan lost all jovialness and returned George's serious expression. There are 2, Morgan admitted. Here we go. In the likely event I die, I want you all to take over the shelter. Morgan started, which is a huge addition to your workload, but I would word the contract that you are left in charge of who to pass it on to. Essentially, I will be making you the executioners of my will. Oh, well, that wasn't too bad. This, of course, comes with the added benefit that the Morgan estate and the value therein will fall equally between the 6 of you. He explained, which I think should make up for the added headache this catch will bring you. That was a bit much. It explained why he offered such a sweet deal up front. And the second catch? George pressed. Morgan sighed. He clearly wasn't looking forward to their reaction to this one. There is a piece of parchment in that drawer over there, Morgan said, pointing to George's workbench. I want it. Katie rolled her eyes. We all know about the map, Professor. You can speak openly. She said, Oh, thank God. Yeah, I need the map, he said, his cheerfulness returning. How do you even know about it? Lee asked. I'm about to lie to you. I need you to pretend to accept it. Morgan said, I saw it in a vision. That was the lie. Now for a truth. I require it now that I'm at Hogwarts, and you do not now that you're out of it. It is also no secret that Hadrian Morgan is not my real name, as I only just inherited it. I need my true name to remain a secret, or else I cannot succeed in my mission. Finally, the mystery of this man was at their fingertips, and yet he was asking them up front not to open that Pandora's box? What is your mission? Angelina asked, the question on everyone's mind lately. Alicia said, watch him try to skirt around answering it. Voldemort. He said, I am here to destroy Voldemort and end his war. That is my only purpose. I am even willing to subject myself to an unbreakable vow if that's what it takes to convince you. But my identity must remain a secret, even from you, and the map will be an invaluable tool for me regardless. Fred whistled at the confession. It made sense if they so much as peeked at the map during the welcome feast later that evening the cat would be out of the bag. And that he was willing to go to these extremes meant his identity might be significant enough to lose the war if it got out. He seemed earnest, was a man of good humor, and was trusted or at least liked by far more scrupulous and wise people than them. Hell, Garrick Ollivander as a character reference was close to proof enough that he was on the side of good, wherever that side was. Speaking of Ollivander, meet us at Ollivander's in 10 minutes. Fred said, he will perform the vow, and he could be a legal witness to our verbal contract until we can have the goblins hash out a proper contract. Morgan nodded, stood up, and left without another word. When the door closed, they immediately went into crisis mode. I want to trust him. I really do, George admitted. Same. But I also really want to solve the mystery of Hadrian Morgan. Alicia said, Professor Hadrian Morgan. Katie corrected. It's a moot point. We will never get an offer that good again in our lives. Lee pointed out, we have to accept it. That doesn't mean we have to like it. Angelina finally said, the unbreakable vow is the only reason we should accept. George said, all right, because having our own mansion, dream store, and inheriting the power of an ancient and noble house aren't reason enough. Katie countered. They all had to concede to that point. Harry entered the divination classroom, rubbing the marks on his hand from a unbreakable vow. They would burn for the rest of the day, but at least it wasn't his writing hand. He would need that. Upon entering, he confirmed what he already suspected. Might as well have a big neon sign saying Sybil was here, he muttered to himself. Thick, raggedy curtains that had seldom been dusted covering the many windows? Check. Tea tables stained and unpolished covering every inch of floor, not hidden by ugly hippie design rugs? Check. The only thing missing was the bat's collection of hideous teacups. Good riddance. He walked behind the desk where another set of nasty curtains hid his new private quarters and discovered with no small amount of relief that it looked unlived in. Trelawney had been sacked and moved out of her own free, while not murdered. In the latter case, he'd have had much more disposal work to be getting on with. Seeing his suitcases were already there, he made his way back to the desk where the paperwork awaited him. He promptly ignored it. May I speak to the house elf present? He called out to the room while staring squarely at where his extended senses told him one stood hiding. She popped into existence with an eep and sputtered out her response. How can Tofty be helping you today, Professor Morgan, sir? She asked. Tofty? That sure was one peculiar coincidence. He'd have to mention it to the other Tofty when he finally joined her for weekend tea. Hello, Tofty. I'll be doing some redecorating today, and I was hoping you and a few of your friends could help me. He told her, I will be removing these curtains, rugs, and likely the furniture. If you and some of the other house elves would transport them to the room of hidden things and bring me suitable replacements, you would have my supreme gratitude. By the time he finished his request, she was vibrating on her toes in excitement. Before he even managed to stand back up from kneeling to talk to the old creature, the curtains and rugs were gone. Just vanished, as if by magic. He had to let his eyes adjust to the sudden flood of sunlight, but when they did, he gasped at what the zealous little house elf had revealed. The lack of curtains revealed identical pairs of glass doors at different intervals around the tower. Outside, each of the doors was identical, circular patios with ornate metal railings and tarpaulin covers. He walked through the nearest set and smiled at the gorgeous view of the Black Lake and forbidden forest beyond. That woman had her students cooped up in there instead of sitting out here, he said to himself in bafflement. He could understand her methods to an extent. A hot, humid room filled with the vapors of many herbs in order to get her students into a drowsy state was certainly a valid way to open the mind, especially since children were more susceptible to sensing the greater universe. But it was hardly the only way, nor one that would be effective for every student. Which curtains would Professor Mordrian like, sirs? Tofty's voice called from behind him. Mordrian? He liked it. He turned around to discover she had brought a dozen specimens from the room of hidden junk and splayed them across every available surface. Most were boring shades of brown, black, or white. He was very tempted to use a set of transparent curtains with twinkling star lights embedded into it, but it seemed more suited for a garish ball dress or a nightgown than curtains. He quickly settled on a set of baby blue curtains. And I would like them to be pinned to the sides of the glass doors, not covering them, if it's all the same to you, he instructed. In short order, the patios were all furnished with metal tables and chairs matching those in some of the greenhouses, and all of the furniture inside of the classroom, save for his desk, was gone. Tofty tried to ask him what type of rugs he would like to have installed over the stone flooring, but he simply couldn't decide between all of the awful samples she brought along. And he still wanted to put some kind of paintings around the room. For now, he opted to put it off for later and settled into his office chair to read through the documents. Oh boy, were they extensive. The first was a simple agreement to obey the law while on Hogwarts grounds, which seemed a bit superfluous. What was the punishment for breaking the laws inside the grounds? Same as breaking them outside of the school, plus extra fines. It was kind of like traffic laws meant to prevent vehicular death or property destruction. Murder/manslaughter and arson were both already illegal. So why all the traffic stops and fines? Of course, everybody knew the real answer to that leading question. The next one detailed proper conduct in front of students. It was all simple stuff. Avoiding four-letter words, crass statements, and discussing WEC's lives or in-depth personal history. Pretty obvious. There was also a dress code that explicitly forbade showing cleavage, legs or backsides for women, and abdominals, chest, or codpieces for men. There was also expressed denial of perfumes and colognes, especially erotic ones, and those dosed with magical aphrodisiacs, and of course, any kind of violent behavior towards students. The long list of violent acts ranged from slapping to spitting to pretty much every spell aside from the disarming jinx, shielding charms, and the Glissio charm. After reading that particular bit of information, he went back and discovered tripping students was not mentioned on the list of physically violent acts that were forbidden. Noted, the document did hold a disclaimer that the contract did not, in any way, restrict his legal rights to defend himself or others against deadly force with an appropriate level of retaliation from anybody. Also noted, the dress codes and some speech codes carried with them a punishment of termination on grounds of sexual harassment, which Harry thought was a bit extreme until he thought about the way many women dressed in muggle jobs he had worked, and imagined how quickly the men in those places would have been fired if they were dressed half as provocatively. Yup, having your tits half hanging out and a skirt short enough to straight up your birth canal in a work or school environment is most definitely sexual harassment. Of course, in the muggle world, that could easily be solved by having a dress code that amounted to everybody must wear a suit and tie. No exceptions, which was the dress code that the male half of the population was usually subjected to anyways. If he ever got a job in a muggle place again, he'd have to try out wearing codpieces and other sexually provocative clothes. It would make for easy suing on discrimination grounds if he was fired for it, while his female coworkers got a free pass on their unacceptable manner of dress. After signing that first document with the provided blood quill, it vanished to who knows where, and he moved on to the next document. Mediation between faculty members was also pretty simple. Keep disagreements private. Let no student see or hear about any such conflicts, and if it cannot be dealt with privately, a third-party mediator see. Albus Bloody Dumbledore will mediate it for you. Signed and vanished. The document detailing the proper methods for removing house points or assigning detentions and acceptable reasons to do so was rather revealing. Particularly the part detailing that all such detentions had to be observed by a third party, usually in the form of a watchful ghost, portrait, or house elf, so as to ensure that nothing untoward happens between students and faculty in private, and to ensure there were extra witnesses incapable of lying to the headmaster in the event a student claimed something had. Signed and vanished. Then came the privileges of the position. It was the shortest document yet, and it detailed his right to move freely into, out of, and around the Hogwarts grounds anywhere except the private quarters of faculty and students, except to guarantee said students' safety. Only heads of houses usually had any cause to enter students' private quarters anyways, so he didn't have to worry about that. It also specified that he had free reign over the restricted section of the library so long as he followed the library rules, and that he had the right to know all current passwords for any and all passages, such as common rooms and the headmaster's office. Signed and vanished. He would need to ask Albus about getting copies of the documents for intermittent perusal and refreshers. The final one, which probably should have been the first one, was an oath of secrecy. One which would magically bind him into keeping his silence on every internal practice of Hogwarts and her security measures, such as passwords, Auror, ghost and prefect patrol routes, and so forth unless directed to by law. He didn't even hesitate on that one. With the paperwork finished, he was now a member of the Hogwarts faculty. Right then was probably a good time to be a responsible adult and tackle the legal and financial challenges of trying to claim his entitlements as the heir to the Morgan family. He really needed to get on top of that. Hire a surrogate to perform his duties in the Wisingamat and Hogwarts Board of Governors. It was either that or pull a Dumbledore and somehow manage to do all three full-time jobs at once. Like hell. But it was his last day of freedom. He had nobody in mind for either surrogate position, and he simply didn't want to. So instead, he spent the rest of the afternoon cleaning up and redecorating. Whoever said Harry Potter didn't have a feminine side obviously didn't know him. Everyone seemed rather surprised to see him when he arrived for the welcoming feast. They looked at him as if he were a complete stranger who had somehow broken into the castle. For a split second, he wondered if he had hallucinated the entire morning or walked into yet another alternate universe. That was until Professor Santiago passed a handful of galleons to Remus. They had expected him to get lost in the castle. It was a reasonable concern, he supposed. I take it the castle didn't give you any trouble on your way up or down from your classroom? Albus greeted. Harry took the open seat between Severus and Filius before answering. Well, I'm definitely getting my cardio in, and I'm sure my knees will pay the price if I do this job for very many years, but for now, Hogwarts is lovely, Harry answered honestly. The school hasn't got you with a trick step, trapdoor, or switching staircase yet? Elvira asked suspiciously. No. Why would she do that? She likes me, he exclaimed, coming to Hogwarts' defense. A few of his fellow teachers shared concerned looks, obviously fearing for his sanity. You speak of the school as if it is a person, scoffed Minerva. As if it can talk. Well, talk is a bit of a stretch. I would say communicate. The castle can communicate, Harry said with certainty, but yes, she most certainly is a person. Dumbledore stepped in. I find it enlightening to start conversations like this by defining our terms, he said. Despite all speaking English, we sometimes find ourselves in situations where we are talking in completely different languages. Harry refrained from elaborating on Albus, pointing out he was thinking of Epicurus, not himself, but decided against it as he didn't want to derail the conversation. His colleagues would either descend into the minutiae of which ancient philosophers said which would add nothing to the discussion. I get exactly what you mean. Personhood, I think, is a rather broad term that should encompass more than human beings, Harry elaborated. Centaurs, giants, house elves, and even trolls are certainly persons, though trolls might be a bit of a stretch. His fellow teachers began to nod in agreement to his statement. But those are all flesh and blood, and I would expand my definition even further. Ghosts and even portraits display all the characteristics of personhood as well, do they not? He asked rhetorically to another round of nods. And in Muggle fiction, even machines of the far-off future can think, communicate ideas and desires, or have unique personalities. By this definition, I argue Hogwarts is a person. The nodding eventually stopped as he began sharing topics most of his peers weren't familiar with. Hogwarts, the castle, can think, feel, express ideas, and has a personality, clarified Remus. Absolutely. A place this flooded with magic? Having witnessed so much history, tragedy, and beauty, she was bound to become more than a mere construction of stone and mortar eventually, he explained. He received frowns for that one. That was an explanation for how such a thing could have come to be true, not an argument that it is true, criticized Pomona. Harry thought on that. Yeah, he had segued into a bit of a non sequitur. He would have to be careful about making arguments properly around these people. They were, after all, teachers. They would not tolerate poor grammar, rhetoric, or logical fallacies, intentional or otherwise. If I may be so bold, may I make an argument for it myself? It seems like a fun topic to play devil's advocate for, asked Filius. Harry nodded. Evidence for the castle being capable of thought, emotion, and express ideas and a personality, he hummed to himself. Well, I would argue that the best evidence of that are the very trapdoors and switching staircases we discussed earlier. They should merely be random. And though this could be chalked up to situational bias, the changes don't always feel particularly random, do they? Remus cut in. Sometimes the stairs only ever switch on you when you are in a rush, but most of the time the tricks of the school seem to be conspiring to get you into some kind of trouble, the werewolf observed, and yet never too much trouble. In my experience, Minerva chimed in, when the castle leads me on a trip I had not planned, I find myself in a situation gone wildly out of control. Students fighting or lost or trapped, or in some other manner it is obvious that I am needed there. Harry had to resist the urge to nod. He wasn't from Hogwarts. He shouldn't hint at having those exact same experiences when he wasn't supposed to have never set foot there before. Just that as a seer he knew the place itself was alive. So, the castle's personality, if we were to take this as a sign of sentient thought on the castle's part, is mischievous, but protective, suggested Remus. Wow, completely missed the mark there, Remus. I don't think that's quite right, Severus countered, finally weighing in on the conversation. It is a school, one intermittently meant to train warriors or well-adjusted adults. For that purpose, it does not want the students or faculty to die within its walls, but it does want to expose them to dangerous situations. A bit closer to the mark, but a bit too pessimistic. So parental, but not babying. Minerva summarized, I don't know. It does always seem more playful than it does resemble a mother falcon kicking its chick out of the nest to fly or die. I think we must be missing something. It was then that Albus perked up. Wonderment, he explained in a word, hitting the nail on the head. Hogwarts Castle, above being a place of learning or safety, is a place of wonder. And her mischief-making is intended either to harden, educate, or most importantly expose the people in her walls to as many wonders as possible. That about summed it up. Yes, I think that's right, agreed Remus. The situations I landed in through little or no fault of my own, rare though they might have been, always led me to meeting the more interesting characters or places, to experiences that either hardened me, led to helping others, or simply inspired my imagination in ways that mere magic never could. Harry's poker face broke as all around him everyone smiled and nodded in agreement. This was exactly the conclusion they had settled on in his original universe of how the castle conspired against her residents most of the time. If this was the caliber of conversation he could expect during mealtimes, then he was in good company to do what he loved, wasting mealtime away by discussing hypotheticals without committing to anything. I would very much like to have some pensive parties with you all, Albus proposed, and see if we could find any commonalities leading up to our wily adventures around the school. If we had done or said something to either offend the castle or make her think us deserving of reward leading up to any incidents. That did sound like a fun time. Unfortunately, none of them would have the free time to all get together and do such a thing anytime soon. As if to beleaguer that point, the first students to have taken the carriages walked into the Great Hall. Perhaps during the holiday break, Phileas amended. It would help to settle if our experiences here can't be chalked up to randomness and coincidences. For now, perchance we should be more conscientious. Let us try and notice any patterns in how Hogwarts treats us, and determine if Mr. Morgan's claims are true, added Minerva, as a second carriageful of students walked in and took their seats at the different tables. From there the conversation died, as most of the teachers waved hello to the returning students, or in Snape's case, returned stink eyes to those who weren't happy to see him returning. Harry imitated Remus in sitting up stoically as the curious eyes of children and teenagers judged their worthiness. He failed miserably at remaining expressionless when he expanded his senses to try and feel the vibrations of conversation like he had with Bella and Draco, only to hear comments about the hot new guy sitting next to Snape. He needed to stop eavesdropping, because now his old habit of slouching in on himself when getting attention returned, and he didn't need the extrasensory abilities to hear the giggles of young girls from the nearest table at his expense. Was he blushing? He might have been blushing. I recommend caution, Mr. Morgan, warned Severus, the gigglers drawing his attention. Little girls with crushes are quaint. Teenage ones are terrifying and, more importantly, dangerous. Take it from a potions master. Whether the man was trying to screw with him in retaliation to the vicious oratory bitch slap from that morning, or giving him a fair warning. Harry didn't know, which was why he didn't respond with the many retorts amounting to, "I sincerely doubt you have any experiences with students having crushers on you." That, and he knew for a fact it wasn't true. God, he had to wonder about girls like Pansy and Romilda sometimes. When the Great Hall was so full of students that their conversations were loud enough to make it impossible for the young ones to listen in on their elders, the chatting between staff members resumed. Philia started a conversation with Albus about a recent paper discussing a theoretic charm meant to redirect the opposite force produced against an object when acting upon another object, so that all of the force was directed on that second object, thus undoing the third law of thermodynamics. It was a fancy way of saying you could hit a rock with a sledgehammer and the rock would be twice as damaged, but you'd feel no recoil. Pretty neat, but well above Harry's ability to follow along. "So, Severus," Harry began to start a friendly conversation to make up for that morning. Snape looked up from his daunting task of glaring down any student who looked his way. "I heard of a potion that was rumored to exist, but was never confirmed. And I wanted your opinion on if its effects are even possible," he began, trying to tempt the academic with new knowledge. Severus raised an eyebrow, which Harry took as a sign that he could continue bothering the man. "It was called Liar's Heartstone, and supposedly, if you ingest the potion it makes you immune to Veritaserum," Harry explained, "with the catch being it stopped your heart dead if you were dosed with Veritaserum afterward. Reversible with palpitations combined with the antidote for Veritaserum, of course." Snape blinked in confusion and seemed to suffer from a case of whiplash at the description. It was the kind of expression that said what? More succinctly than words ever could. "While I love the idea of a preemptive cyanide capsule in the event of interrogation," he began, and this time it was Harry's turn to blink and shake away a sudden case of whiplash. "I cannot think of a single combination of ingredients that would have that effect. The ingredients for Veritaserum itself affect brain chemistry, not anything that could affect hormones that increase or decrease the heart rate, and in fact has a soothing effect on the mind. I could probably come up with a potion that would have that effect if taken before a love or arousal potion, for what should be obvious reasons. But Veritaserum? Not a chance." Harry smiled and nodded as the theories Severus was talking about went right over his head. "Where did you hear of such an absurd potion?" Severus finally asked after failing to come up with a plausible answer to Harry's brain teaser. "Town in Columbia," Harry admitted. "The small wizarding community there acted as a hub for the illegal movement of narcotics, animals, and human beings. They allegedly started making and taking the potion and were dying under questioning under Veritaserum, which disrupted authorities' efforts to end the trafficking. So, for years, Veritaserum was banned in interrogations." Severus perked up and showed the rare sign of excitement. "So, the potion is real? How does it work?" he asked eagerly. "Oh, it was a complete farce," Harry admitted. "A farce that not only fooled the authorities into banning the use of Veritaserum and hamstrung their interdiction efforts, but also tricked every low-life criminal into buying and drinking the snake oil." Severus blinked rapidly for a few seconds without speaking. Harry began to worry when he saw Snape's expression look like he was in pain as his eyes watered slightly and his normally pale skin turned just a smidgen red until Harry realized Severus' face was straining against the laughter that threatened to spill out as he considered the hilarity of dozens, if not hundreds of people being stymied by a fake potion. Harry had wanted to share that story with his original Snape for a long time. He had very nearly snuck away into the Forbidden Forest in order to retrieve the Resurrection Stone, just to do so. He did eventually go back for it, but for very different reasons. But then how was it that the two wizards died? Elvira, who sat on the opposite side of Snape, chimed in. They were both handpicked to be fall guys with a history of heart problems, and were both dosed by the same aura, or whatever magical law enforcement is called in the land of cocaine and caffeine. As you might have guessed, she didn't give them Veritaserum at all, but a small dose of chloroform laced with blue coral snake venom. "Instant paralysis and heart attack," he explained. Thus, a years-long charade began. Severus finally lost his battle and was forced to hide his laughter in his goblet by masking it as a coughing fit in need of water to cure. "Oh yeah, Harry had Snape's number. I believe it may be time to go meet the new students," said Minerva, excusing herself from the table. "I will return shortly." She walked down the center aisle, past where the sorting hat and stool already sat, and strode through the large double doors. Harry took this time to observe the excitable students who had filled the room almost to capacity. It took him mere moments to find the people he was looking for. Ron, who was clearly not a prefect, sat near the end conspiring with Dean and Seamus in hushed tones about something or other. Probably rule-breaking or wartime information. He looked softer, was the word that came to Harry's mind. Softer in this world than his own. It would seem that without Harry's influence, he hadn't become as much of a warrior at heart or in appearance. No giant chess pieces using you as a wiffle ball, Ron? Hermione was a bit more difficult to spot, but there she was, hiding amongst the 7th years instead of the 6th. Her back hunched, her head in a book, and her person isolated from the other students. She seemed totally alone in the midst of the crowded table. Nobody talked to her. Nobody looked at her. Her posture and position at the Gryffindor table screamed outcast, and it was a position Harry was familiar with. Things did not seem well at Hogwarts. He noted differences in other students as well. Neville looked much stronger in body, and he was disciplined in his posture. He wore his prefect's badge with pride, as did Faye Dunbar, a witch in his reality who had disappeared in 4th year after somehow taking her owls early. He heard she transferred back to a Muggle education, but nobody knew for sure. Probably wise of the Muggle-born girl. In this world, she stuck around for some reason or another. Draco was also much tamer than he remembered, not taking part in as much boisterous conversation with his classmates. Theo seemed to be the more energetic Slytherin of his year. There were other people in other years and houses he recognized. Both Patil's sisters were in Ravenclaw, huddled with little Sue Lee. He couldn't quite tell, but Parvati looked less girly. From a distance, she wasn't dressed up or make-up like he remembered, probably from not being so close to Lavender Brown. Hannah and Susan were still fused at the shoulders in Hufflepuff, and there were many more new faces he hadn't known. Hogwarts had never been this crowded when he attended. He would surely come to meet the new faces and learn the names to go with them soon enough. His musings ended as Minerva returned with a litter of munchkins in tow, leaving Hagrid to sneak his way up to the head table, where he joined them. The hall went quiet as the scared 11-year-old stood at the center of attention before all eyes were on the sorting hat. He began his song. When young Godric hiked into the mountain brush thick, he knew not what awaited him, but marched on through soil slick. He was joined by Rowena, who knew more than most, the plants and beasts which the forest might host. After weeks of trekking, who should they meet but the widow Helga, who they found building a stone foundation at the mountain's feet. The land of her deceased husbands held much promise, and forgotten to the ages. So she was courted by Salazar, who sought to build a castle, a wizarding aegis. Godric and Rowena made quick friends with these strangers, and inspired by their plans and diligence, set aside their adventure in favor of these new labors. And so the four, with magic and brawn, built a castle to glitter in the morning dawn. To each they bestowed upon its charter a different mission with which to barter. For Slytherin sought safety and belonging in fellow followers of tradition. He made the place a haven for their children, a sanctuary and beacon. Helga knew naught but loneliness after leaving home for marriage and solitude again when Plaque took that too away from her. And so, she wanted a place of companionship, where meals and laughter of children could be heard. Godric was a man of valor and sportsmanship, who wanted competition, rivalry, and challenge in his daily life. So made Hogwarts a place of hiking, boating, jousting, and martial strife. It was Rowena who helped them all achieve their mutual ideals, when she suggested they make a place that fulfilled all three, and a fourth to boot. A place of learning, a school with no commute. Huzzah! Her new friends and fiancé exclaimed, "We shall make a school." And so Hogwarts was born, but do not be a fool. This is not merely a place of learning, but one of safety, kinship, and self-mastery. While you will be chosen to represent only one, fail to avail yourself of all four, and you will live a life of slattery. Harry joined in the standing ovation the hat earned for that one, as did the entire staff table and most of the older students. The hat had really outdone himself this time. From there, the new students were sorted into the four houses, and Harry tuned it out, although he did gift little Miss Rose Zeller and with a smile and a wave when she noticed him and clapped along when she was sorted into Hufflepuff. He did the same with the other first years he had fitted for wands under Garrick. God, but they were adorable. Shame he wouldn't be teaching any of them this year. He came back around when Albus stood preparing for his speech. "We have one more sorting to do this evening," he announced. "As is tradition, on the rare occasions we have a new member of faculty who never attended Hogwarts. We have the rare treat of seeing an adult wearing the sorting hat. Allow me to introduce your new divination teacher, Professor Hadrian Morgan." Severus elbowed him to stand up, and Harry felt his feet obey. He could smell Snape's amusement at his expense coming off of the man like a miasma. Harry decided not to fight it and descended the steps from the head table down to the stool, listening to much encouragement from students and staff alike as they egged him on. He sat down and gave Minerva a wink as she dropped the hat over his head. Silence. The hat did not speak for a time. "You must know you are making my life rather difficult, Mr. Potter," the hat whispered into his ear. Harry grinned, and in the recesses of his mind spoke back. "I know you can't share anything you learned from me. So, I open it all up for you to see," he thought. Adults are difficult enough to sort without being flooded with so much information about an alternate universe. With maturity comes variety in thought and ideas. Equal suitableness to each house. You more so than others. Harry shrugged. "Process of elimination then," he offered. "Actually, I think I already have you pegged for Ravenclaw." Harry blinked. "I've never been the best student," he admitted, "and I don't know a lot about very many things. I don't have a mind for trivia." He felt the hat's amusement. It is easiest to be fooled when one tries to fool themselves. You, who has walked through life seeking enlightenment by dipping your toe into every manner of career, field of study, and hobby, think yourself unknowledgeable. You, who has walked on every continent, built ties to political, criminal, military, and religious factions the world over, think yourself unworldly. Harry had to concede that point, and noticed the hat skipped right over his single-minded focus on mastering his telemetry-like ability. "That one goes without saying. Yes, Mr. Potter, you're perfectly studious. When you want to be. When you're interested in a task or find it enjoyable. Hardworking in it too, and certainly friendly enough. But your love of fellow people is outweighed by both your raw intelligence and bottomless ambition. But I honestly cannot decide whether to put you with Slytherin or Ravenclaw." Harry almost panicked there. Being in Slytherin could lead to mistrust among students he needed to trust him. "You are ambitious and cunning, though, are you not? Playing the most powerful men in Britain like fiddles. Launching business and nonprofit campaigns. All with the end goal of saving the world." The hat reminded him. Well, yeah, but he didn't want everybody to know about that side of him. He'd prefer to be in Gryffindor so people would focus more on the traits of said house. "Well, I have a policy when students ask me to put them in Gryffindor to hide their Slytherin traits. Do you know what I do to them?" The hat asked, rhetorically. Harry shook his head. "I put them in Slytherin," he announced the last word to the entire Great Hall. Harry couldn't help laughing at the hat's humor and chuckled to himself all the while as Minerva removed the hat and let him make his way up to the staff table. He noted more subdued applause from most of the student body and knew he may have just lost a good bit of rapport amongst Gryffindors at the very least. But that would be easy enough to rebuild. With that out of the way, Dumbledore announced the feast and the tables filled with food. Harry helped himself to the myriad flavors of the chicken. Buffalo, barbecue, Parmesan garlic, ranch, and regular old country fried. He'd been eating so healthy recently that he didn't realize he was craving some greasy goodness. As he dug in, he felt Phileas nudge his side. "Psst, pass this to Severus and Elvira," Phileas whispered as he surreptitiously passed him a coin purse under the table. He did so without thinking and returned to his food before the implications dawned on him. He turned to Severus to see him splitting his winnings with Elvira. "You bet on me being in Slytherin of all places?" he asked in disbelief. "With that vicious tongue of yours? Are you kidding?" Elvira said conspiratorially. "I had you pegged for one at first sight, to be honest," admitted Severus as he counted the sickles in his hand. "You reek of self-confidence, and though it pains me to admit it, competence. I knew you had to be one of ours." Harry spent the rest of dinner stewing in his grumpiness at that. He would respond to any questions from Phileas, Severus, Albus, or Elvira with a perfectly enunciated grumble. between mouthfuls. Dinner ended with Albus' usual start-of-term announcements. Banned items, Forbidden Forest, Auror Guards, new defense teacher, new divination teacher. Blah, blah, and blah. There was a bit of not quite enough discontent among the students about him taking on Sybil's old position. Harry noticed Lavender was one of them and guessed they really liked the old professor, but Severus broke him of that notion when he leaned in and whispered into his ear. Many students dropped the class because of your predecessor's misbehavior. Some of the young ladies are regretting that decision now that she's being replaced by a young, handsome, mysterious outlander. And this little piggy went grumble, grumble, grumble all the way to bed. Despite Snape's best attempt at making him dread the first day of class, he was quite looking forward to it. He was getting a mixed group of 6th and 7th years from all 4 houses, as there weren't enough students taking the class to split them up, and he was certain they'd make life easy for him. And so, he changed into pajamas and crawled into bed, eager to learn the names of all of the students who hadn't existed in his timeline. He was always good with names, particularly when he had the map on hand to remind him what said names were. Notes: the original way he met the twins and their crew in the previous version was crap. I admitted that at the time, but I was trying to make up for a plot hole I overlooked. The map. This version is way better. I think you will all agree. Also, slattery is a word. It means unity. Hasn't been in use for half a millennia, but the Sorting Hat knows a lot of words not in common use anymore. Also, I really want to write the story of Hogwarts founding based on this poem, but I have to finish all of these projects first. I would invite you all to go back as well. Each time the castle seemed to lead people somewhere in the books. Stolen shamelessly from the excellent FIC. Renegade caused by Silence Cursor. Aside from the ending, want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 16. First Day of School. Chapter 16. First Day of School. Harry knew very little about the effectiveness of this world's Trelawney as a teacher, but from what he could piece together from the negative comments about her, he suspected his new students would have some catching up to do. But how to determine their skill levels? Pop quiz? Start of term competency check? Yeah, right. But knowing what he wasn't going to do only went so far to help him decide on his course of action. One would think Harry would have spent a considerable amount of time planning for his first class. One would be wrong. Problems like these were most easily and efficiently solved by having a simple conversation. And so, he relaxed into his day and slept in until after the first round of classes began before heading down to the Great Hall. He took all of the main hallways down to breakfast, eschewing all secret passages and shortcuts to ensure as much exposure as possible. This way, the maximum number of students and faculty had the chance to pass him in the halls as he explored the castle. He needed people to get the impression that there was something here for him to learn. But he was also making room so that if the fates decided to throw a fastball out of left field with a random encounter, it could do so. He somehow managed to make it all the way to the staff table, without any incident beyond a shy wave from the random student. Not even a run-in with Peeves. How disappointing. The Great Hall was mostly empty, save for groups of 5th through 7th years forming study groups at the different tables. The primary classes, Charms, Transfiguration, Defense, etc., taught 1st through 4th years in the mornings, and electives met in the afternoons and evenings. This was mostly to allow older students the extra sleep they needed, but also because post-OWL students could drop classes they wouldn't need for their career choices or simply didn't pass with a high enough OWL to continue in. This freed up time for their areas of interest. Good morning, Mr. Morrigan. Rebecca Pomfrey greeted. She was one of only 6 people at the table that late in the morning. Just her, Sinistra, and 3 people he hadn't met before. The other elective teachers. And oh hey, Hooch was here too. Professor Maven, Hannigan and Gray, I presume. Harry greeted the two men and woman. Emma Gray was a positively ancient witch, likely a former head of St. Mungo's based on the sheer power of her healing aura. Most people earned a sort of stench to their magic as they aged depending on the types of magic they used most frequently. For most, this stench was like a recipe with many different ingredients, forming a dish that was a mixture of charms, transfiguration, and curses. And if you focus on just one type of magic over all others, then it was like pure garlic or lavender or lemongrass. With some people, their affinity for the one type of magic they used was so strong that he could not feel it. The only person he knew with an aura so attuned to a particular field of magic was Phileas, who truly was a charms master. Most healers had such an aura. She made no indication that she was aware of her surroundings whatsoever, so he let her be. "I hope you might find these handy," said Maven, a brown-haired man with a receding hairline to rival Arthur Weasley and glasses thick enough to do the same with Myrtle. He produced from his robes a pack of papers which he passed down the table. "It details what level of arithmancy and runes my students are at for wherever such topics cross over with your subject in class," he explained. Sinistra added a few of the same for astronomy, which I know has much more to do with divination than arithmancy does, but still. And like that he had most of the information he needed, sans the pop quiz or hair pulling. "Thank you, Morai. I doubt very much that there will be much crossover between our classes," said James Hannigan, a silver fox with black, peppered hair. "But I hope we can get along as colleagues." Harry nodded, then feigned curiosity and confusion as he turned to Madame Hooch. She returned his gaze. Gold eyes meeting emerald ones. "What subject do you teach, ma'am?" he asked. "Nobody mentioned you." "That is likely because I am not a professor. My name is Rolanda Hooch. I am contracted by Hogwarts to manage the Inter-House Quidditch League, any sporting clubs, and to teach broom riding, fitness, nutrition, and safety, among other miscellaneous tasks," she explained. "It doesn't keep me busy enough to really be a full-time employee, let alone a professor." That was a lot more detailed job position than Harry would have imagined her having. He always just thought she taught first years how to ride brooms and refereed the Quidditch games. That is very close to being as important as professorship. Harry said honestly, "Why did nobody see fit to mention you?" The woman shrugged. "Did anybody mention the house elves or Auror guards by name?" she asked rhetorically. "Or artists?" "Who?" Harry asked, the name barely ringing a bell. "The league caretaker," explained Andrew. "He manages the house elves and maintains cleanliness and order in the school." "Oh, that's right. Filch had a first name, didn't he?" "Are there many sports clubs, Rolanda?" Harry asked. "Mostly game clubs, chess, gobstones, and the like. Most members are members of other clubs as well, which makes my job of maintaining them easy enough," she explained. "Students keep trying to form a soccer, rugby, and basketball league, but the Quidditch teams already monopolize the stadium, and we can't get funding to build courts for basketball or tennis." Can't get funding or can't get approved for funding? Harry resisted the urge to ask aloud the question, which he already knew the answer to. "What about Hamasports?" Harry asked, remembering the Hat's song. Didn't Godric build places all over the grounds for fencing, boating, and jousting? He didn't so much see the eyes of every Newt and OWL student in the Gryffindor table turn their heads to look at him as he finished that sentence, but he did feel them. "Come on, Harry. Poker face time." "Yes, and the facilities and supplies for such activities have been maintained, but they never leave storage," Hooch answered, oblivious to the attention from the students. "Except for the boats, which are used to transport first years to the castle for no other reason than to have some use for them now that the school doesn't hold mock naval battles or other boating events." Holy shit, that sounded awesome. He couldn't wait for word of this previously little-known Hogwarts history to make the rounds through the student body. Hooch was going to have a busy time in the coming months. "And how many students are required to form a club?" he asked, prompting the students within earshot to start taking notes on the conversation. "A baker's dozen," she answered. Only now noticing Andrew, James and Rebecca were laughing quietly at some joke she wasn't part of. Even Emma was smirking slightly, although it was hard to tell from the mountains of sagging wrinkles which formed her adorable face. "And students may be members of as many clubs as they wish," he clarified, "so long as they attend the minimum number of meetings, which can become difficult once they exceed 2 or 3. Hooch explained. Harry hummed to himself, mentally patting himself on the back for being such a good Samaritan as to help Madam Hooch expand her working hours and maybe earn her way to qualifying as a professor. He was just nice that way. One last question before I head off to class. How do students apply to form a club anyways? He asked. They can get an application from their heads of house. They fill it out, get it signed by the minimum number of students, and confirmed by all 4 heads and the headmaster. She concluded. Got it, he said, before standing up to leave. Well, Harry said more loudly than necessary. I'm off to my first class. You guys caught all of that, right? He finished by pointing an accusatory finger to the different study groups near the staff table and got all the confirmation he needed. He didn't turn around to see the look of horror or anger on Rolinda's face as he left. Boy, did he ever wish he was a student again. This was going to be an interesting year. His students were already waiting for him at the bottom of the ladder leading up to the divination classroom when he arrived. New teachers tended to have the effect of inspiring students to arrive early. Curiosity was a powerful motivator. Hello all, he greeted as he pushed through the crowd to the wall directly behind the ladder. He hip-checked the wall, and it moved aside to reveal a stone staircase leading up to his classroom. Take the ladder or follow me up the stairs. I don't much care which, he commanded as he unlocked the trapdoor above them with a flick of his wand. The 6th and 7th years split into 2 groups, one of which followed him up the stone steps, and the other which took the ladder. When they arrived in his classroom, their surprise at the change of decoration was evident on their faces. Bright sunlight, blue open curtains, landscape paintings on the walls, clean rugs covering the floor. Clearly, they were in the wrong classroom. These were surely the thoughts swirling in their heads. But no, they were not. All right, everybody, pull up a piece of floor and we can get started, Harry instructed. The students looked around nervously, and a few were askance when they discovered there were no chairs or cushions on which to sit. You expect us to sit on the dirty floor? Pansy demanded. No, I expect you to stand throughout my classes, Harry informed them. And before you ask the why, it is because standing improves blood flow, concentration, and energy levels. You are here to learn, not to nap. That's what history class is for. He got a few chuckles from the crack at Professor Binns, but some of them still looked mutinous. So he elaborated further. You will notice that there is no chair behind my desk either. He said, that is because sitting is terrible for your health overall. Some people say it's as bad for you as smoking, but that is a bit of an exaggeration. So stand or kneel and live longer, healthier lives. Interesting trivia tended to get children and teenagers to cooperate, and so the ones in his classroom spread out until they were roughly equidistant from one another. Now, roll call, he said, then pointed to each student in turn and called their name without consulting the paper listing their names. Weasley, Patil, Zabini, Parkinson, Greengrass, Turpin, Brown, Malfoy, Abbott, Macmillan, Corner, Boot, Chong, and Claganand. There were 3 students he didn't recognize. He checked the roll. The first name he didn't recognize had a German name, but he tried his best. Virschkubleme. Nailed it. Verschunhens. The young man corrected. That's what I said, Harry said defensively. Veer to the left. He studiously ignored the snickers from Mr. Verschunhen's fellow Slytherins. Miss Calliope, he asked. H here, said a Ravenclaw redhead hiding behind Cho. Timid little thing, that one. And finally, Mr. Finnegan, he said in surprise, discovering Seamus had a slightly older brother in this universe. Here, said Sean Finnegan in an even thicker accent than his pyrotechnic brother. Harry placed the student roll back onto his desk and addressed his class. Now, I'm going to turn around and write down my lesson plan on the board. Things that I believe are most important in a study of divination. I will be very disappointed to discover my neck coated in spitballs after the fact. Harry informed the class and got a few chuckles. Afterwards, we will discuss which ones you have learned properly and which you haven't. I don't mean to disparage my predecessor, but I need to determine your skill levels, and pop quizzes suck. He turned around and wrote down a list of bullet points. Writing, meditation techniques for the first one, and ironic predictions for the second. Before he could continue on to the third, his magical senses went haywire. Reality was torn asunder as the laws of causality ceased to function for a split second, and a hitherto non-existent presence appeared in his classroom. If he wasn't already familiar with this exact type of magic or recognized the magical signature of this entity, he would have spun around and fired a blasting curse at it. Since neither was the case, he simply continued writing the bullet points and chastised the young girl. Miss Granger, while you and any other student not on my register roll are more than welcome to sit in on my class, I must ask that you use the door next time, he said before turning around. He tried not to let his surprise at her appearance show on his face. He barely recognized the girl. It was hard to think of the brave, beautiful woman from his timeline as still having buck teeth, unkept hair, and an unmade face. But here she was, with no effort put into her appearance. And he had thought Andrew's glasses were thick. He did recall she had never really bothered with makeup before the Yule Ball, and only after that did she wear it regularly when Lavender and Parvati corrupted her. But her hair was never that bad. The young woman was so shocked at being called out that she barely had the frame of mind to tuck the time turner back in her jumper. How she ever managed to keep that dangerous object a secret with such a terrible poker face baffled him. That she managed to do so for going on 3 years in this universe was a miracle. Yeah. Yes, sir. Hermione managed to squeak out as she found a spot to stand between Padma and Parvati. Harry barely avoided gagging at Sir, but nodded at her before turning around and finishing the bullet points. It was concerning to learn that his friend was stretching herself so thin by taking every single class, except, until now, divination. Almost as concerning as allowing a 13 to 16-year-old girl on a time turner. Or at least it would be if the device weren't so inappropriately named. The time turner did not, in fact, allow people to travel through time. As far as anybody knew, such a thing was still impossible, despite the best efforts of unspeakables. It actually used a really complicated but interesting workaround, the same workaround that the Resurrection Stone used. It worked by way of tapping into what magical theorists called the ethereal cuneiform. It was a concept which postulated correctly that the world around you, from the rocks to the trees to the water and air, remembered things, as if all of history was recorded upon it like etchings on a record disc. More unorthodox theorists might claim that reality itself, the fabric of space-time and ambient magic, are also etched with memories. Music of tragedies and events long forgotten carved into the greater consciousness of the universe. This more advanced theory was called the noosphere hypothesis. The former is how ghosts and hauntings are formed. A terrible event can soak the earth with such raw emotion that the place replays that event into perpetuity until it is cleansed. The Resurrection Stone worked on the latter principle, tapping into this noosphere, this conglomerate of disembodied memories, emotions, and knowledge in order to construct an artificial ghost of sorts. As with ghosts, it is not the actual soul of the lost person. Worse, unlike ghosts, it wasn't even an accurate representation of the deceased, but an imitation based on the faded memories that still living people hold of them, or such memories that are bound to physical objects or places. When all such people die, or places lose their magic, what then does the Resurrection Stone have to use as a reference? Nothing. And so it creates a new, wholly fictional person. Experiments he and the Unspeakables did with the Resurrection Stone were put on hold once they figured this out, as the ethics of creating new self-aware sentience out of thin air were raised and none of them had the answer to it. And then the even more compelling ethical quandary of obliterating said entities each time the ring was removed led them to seal the object away permanently. The Time Turner also worked on the noosphere hypothesis. How? By rewriting the memories within the noosphere, effectively redefining past events by allowing the user to physically enter the noosphere and traverse its memory like in a pensive. Difference with a pensive being, any energy put into the system affects the end result. Move an object within the noosphere memory, and it effectively moves in real life. It didn't break any laws of thermodynamics because no matter was being introduced or removed from the timeline, and energy was being conserved. You still exerted your own calories and magical energy with everything you did while traversing the noosphere. It's why time turners were so exhausting to use. You also did not risk breaking causality, which was a nice touch. What did all of this mean in layman's terms? It means the time turner does nothing more than create a shared hallucination between the participant and the world while allowing the user to experience more time subjectively. Or at least, this was the watered-down version Hermione from his future had given him. He was sure the long version involved a lot of icky math and application of theoretical physics. Higher magic is both weird and dangerous, and not for the faint of heart. As for the Resurrection Stone, which they discovered was a twin to the Mirror of Ariste, which also tapped into the noosphere, it meant that any information gleaned from shades brought back from it was unreliable at best and fictitious at worst. So, any anthropological or criminal investigative value it held was minimal but still there. It would have been nice if the DMLE could simply resurrect murder victims and ask them who it was that killed them. Unfortunately, the biases of the investigators themselves changed the beliefs and knowledge of said shade before it even came into existence. Just like the Mirror of Ariste. Neither knowledge nor truth. Let's start with the basics. Harry said as he turned back to the classroom. Which meditation techniques have you learned so far in this class? His response was a sea of vacant looks, shrugging, and knowing smirks. Yup, that's about what he expected. Okay, what topics have you discussed? He asked. Tea leaf reading. Offered Lisa Turpin. Dream recording and interpretation. Offered Ronald. We did a little palmistry, said Blaze. Harry sighed. That is all rather superficial and little to do with applicable divination. Worse, all of those things can be taught together in a single semester, if that. Harry told them. So, what did you do the entire time in these classes? More shrugs and snickers. We mostly listened to Trelawney drone on about the great prophecy she had made and other constant self-aggrandizing. Hermione said distastefully. Even the students who he knew were fond of the discipline begrudgingly agreed with that assessment. The more Harry learned about this universe's Trelawney, the less he liked her. And he wasn't the biggest fan of the old bint in his own world. Very well. I guess we will have to go back to basics and build you guys up, but that's going to take some planning on my part, so it'll have to wait for our next class together. He told that, which means this class will be entirely, academic. They collectively groaned at that, and they, as one, picked up their bags and retrieved their divination textbooks. Clearly, they had misunderstood his meaning. No need for those, he told them. What I meant to say is, we will do an ask and answer session. Ask me anything at all to do with divination. Not my personal life, thank you very much, and I will answer. Decide amongst yourselves what you want me to lecture on. They perked up at this pronouncement and happily threw their bags back down before huddling together to whisper conspiratorially. Ah, interhouse unity. It's such a beautiful thing. He allowed them to debate amongst themselves as he added a few notes into his extremely rough course outline. It would be pretty atrocious if his 6th and 7th year students ended up receiving the same coursework as his 3rd year students, but it was looking like this would be the case. He would have to find out a method for creating a more streamlined workload for the older students and at least get them through 2 or 3 years of work within the 1 year he had with them, so that they could pass his standards of what a divination OWL should be. Dowsing rods. Version whatever eventually demanded. Harry looked up. Is that what you've all agreed on? Harry clarified. They mostly all nodded. Very well, before I discuss it, who would like to volunteer and explain what they already know or think they know about dowsing? Harry asked. Cho was the only one interested in the opportunity to earn some house points, so Harry called on her hand. Holding 2 metal or wooden rods, a witch or wizard may use them as a sort of compass guiding them to whatever it is they seek. She cited. The mechanisms by which they work is unknown. 2 points to Ravenclaw. Harry awarded, only for Cho to look borderline offended at the insultingly low reward. 1 for each point of that statement you got correct, out of 5. Harry flipped the chalkboard over to the other side and wrote down each of the 5 points. 1 metal or wooden rods. 2 compass analogy. 3 wizard or witch, for whatever they seek. 5 mechanisms, unknown. Points 1 and 2 are correct. Points 3 through 5 are not. Harry explained. The use of dowsing rods are not restricted to wizards and witches. The utility of seeking out things with them is highly limited in situation, and the mechanism by which they work is well documented and very simple. The students rushed to dig out their note-taking equipment and jot down everything he said. On point number 3, dowsing is a technique of divining that's similar to every other discipline within divination. Anybody can learn and implement. Harry explained. Even muggles. Zabini's hand shot up before the first syllable of the M word left his mouth. Yes, Mr. Zabini? Harry called on him. To clarify, when you say muggles can use every technique within divination, are you exaggerating, or can they really? He asked in apparently genuine curiosity. Oh yes, muggles and even animals dream, don't you know? And just like all of us here, every single muggle has had one dream or another where they experienced an event that had yet to occur or peered into the lives of people long deceased. Even if most don't remember it, which is one of the greatest values in having a dream journal. You would be shocked how magical muggles really are. Another hand, this time from Ron. Yes, Mr. Weasley? Harry called on his best friend. You're like what? Ron asked hesitantly before adding Sir, as an afterthought. Harry resisted the urge to cringe at being called Sir by a student. He knew then and there he would never get used to the honorific so long as he taught his former classmates. Would you mind clarifying your question, please? What kind of magic can muggles do that would shock us? He asked, not to get too off topic. I need to think of the best example. Harry stalled as he considered it, before the perfect one came to him. I would have to say apparition. Muggles can apparate. Nearly half the class gushed out in unison. Muggles can apparate. Harry confirmed, almost always by accident and in times of extreme stress or else when unknowingly exposed to places of deep and ancient magic. The students hung on his every word, especially children, and usually with tragic ends. Every year, hundreds of muggles, children and adults alike, disappear without a trace. Harry explained, they're sometimes found alive at impossible distances from where they vanished, or else pieces of them are found, most commonly in the wilderness, where the magic of nature hangs thick. A few hisses of empathetic pain from his students later, and he called on Calliope when he raised his hands. In other words, muggles can sometimes tap into the ambient magic around them. He summarized, so, children go camping or hiking, hear a scary noise, and splinch themselves? The quiet girl clarified. Harry nodded, and the pieces of them are carried off by the animals or elements. Or worse, they apparate 10 meters down into the ground or into the middle of a tree or boulder. Instant death. He explained, it's all very tragic. Another hand from Draco. Last one on this topic, then I'm getting back to dowsing. Yes, Mr. Malfoy. He called on his future friend. How and why are muggles able to do magic at all? He asked. I thought the differentiation between muggle and wizard was specifically that muggles had no magic, not little magic like squibs. This time Harry sucked in air through his teeth. That is a very complicated and highly debated topic. There are 3 main camps. Harry summarized. The first is that external magic, traditionally classified as sorcery, in the form of ritualistic spells or just tapping into ambient energy, is accessible to everyone and everything, which opens up a whole host of debates on the source of such magics. Demons? Gods? Other entities? It's a whole can of worms. Going on. The second possibility is that muggles' inability to use magic is mostly developmental and partially psychological. Just like if you don't use muscles, they remain weak if you are not surrounded by, and using magic you lose it. Muggle cities are built far away from natural sources of magic, and so their infants are not exposed to it as children, or more importantly, while in the womb. Additionally, modern muggles do not even believe in magic. More accurately, they have a strong disbelief in it. It has been proven, in rather inhumane experiments, that you can convince a witch or wizard they are muggles through the use of confundus or temporary memory charms, and they completely lose the ability to do magic, even accidentally. I personally don't buy either, the former because squibs, the latter because the implication that the whole of Muggle society could be transmuted into a wizarding society overnight with a single television cast is too scary to think about. But it does make sense. Ancient wizards convinced others only they could do magic, thus giving them a position of supreme power. Which, if true, was a better explanation for the statute of secrecy than Muggles are a threat or Muggles are annoying. If simply revealing magic to the world would increase the number of witches and wizards from the manageable 100 million or so to 6 billion and counting, then no governing body could possibly manage such a large number of slaves or tax livestock or sovereign citizens. Yes, sovereign citizens. Many would claim that such anarchy would lead to a level of freedom, liberty, and progression for the Earth not seen since the Atlantean-Lemurian Wars some 12,000 years ago. It was the kind of pie-in-the-sky belief he'd expect from those gun-toting nutjobs Draco and Dudley went to the shooting range with. The kind of people who promoted civilian-owned heavy artillery. Then again, Harry lived in a society where the average person had instant access to napalm, heavy ordnance, and worse through a few swishes of a stick, and yet they weren't living in a Mad Max hellscape. Harry was a bit skeptical of such romantic notions of what an ungoverned society would be like, and preferred to stay away from miniguns and bazookas. Thank you very much. Either way, if he ever went down the insane supervillain route, his first order of business would be a planet-wide confundus to convince all muggles that they were wizards and watch the result. But on to point number 4. Harry moved on before the conversation devolved any further. You cannot use dowsing rods to find just anything. They are specifically suited for discovering things that are buried beneath the ground and are either metallic or liquid. Which goes into point number 5. Why do they work? He gave the class 10 whole seconds to see if any of them would offer a guess or hypothesis. A few were at least putting on a show of being deep in thought, but no hands flew into the air. Well, let's think about all of the pieces in this system. You have the human body, a generator which produces massive amounts of electromagnetic energy, grounded into the earth through your feet, a giant ball of molten magnetic nickel and iron. In your hands are 2 highly conductive rods of metal, with a space of insulating air between them. He explained, and when passing over an underground stream of water, an insulator, whose friction with the highly insulated earth around it causes the conductive rods close in on each other ever so perceptibly. Or else when passing magnetically charged landmines or buried treasure or gold veins. Are you starting to see how unmagical such a system is? Harry finished. It was amusing to see Hermione and Draco's faces light up at the explanation, especially considering it was from listening to them drunkenly discuss this exact topic during an after-party, celebrating with Ginny and Victor after their teams trounced one another in the 2006 Quidditch finals. Funnily enough, it had been Draco who argued that the entire process was purely mundane and explained by electromagnetic principles. It was Hermione who believed that there was some element of magic to it, seeing as the system required a human mind directing the rods to find specific things. Magic is intent, after all. Harry suspected it was a lot of column A and a bit of column B. From there, Harry let the class discuss the topics he had just lectured on between themselves as he stood back behind his desk refining his lesson plans. And that was how the rest of their 2 hours together went. The students debating the mechanics of dowsing rods and other possible magic that could be wholly scientific, or the implications of muggles being magical and not knowing it. A few astute students, like Blaise and Daphne, were off in their own little corner, drafting an experiment to test the possibilities. Smart kids, all of them, a generation nearly wasted in war, and whose losses were a tragedy for the whole of wizard kind. Soon the bell rang, and Harry dismissed them. I will see you all next lesson, and by then I'll have a proper class prepared for you. He informed them. The students hesitated, but Hermione at least raised her hand and asked the question in all of their minds. What about homework? She asked. Oh, I won't be giving out homework, Harry said. Ever. The cheers of his students nearly shattered the sliding glass doors. Well, most of them. Cho, Daphne and Hermione were a bit offended. Harry consoled them. A good friend of mine, Hermione, did some research into the effects of homework on subject retention. He explained, turns out she wasn't the first, as there have been hundreds of scientific studies in Muggle primary, secondary, and post-secondary education all over the world on this exact topic. And guess what? Homework does not benefit student learning in any way. Worse, it seems to cause division in home life and further burns them out. Undue stress that I will not subject you to. Skepticism reigned supreme upon his students' faces. I say your time outside of class is better spent researching things that interest you and building friendships and romances with your peers that will last a lifetime and serve you much better than an essay on dowsing rods. He explained, "Also, it's my job to teach you, and I am given this slotted time to do so. And if he can't teach them his subject in that slotted time, then he ought to be fired." Or so was his personal belief on this matter. He knew not to share such an idea with his students, or else fear repercussion when one of them inevitably mouthed off to another professor when they gave them an exorbitant amount of homework out of pure sadism. But if you want the added workload, I am happy to give out extra credit for a foot of writing on any of the debates you all had during this class. But I do genuinely believe your time would be better spent in the jousting club. He explained, "There isn't a jousting club." Ron corrected him angrily, before switching to excitement and curiosity. "Is there?" "There will be one soon," Harry said as ominously as he could manage. Harry kept Hermione, Draco, Hannah, and Miss Cassio behind as he made copies of his schedules. "My classroom tends to be empty for more hours of the day than not," he told them. "As such, I have more free time to help study groups than most teachers. Here are the hours when students may come here for a quiet place to study, and I will happily help anybody in need with their homework or personal projects." He handed them each a copy of flyers he had made detailing what he just said and the times of day his classroom and office were open to the public. "I will be persona non grata on weekends, but if you would all be so kind as to pin these on your common room notice boards, that would be great," Harry requested. They all agreed and made their way towards the exit. "Miss Granger, stay," he said as he walked to the office. "But I'll be late to Transfiguration," she complained. He waited for Draco, Hannah, and Cassiope to vanish before responding cheekily. "You and I both know you have no shortage of time to make it to any of your classes," he said knowingly as he disappeared into his private quarters. One quick flu trip later, and he returned from the Marchbanks residence with arms cradling an orange fur ball. The moment he re-entered the classroom, Hermione melted into a fawning puddle at the sight of Crookshanks. Instant connection. That kind of thing happens when a witch meets her destined familiar. "Oh my goodness," she squeaked as she held her hands out for the cat, which Harry happily passed over. "He's so handsome." It's true what they say, isn't it? About beauty being in the eye of the beholder? Only his bonded which could find Crookshanks to be anything less than but ugly. But seeing his clearly overworked and hyper-stressed friend light up was worth looking at the hideous feline. "What's his name?" she asked cheerfully. "Crookshanks. He is very old, but well-behaved. He is also yours," he said. She paled at that. "Mine," she said aghast. "I can't care for a pet. I'm barely getting enough sleep as it is." Harry smirked at his friend. "He is not to be your pet. He is your familiar. I met him at the shop and knew I was meant to deliver him to you," he said, making jazz hands around his head and mounting psychic when she looked at him confusedly. "And he will not only be no trouble at all, but I argue he will be instrumental in helping relieve you of the stress you're going through by taking every class at once." She blushed profusely at that last part, burying her face into the purring ball of fur in her arms. "Tell me, are you planning to also take all of the 7th-year electives for your final year?" he asked. "Just alchemy and magical theory, but I plan to drop history, ancient runes, and arithmancy after this year," she said. "I think they'll let me test out and get my nudes for them early." Harry nodded as he retrieved the transfer form, bill of sale, and registration for Crookshanks. "I filled out all of your information weeks ago. All you need to do is sign, and he is legally yours," he told her as he splayed the documents on his desk. She walked up to read them, still clutching Crookshanks for dear life, before her eyes widened comically at the sight of her home address, date of birth, and other private information listed. She glanced at him suspiciously. "Psychic," he said dramatically, making jazz hands again. She snorted at his antics, but took the quill he offered all the same. With one flourish, she took ownership of the part easel, and Harry folded the documents for her and stuffed them into her bag, so that she wouldn't have to let go of her new familiar, obviously. He then pulled out his handy-dandy notebook and crossed off, "Deliver Crookshanks to Hermione." It was right between have a conversation with the White House Hayes desk and enchant an adult-sized little tight cozy coupe to go 400 kilometers per hour and taking it on the Autobahn. Contrary to popular belief, It was in fact possible to get a speeding ticket on that stretch of German road, but they'd have to catch you first. As Hermione made to leave, Harry opened the passage entrance for the stairway for her. "And Miss Granger," he called down after her. She stopped and looked back up at him. "Can I expect to see your name on my student roll next week?" She absolutely blossomed into the brightest, buck-toothed grin Harry had ever seen. "You can bet your life on it, Professor." Harry smiled back at her before closing the entrance and returning to his desk, only for her to return nanoseconds later through the trap door entrance, this time lacking Crookshanks and seemingly out of breath. "Turn back from in front of the painting of Victoria Falls," he instructed. The girl went where he pointed, retrieved the time turner, and turned back. All in all, a good first day of class.